Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good uh good morning to everybody. It's only afternoon here in Madrid, but I know that most of the audience is over in Brazil and the US, Mexico. So, it's good morning to everybody except to me. Welcome to Teledipity Live as always, all Wednesday, every Wednesday, 6 hours, live readings, Q&A, talking about numerology and life and entrepreneurship and writing and fear of visibility and AI. Let me bring down the speed of my air conditioner so it's not creating a ton of um, background noise, even though it's hot as hell in Madrid. But content matters, and content is the most important part of our work and everything else. Today is going to be a great stream. And unfortunately, just like last week, I have been so busy and so overloaded with other stuff having to do with the company that we didn't promote this stream the way we should have. Um, so perhaps it's going to be a slower day. Perhaps there's going to be fewer people than usual. Perhaps I'm going to go into Instagram to pull some people over later on, even though we can't be on Instagram all day. I'm just thinking out loud right now. But if you're one of the two people watching, let me know who you are, where you're from, where you're watching from, and if you're interested in getting a live reading today. We're going to start that in a few minutes, but I definitely want to acknowledge you if you came without all of our invitations and prompting, because that means a lot to me. And it's exciting to have you on. And yeah, let me know. Let me know about you, where you're watching from, and if you're here ready to get a live reading. Let me put up some graphics right there. If you want to apply to get a live reading today, there's the link and the instructions. You want to apply there, submit your application, then come back to the stream and be ready to raise your hand when I'm ready to give the next reading. Also, if you, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, if you've never signed up for Teledipity, if you've never gotten your full chart or your forecast or all the amazing free features we give on Teledipity, there's a place to sign up right there. But tell me, everybody, where are you watching from? How are you doing? And are you expecting a live reading today? Eduarda from Floripa, good morning, good morning, good morning. And Alibaha Monk from Madrid. I think Alibaha Monk. I think did we talk before, or are you here for a reading? Clearly, we didn't, because you are ready for a reading. So that means you haven't gotten a reading before. So I'm guessing both of you applied, and both of you want to go first. Let me get ready. Let me pull up my energy before I bring one of you on. Let's talk a little bit first. How's life going? Do you have any questions about your chart, your forecasts? I have big surprises coming up. This is why I've been so busy since last month. At the end of this month, on July 30, it's Teledipity's 11th birthday. And I have a funny surprise coming up. I might even publish it before the birthday, because I just cannot wait to get it live so I can get back to work. But also, it's a big transition. Let me share a little bit about that before we give the readings. For all three people watching right now, because I've been reflecting a lot on this since it started happening. I don't even know where to begin. It's felt like from the very beginning that, even though I'm the one who started with the idea to build a numerology website slash app, and more clearly, because this was clear to me even in the beginning, that I didn't quite want to build a numerology app, but that I wanted to build a life advisor that worked with numerology algorithms to send wisdom to the right user at the right time because of what it knew about them through numerology. And in the very, very, very early days, there was a failed attempt to launch this when I was I basically learned how to build a website fully. I don't know, like, remember this is like fully with Adobe Dreamweaver with some online courses, and it was completely custom built HTML. There wasn't even in like and just in the technical uh side of things, which may or may not mean anything to you. It wasn't even a WordPress site. There was no backend, it was just all HTML. And it was called Dr. Serendipity. And at the time, I was convinced that it should be anonymous, that no one should know who built it, or what their name was, or where they were from. It was just the writing that he presented, or she, obviously, because they wouldn't know, and the fact that it would just tell them what piece they needed to read at the right time. So you got into the site and there were numbers, and then you just picked the number that called you, and then there was a reading. A lot of the stuff I wrote for Dr. Serendipity is now a piece inside Teledipity. There's some blogs. Some of them became premium updates. Some of them became other pieces of content. So I reused all the stuff that I wrote back then. But and then I started a Facebook page for it. This is 2012. It's a long time ago. It did not work. I think I did generate some traffic into it, but yeah, didn't work. So I closed it, and it was maybe 3 years before I tried again with Teledipity. And that's just a whole lineage of the idea where, like, there's some elements of it that were instincts in the beginning. One, being anonymous, and two, not being like a numerology site, but being a wisdom site that used numerology as its recommendation algorithm, so to speak. So very clear instincts. And then when Teledipity comes out, I do understand that I should just build like a really great numerology site, and not worry about hiding the numerology, because I mean I was the numerology enthusiast, um, the uh, the person who was knowledgeable about numerology, and the idea could work as a numerology site first, and then just evolve into this wisdom recommendation algorithm on its own without me trying to force that in the beginning. And when I launched Teledipity, I also become comfortable with being visible. I don't know that I was uncomfortable before. I just felt that uh, this, I don't exactly remember, but I felt this need to not try to be like a guru person, or have like a personal brand, but just let my words speak on their own. And that was very important to me, to just separate the writing from the ego and make it completely anonymous. I got over that when I launched Teledipity in 2015. I was visible. I even filmed a launch video, which is still on this YouTube channel. If you look at the oldest video in it, that's the original Teledipity launch video. It says it's 9 years old, but it's actually 11 years old, because the original one was in Vimeo, and then I moved it to YouTube a couple of years later. But that one was the video I used to launch Teledipity in 2015. And the story goes that Teledipity works almost immediately because and works almost immediately. You have to temper your expectations, right? Because if you're not doing any marketing and you're just sharing it with your friends, and then if they like it, they share it with their friends, and you don't have to ask for it. It's just on the success of the product itself. Whatever the product is like, they liked it, they would go tell somebody else about it. It's working. I could see it growing from day one without me doing any marketing, because it clearly, like the personality report and the forecasts, they were enough to retain people, to ask people to create a new account, to keep people in the service. And I just gave myself the freedom to not worry about marketing at all, and just write and write and write and write forecasts, write emails, just to, like, to keep the content machine going. And then a year later, after the site is like all those monthly podcasts, it took me 2 years to make them. And I was making 9 podcasts every month, and re-recording them if I didn't like them, rewriting it, getting better at speaking into the microphone, getting better at editing and mixing the audio, and just like reiterating and reiterating and reiterating and reiterating until they were at a place where I felt confident about them, and they became a part of the product funnel. And then around 2020, in the pandemic, it grew so much that it started breaking, because it was a very rudimentary technology. And anything you build with technology, even if it's a website, and even if you use a tool like Squarespace or WordPress or whatever, where you're not really hiring software developers, it's going to break when it gets a lot of traffic. Even big sites like Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, they break when the traffic is too much, because that's the part about technology that sometimes we don't understand before we've worked in it or we've built something with it. A technology platform is like a restaurant. Eventually, you don't have any more tables for more people, and if your tables are full and there's still people wanting to eat, it becomes chaos and everything breaks. So when it started breaking, um, it was aligned with a phase of my own personal evolution, where I also started getting uncomfortable with how I was showing up publicly, with how I was being perceived publicly, with how I was being asked questions that I don't feel comfortable answering, because I'm not that kind of numerologist. I'm not that kind of online reader. I'm not that kind of horoscope app. And I started seeing instances of both, where visibility was turning me into something I didn't like, and also where visibility was asking me to be things I didn't want to be. And it started becoming really uncomfortable for me. And it's perfectly aligned, because then I have to rebuild the technology, and then I make the conscious decision to be less visible, so that I can decide how I want to show up publicly, if at all, and kind of go back to that very early instinct to not even be visible in any way, and just analyze all those things while we were rebuilding the technology. I am I'm going around in circles, because it's a very complex story and I don't know how to summarize it. But I think what I'm saying is that there was a moment in 2024 where I was invited to this spiritual tech conference. And it's not productive to name any names or to name the conference itself. It doesn't matter, or where it was. But when I went to that conference, I saw a lot of what I don't want to be. People going on stage saying, "The universe told me to build this. This is what's going to unlock your superpowers. I am getting this straight from source." Stuff like that. I of course believe in channeling, and I of course have a lot of very elaborate, sometimes a little out there spiritual beliefs. But at the same time, I don't like that approach to wellness, to spiritual content, to self-development content. Is these promises of transforming yourself overnight, of doing a couple things to change yourself and become all powerful, uh, or to speed through life, or to become the best version of yourself, just because you are buying something from them, or reading something from them, or even claim yourself to be speaking on behalf of the universe. You have to understand that's a big claim. That's effectively somebody calling themselves a prophet, and I don't like that. That, like, my own personal deep instincts are like, don't ever do that, and don't ever listen to anybody doing that, because we are all human. We may some have certain channeling abilities that we can't explain, and we may some have mastery at certain divine languages that is very useful. We're still human beings. Nobody's showing up to create content about wisdom, about philosophy, about wellness, about spirituality, has transcended humanity, is perfect in every area of their lives, uh, uh, is has the right to claim a position that they're above everybody else who's listening, and that they have the secret to bring people over with them. That gets very dangerous and very dark very fast. And it happens to people who are well meaning in the beginning, but allow that visibility to warp their own perception of what they're doing and why they're doing the work that they want to do, and who they are in the first place. Because it's very simple to understand. Let me just turn this light on. It's very simple to understand from the outside looking in whether or not you are a creator in the space in the first place. But people forget it all the time, and I have forgotten it a couple times. But not to be arrogant, just not as often as other people. And take that what you will. I'm also not above being arrogant. I'm also human anyway. Picture yourself giving advice to your best friend about their love life. They are dating someone where you see all the red flags and you can see that they don't see them, and you love this person and you're giving such great advice. It's almost like you're channeling the advice because it's coming out so perfect and so wise. And you notice in the middle of talking that you don't follow this advice yourself. You're just giving it very well. And that happens to everybody. So I think that channeling advice is a talent, just like being a musician is a talent, being an athlete is a talent. I think that advice giving is a talent that some people have really well, and everybody has one talent, um, several talents, and not everybody has all of them. Some people are really good advice giver, but being a good advice giver doesn't mean that you are perfect, that you take all of that advice yourself, that you know more than anybody else, or that you are superior to humanity in any way, shape, or form. So when somebody shows up to give to a platform to give advice, to translate a divine language for other people, to explain spiritual concepts, to show up for other people in platforms like this where I'm giving readings, I'm noticing things. It's a great thing to do, but you have to also understand that does not mean that you are not human, or not liable to have the same blind spots, or not liable to make mistakes in your own life as well. And what I saw in that conference is a lot of people forgetting that. People with audiences, people with platforms, some very similar to Teledipity, is showing up to say that they have been told the secrets of the universe while they were on some sort of acid trip without taking acid, and then put it all on their platform. That spooked the living daylights out of me. And it made me wonder, like, is that who I am? And the quick answer was no, but I still have to ask the question. And then the second one, is that who I want to become? And the answer was no, but then I had to ask the question, how do I prevent that? Because how do I know that I'm not that, and that I never cross that line? And I had to digest that for years before I came back into being more visible in the platform. You probably noticed that I wasn't for the past few years. So I had to reorganize all that in my head. Um, and I think that this birthday for Teledipity, which is at the end of the month, is an important one. It's 11th birthday, and 11 is not without its symbolism, where I feel like I have good answers to those questions, and I'm showing up honestly, in full vulnerability, uh, um, commanding the things I can command, and being honest about the things that I can't. and showing up as a person, and not as a guru, not as a spokesperson for the universe, not as anything other than somebody that that has mastered certain skills and is sharing them to whoever wants to receive them, uh, and making sure that where that information comes from and how it should be used is always clear, so that there's never any confusion inside myself or for the person listening. And now that all of that ethos is very clear to me, and I can live it comfortably knowing that it's clear to me, and it's all over the platform and the content, and the brand itself. It's going to be a slight change to recover some of the things that I paused along the way while I was discovering that, and it wasn't a mistake to pause them because I needed the journey that I went through. So that's kind of like a trailer of coming attractions, because I don't know that I ever need to explain all of the elements of what happened internally while I was on that road. And maybe I'm not even gonna put that into some of the Teledipity 11th birthday announcements that are coming. But you showed up to the live stream, so maybe I can share a little bit more with you. But I wanted to share that a lot of the journey of the last few years comes from being spooked by the first wave of visibility of the product, and having to rebuild both the technology infrastructure and the internal infrastructure, because of the things that I didn't like about that first wave. What do you guys think about all that? Uh, um, yeah, I'm waiting for reactions before I start the readings. I see that the audience grew since I started talking. There's 6 of us now. There should be more people coming soon. We have a special guest today, and you will love to meet her. She won't be coming until the later stages of the stream, because she's in Seattle, Pacific time in the USA. But I met her a year after I started Teledipity. Mexican creator. She has a podcast that is very successful in Mexico. It's a Spanish podcast about in the wellness space, in the self development space. She covers a bunch of stuff, from spiritual stuff to just normal, just traditional therapy concepts, traditional scientific concepts, and everything from health to mental health. And she's great. Her podcast is awesome. I had an interview with her in 2018 in her podcast, where we talked a lot about manifestation and AI and stuff that was coming when all of that was future talk, and now it's very much in the present. And we're gonna do a couple of she's coming on the stream today, and we're gonna talk about all of that in English, so that it's accessible to everybody in the audience. But also, I'm going back to her podcast because both of like I mean we were starting out back then. We were young. We had our beliefs, and we were excited to be building our platforms, our businesses, and everything else. And with almost 8-9 years later, I mean, we never fell out of connection, so it's not like we're reconnecting, but reconnecting publicly in these two spaces to reflect on what changed about our beliefs and about how we feel about this uh, space, this content creation journey, this mindset stuff, this law of attraction stuff. And I think it's going to be a really interesting conversation. Apart from me reading her chart live, I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation because she's a fellow creator who who's been around uh, for the same amount of time, who started at the same time, who we met when we were both starting out, and have followed each other along the journey, and have a lot to share about what that road has felt like, has been like, the easy parts and the hard parts. So I think it's going to be a really cool conversation. I'm excited to have her on. I really appreciate the way you put there all the information you have now. It's very human, without all that guru part that you mentioned. Thank you. Thank you. Uh, that's important to me. And I it matters to me, and I am very grateful that it's being received, and that people who feel like Teledipity has something to offer are feeling that too, and also want that. I didn't also know that Teledipity is 11 years. It's amazing. I'm a user for the last 2 years, I think. I hope the many more years to come. Thank you, Eduardo. Yeah, 11 years, and you came in the latter stage where I was still working with the technology behind the scenes, and not as present. So it's been a long history, and you might be surprised about the surprise that's coming, because I don't think you're acquainted with it. I'm not going to give more hints, because I want it to be a surprise, but I think you'll like it a lot. It's going to be cool. Okay, I think I'm ready for the first reading. So if you're watching, and if you want to go first, and if you've applied, let me know. I'm ready and I've applied, and we'll do the very first reading. Energy shot. The reason it sounds like I wait a lot when I ask a question is because there's a delay between me asking the question and you hearing it on YouTube. It's like a good 5 seconds or 10 seconds. That's why I sometimes go silent, even though you've already commented. There's just a delay between me seeing your comment and me reacting to it. Um, just so you know. My keyboard got stuck. I completely agree with everything you said. Thank you. Thank you. Ale, you're ready. You're going to be first. So, Ale, I'm guessing your name is Alejandra. Let me try to find you on the application form. And give me 1 second. You're coming on first. Yep. I see. I found you, Ale. That was an easy guess from your username to your application, and you have the newest application on the form, so that was easy. Let me send you the link to the stream, and you're gonna get it very quickly. And get ready to jump on. The link is in your email. And now I'm going to pull up your chart. We're starting the first reading of the day. Alejandra's coming on, so apologies if you see me typing and stuff. I'm just getting everything ready to go. Alejandra. Alejandra, I'm ready. I hope you saw my email. It has the link to the stream. Feel free to join me. And I found your Teledipity account and your birthday. Interesting birthday. I know somebody with that birthday. Done.
I'm here.
Buenas tardes. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien. Sorry, I was waiting.
No worries.
Andres, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Fine. How is everything?
Things are good. Crazy morning. Just like all Wednesdays, I wake up late. I walk the dog. I rush to the stream. I turn it on, and then things happen. So all is good. How about you?
Don't know why. I think that we have
I think maybe you have the stream in another browser or in another tab. So
I don't.
So what's the problem? Can you hear me or?
See, I was double hearing you.
Okay, perfect. So tell me about yourself, about your life, and what drew you to get the reading today?
So, I'm Alejandra Bamon. I'm 35 years old. I live in Madrid since 2 years and a half ago. It's been an amazing journey.
Where are you from?
I'm from Colombia.
Ah, nice.
I love Colombia. Amo. I realize here that Spain is amazing. It's a beautiful country. It's so rich in every single way. But we have something that I can tell that it doesn't replace anything, you know? Like coming here make me realize a lot of stuff that was like here that I like didn't see before. So it
Like
was
what?
amazing. It was
I'm curious because I mean I'm Mexican, moved to Madrid almost at the same time you did because I got here 3 years ago.
okay.
So it's almost the same. So what do you notice? I'm curious about that before we do your reading. What did you notice? What did you like? You're saying you noticed things that you didn't see before. I'm curious. Just a little bit.
O sea, Andrés, ¿por dónde empezamos? O sea, Dios, mejor dicho, no, ha sido de las cosas más espectaculares de mi vida. No es que no puedo, yo no. O sea, es como, gracias Dios por tanto. Hoy.
Sí.
Tengo que ser sincera. Ha sido de las cosas más fuertes que yo he tenido y he atravesado en mi vida. Te juro que hoy, mira, y que basto, y sorry porque sé que tu canal es en inglés, y te lo juro que, pero si me lo permites y puedo hablar en español.
Claro.
Juro que además es muy vasto porque tienes, y acabas de decir cómo funciona como todo tu sistema operativo. y me parece súper generoso que lo hubieras compartido. Pero te voy a decir una cosa. Teledipity tiene algo que nunca van a poder tener ningún otro portal, y es que tiene alma. Quiero compartir esto contigo y quiero ser completamente sincera. Qué fuerte que hubieras tenido la intuición la semana pasada de haberte volteado y haber dicho, hoy no es el día. Como que en ese momento fue como, ok, wow, no estaba entendiendo nada, ¿sabes? Como, porque, llevo 15 días, para que no está entendiendo, perdón, para los que estén viendo, yo llevaba 15 días, o sea, llevaba una semana como esperando a que me leyeran, porque la semana anterior no, bueno, o sea, sí, la semana anterior no me la habían podido leer, pero fue como, fue tan revelador que dije, como, me toca quedarme, o sea, ¿cómo así? Me toca quedarme, es que vuelvo la semana siguiente, y me hace voltear y me dice, no, es que no te lo va a leer, y que es como que, ¿qué? Yo te voy a decir una vaina. Hoy no solamente entiendo, sino que le doy gracias a Dios porque hubieras tenido esa intuición, porque hubieras sido fiel a ella y porque la hubieras compartido, porque estoy completamente de acuerdo que ese no era el día. Because today I'm ready.
That's awesome, and I'm so excited to figure out why. So to anyone who was watching, and it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Just in case you had to you had to figure out what was going on in our conversation, and it sometimes feels stupid to give readings to Spanish speakers like myself in
No,
English
es que no
because
hay
like
nadie que hable español, es más
yeah,
que él
exactly.
dice hablar español un rato.
But anyway, she was saying that she tried in 2 streams to get a live reading, and last week at the end, she asked for one, and I said, "I am spent. I cannot do another one," and that there's usually a reason for that. If I can't show up, I said, it probably means that you're not supposed to get the reading today anyway. And while she was just talking, she said, I'm so glad you had that instinct because you were right. I shouldn't have gotten the reading last week. And now we're gonna find out why, because I don't know why either, but it happens all the time. And it like even when people pay for readings, sometimes I have to cancel or they have to cancel. And sometimes people are frustrated if I have to cancel because something happened in my life. My dog got sick, I have to go to the dentist, whatever, and I reschedule. And then we always find out that it was for a reason. And that the reading was best suited for another day because of the context and their lives changed. And it was just more constructive to get the information later. The universe always knows. The universe always knows.
And the thing is that last week when I sat here, I read the forecast because it was 1st of July, and it was like super, like it needs to be today. I thought that was the day. No, my God, no, mejor dicho. So the thing is that I read the teledipty forecast from July. I can tell you, like, teledipty, you have something.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you for using and showing up and giving me that feedback, because it's one thing to want to do something, it's another to for someone to confirm it's working. So that's very important to me too. Thank you. So I have your chart in front of me, and now I want to know what's going on. Why were you seeking this reading, and why were you so persistent? Because and the reason I'm asking is because clearly there's something you're navigating that you feel I can help you with. So let's start there before I look at your chart.
So I need to tell you something, or you tell me?
No, you tell me. What's going on, and why did you feel like it was important to get a reading?
Because a month ago, I bought the ticket and I'm going to Colombia on July the 17th.
Okay. To move
So,
back
no,
or to
I
visit?
don't think that's now. I understand that I'm not moving back.
Okay.
Like, I'm just like closing
Mm-hmm.
here all this chapter because I want to open the next. Like,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm ready. But I'm ready means
I'm
I.
confused. So like you're closing a chapter, but you're staying in Madrid? How does that work?
What?
So you're saying you're going to close this chapter, but you're not going to move from Madrid. You're staying here.
No, no, no.
So,
I'm living Madrid. I'm
yeah.
living. I'm going to Colombia. I think that my soul need rest, and I'm going to give it. It's been like 2 years and a half, so intense, as you can imagine, like rough. I love Madrid, and it's amazing. It's an amazing city, and it's beautiful in every single way. I used to live like in Paris, and Paris, it's absolutely beautiful. But connecting with Paris, it's another thing. Like
Mm-hmm.
Madrid, you feel super welcome everywhere. Everyone like they say hi to you like in a beautiful way. It's like a super welcoming city, but it's been 2 years and a half challenging 2 years and a half. so it's I don't know.
Yeah. I think the way that your chart looks, um you say you moved to Madrid 2.5 years ago. I think this chapter of your life started in October of 2024. And the road you've been on.
No, wait, un momentico, por favor. Tengo que anotar. Dame un segundo,
Okay.
espérame.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She wants to write things down, even though obviously it's going to get recorded.
Y eso es importantísimo. Uno tiene que escribir las ideas. Los pensamientos, o sea, las ideas van más rápido que los pensamientos. Si uno no escribe las ideas, no se materializan.
That's how your brain works, because everyone's brain is different. If I write like in classes and in whatever, if I write notes, I stop listening. So, but that's not how everybody works. Everybody's brain is different. But I'm very like tunnel vision. I have to focus on one thing at a time, and I like the rest of the world doesn't exist to me. But everybody has a different intelligence type, so it's not there's no universal way. I think for you, writing notes is important because you can multitask and you just process stuff differently. But anyway, this chapter of your life, I think October 2024. So this is before you arrive in Madrid, but the themes begin at that point. And I think Madrid is just a catalyst for what this chapter of your life is really about. And I think it continues, but I don't want you to think that some of the difficulties that are in the past are also going to continue, because this is a continuation of the theme, not the events. And I think the harder events are already in the past. But this chapter of your life still has another year and a half left on it, and it has a very specific theme. It's in your life story, there are two periods like this. The next one is very in the future, but they are basically internal death and rebirth moments in your life story, where like internal death means there's a version of you that is completely being deleted, scrapped, left behind. And it's so intense. Not everybody goes through them, but it's so intense that in your experience, all you're doing is becoming more of yourself. But from the outside looking in, anybody who knew you before and now, to them, it looks like you changed your hobbies, you changed your interests, you changed your personality, you changed your way of speaking, you changed like you changed your entire energy. Like I don't even recognize you anymore because uh for a person who has these kinds of events in their life, the 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 soul contract story, the narrative story is that your childhood led you to construct an entirely different version of self for protection, for the world around you, the people who are around you, and that we all have this kind of like public persona, like authentic persona. It's not something that only people with this kind of chart have. But the difference between somebody with this kind of chart, it's not worse or better. It's just a specific path. Is that the public persona and the private persona are so different that when you realize that the public persona is no longer a worthy investment or something you want to maintain, getting rid of it produces a very intense change. So moving to Madrid was a catalyst in that process. The process begins in October 2024, but clearly coming over here was what you needed in order to make that happen. And I think maybe that's happens again to all of us when we move countries, because you're meeting people for the first time. You're not either publicly burdened with the image people in your past have of you, but also privately burdened because you realize that you don't have to be the same person anymore. You can show up as somebody else, and that's very freeing in a way, and that can enable some of these transformations. So you've been in that process. I think clearly I think clearly the years leading up to 2024. So we're talking about October 2021 to October 2024 is where the issues with your former self start really showing up very intensely. Those years look like unstable years, um, volatile years, and kind of like it feels like and I don't need to make it sound scary, but also it's in the past, so it doesn't matter. Like it feels like a spiral downwards.
Yeah.
Uh October 2021 to October 2024. And I think that somewhere in there, especially towards the final stage of that transit, is where you realize like I need to change. I need to make I need to remodel internally and maybe even leave where I am. And that's what started this whole process. And Madrid has been for you a stage of healing and rediscovering your authentic self and killing the public self that had both gotten you into a lot of trouble and also just reached its expiration date because clearly it was important and useful to you before. Give me feedback on that. How does that match?
No, o sea, no es como 100%.
Mm-hmm.
No, you were reading like the past,
Mm-hmm.
see, 6 years, 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
and 100%. It was like that. Like I was another person.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that was the thing that makes me realize that it was done here, and that because that was the thing. It came one Alejandra, and it's another one completely different.
But Madrid didn't do that. You did it by coming to Madrid. It's your transformation. It's not
What? That?
something
What?
Madrid
No,
gave
no.
you. Yeah.
Again. ¿Cómo? What?
So the way you're describing it is like these are all the gifts Madrid gave you, and it's a very romantic way of reading it. But I'm putting the agency back on you because you came to Madrid in order to do that for yourself, and you made that remodel happen. It didn't happen to you, you know?
Mm. No, no, it was amazing. No, it's such a journey. But yeah, I'm another person, completely different, opposite.
Tell us
Like,
more. Tell us what changed. Open up.
no, o
You have
sea,
to. Come on, let's go.
no, it's everything.
Mhm.
How I open myself and share myself with every single person in my life.
What were the events in Madrid that helped you find that? That helped you find your new self?
I came here and I didn't know myself. And today, I need to, I know there's more, a lot. There's a lot. There's more about me, a universe. But I owe myself right now. And I can tell you, like, the joy I can feel right now, like being with me, like habitating myself. I can, like, sí, no, es como, it cost a lot of things, not a lot of people, because I was like, since 2024, I was cutting a lot of people off. Because the thing is that I realized that I was, my attention was outside. And when I came here, it's when I start like changing all my focus, like in 2024. But when I came to Madrid, all the things like that God sends me everything, so I could put the attention in myself, everything. And that's the key. The thing is that we think that the important things are outside. And it's here. It's always been here. But the thing is that we don't communicate with ourselves. We don't know this person, we don't know who it is. Because every time we are like, if we have like a moment, we take the phone. And that's another, see, that's another story. But if you don't take the phone, okay, you call like whatever you want, name it, your father, your mother, your sister, your brother, if you have a lot of friends, whatever, so you can not pay attention to you. So you pay attention to whatever keeps your attention away for the important, that it's yourself. Why yourself? Because you can have a relationship with another one if you don't have a relationship with yourself. But the thing is that all the information is there, all the principles, you know. But we think that it's like information, like, because that's the problem. Like today, it's content. But that's the thing, that the content, if it's 100%, it's 100%. You know. You know what I mean? Like, and we don't think that we need to do the work. Like, if it takes you to be, and the first thing you need to do is have a relationship with yourself. Have it. So when I came here, I didn't have it. Right now, I can tell you, like, I want to develop like the relationship with myself. I knew myself here, and I want to. In Colombia, we said parchar. It's like hanging out. I want to hang out with myself y parchar el resto de mi vida conmigo. I can wait. So sorry.
So what do you think what do you think your intent for this reading was? What were you wondering about? Is there a decision coming up? Is there something you're worried about? or did I already meet your expectation? Like you already got what you were looking for?
100%.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Tell me about love.
There it is. So love is not blocked right now.
Love is not what?
It is not blocked. No está bloqueado. It is not unavailable. It is not impossible to find. Some transits are like that. That is not what you have. It's what you had before. You had it from age 25 to age 30. And if you had relationships then...
Again. Otra. Momento, por favor. ¿Cómo? Again, please.
So what I'm saying is that you are not in a transit that where the universe would prefer that you were single, because the universe cannot really force you to do anything. But there are transits where the universe would prefer if you were single.
If I were single right now?
No.
The opposite. Okay. If I were with someone.
So those transits exist where the universe would prefer that you were single, but that's not what you have.
Okay.
So, but that's what I'm saying. Like these transits, they do exist where the universe would prefer if you were single. You've had those transits before, not now, before. From age 25 to age 30, you had that where the universe preferred that you were single. I don't know if you were dating back then, but in that time, the universe wanted you independent.
Beautiful. I never realized, and that's like
maybe it helps to see the years.
That God knows that you have a lot of couples in your life, because that means pues not a lot, pues no got. Pero claro, uno tiene mucho. Un segundo, ¿cómo digo eso? Porque claro, tú debes tener muchas parejas en tu vida en ciertos momentos que la vida prefiere que estés con alguien. ¿Cómo se dice eso? ¿Si sabes a lo que si entiendes a lo que me refiero?
Vuélvelo a decir.
Pues, o sea, la vida o lo que sea, se supone que de los 25 a los 30, todo el ecosistema se organiza para que yo no tenga una persona. Pero vuelve a organizarse a partir de mis 35 para que yo tenga al personaje que me acompañe. Pero vuelve y se desorganiza porque yo muy seguramente a los 50 vuelva a estar otra vez sola. Vuelva a necesitar otra vez estar sola.
Entonces, depends, yeah.
Uy, pero muy fuerte, ¿me entiendes? Que es como...
Yeah, because I think where you're finding a little bit of conflict there is in the religious side of marrying and staying forever, maybe.
Yeah.
Or because that's that comes from that comes from.
So the universe
when you mention
exactly happens to you to be single.
It's sometimes that's the thing. It's when like in an expansive version of spirituality, there is no need or expectation for you to be monogamous for life with one person or for you to find a life partner. The concept of a life partner lasting decades, it's not that it's fake, it's that it's not supposed to be everybody's life story.
Okay.
And that it's not necessarily what the universe wants out of every human. So I think that's where the sometimes the conflict or the confusion comes from, because we come from spiritual models where finding your soulmate and staying with them for life is the highest possible version of love, the most successful, the one that all of us should aspire to, especially as spiritual beings. But I personally believe that is a human expectation projected onto specific religions rather than what the universe wants or needs from us in a lifetime, because everybody's life is different. We all came to activate different spiritual evolutions and have different life stories. And this is a concept that's very easy to understand for us in the professional side of life, because we know that not everybody is meant to find the dream job and keep it for decades. Some people do. That story exists. It's not a fake story, but that story is not for everybody. Some people are meant to go through multiple careers and multiple jobs and multiple roles in their life. Some people are meant to have hobbies that are born and die after 10 years, passions that are born and die after 15 years or after 5 years. We have different seasons and different chapters of our lives, and that's what numerology can illustrate so much better than other divine languages, because it marks these transitions very well. And so when you look at that side of life, sometimes a divorce isn't even a failure. It's just and sometimes when a relationship doesn't work, it doesn't mean that it wasn't meant to be. It just wasn't meant to be forever. It was meant to be for a period of life where you were in a period of your own personal evolution, where connecting with that person mattered. And then it no longer mattered because you were both going on separate, different journeys on different mountains, where it wasn't useful for your souls to be attached in that way anymore. And if you think about it, that happens with friends too.
Oh,
Some friends,
100%.
some
It
friends
happens
are
to
so
me.
special and so rare that they last a lifetime, but those are like 2 or 3 max.
Same.
Others, they come and go for seasons where you are aligned and then you're no longer aligned and the connection breaks. And it's not that either of them are bad people or toxic or whatever. It's just that you went on different roads, and it's okay. You know, not everything that's meant to be is meant to be forever. Really nothing, because not even our lives are forever. We're not forever in this body. We're not forever in this name. We're not like our lives continue after death, and like every story has a beginning, a middle, and end. And finding an aligned partner does not mean that aligned partner is supposed to stay with you for life.
And
If it's
that's
15 years, if it's 5 years, if it's 30 years,
Say thank you.
so long as it's still aligned, then it was a successful partnership, regardless if it had an end date before death.
100%. So I'm going to find my partner.
Mhm.
I'm ready.
So your love is available to you. It is not.
Really?
It is not. It is not in conflict with the transition that you're in.
Okay.
However, it is also not the priority. So let me explain that clearly.
100%.
There are times where, like, there are transits in life where a lot of different things are available, but there's something that's the priority. So that's where most of your energy, most of your attention, most of your time should be focused. And the other things are still available, but they're not the main driver of that chapter of your life.
The
In
main
your
driver
case,
of this chapter in my life is
the personal evolution, the internal remodel that I was mentioning, the internal death and rebirth, the shedding of the old fake self. That's the priority. And I think, not just I think, it's in your chart, that process is like 80% complete, but it still has another 18 months to go. And 18 months is an estimate. We're talking like all of 2027 and the first half of 2028. So it's a little bit more. Just not 2 years, less than 2 years, but more than 1 year. So let me clarify that interpretation for you. Love is available, but there's still important milestones in your personal evolution that are ahead. I think your personal evolution is mixed in with your career journey. I think your personal evolution is mixed in with your life mission. And that's still the priority, even though love is available. So you can meet somebody tomorrow. You can start dating them. It could be an aligned partnership. But your personal evolution still has center stage until the middle of 2028 when it's complete and wrapped up. This is around May of 2028. And after that, there's no more internal remodel to do. It's not that you will stop growing, but it's that this intense self-management, like changing, healing, noticing things in yourself that you don't like and changing them, all of that's been the focus of your life since October 2024, that will be done. And then all that energy will open up for other things. So you can meet somebody tomorrow, but your personal evolution is still center stage until that date. What do you not like about that interpretation reading?
I love it.
Perfect. Because I think when it comes to your dating life, you could meet an aligned partner any moment now. But from a mindset point of view, it might be better to think about it as like, I'm going to start meeting people that will get me closer to the aligned partner. So that when you meet somebody that you like and connect with and start building something with, you don't have the expectation that this has to be it, but you're still showing up for your dating life and making sure that people come through.
Yeah, you always
It feels like there's a couple frogs to kiss in the next couple of years before you find that prince or princess.
It's gonna be a prince.
Good. Yeah, but I never want to assume. Yeah.
I don't know why, but I don't know why you use that word, but it makes total sense.
What word? What word?
A prince. Like, okay.
I think because it fits the metaphor, right? Frogs and prince.
100%.
We don't want to attach that whole Prince Charming expectation to it, but it's a popular metaphor. Kiss frogs, find your prince.
No, beautiful.
Yeah.
So any advice?
What's going on in career?
Amazing. Right now, at this moment,
what are you doing? What are your dreams?
No. It's like I'm working on it.
Okay.
So when I have it, 100%.
My specific. Go ahead. Sorry.
I will show it to you when it's done. What I'm building right now, it will be like a pleasure for me to show it to you.
And it will be a pleasure for me to see it. You have my email, so you can send it whenever you're ready. My specific advice, which you requested, is focus on that without neglecting your dating life. And I bet you that thing will be up and running when this transit ends, which is the middle of 2028. Before that, I mean, could be up and running next year, whatever. But like when this transit ends, that will be real. And then the rest of your life will be easier to glide through once that's finished, because
I thought that you were going to say like a fairy tale. Like
I don't think that way.
It completely went with the metaphor.
Yeah.
The frog, the prince.
I don't think that way. Yeah, about anything. But it would
I used to be a fairy in another life, Andres.
Here's the thing. It's clear in your chart that it's been a rough couple of years.
As you can tell.
When it's been a rough couple of years, we've all had these periods. You forget that life can be easier. You just get used to the hardship. And that's why I said it the way I said it, because I want you to know that this is temporary. And it's going to end.
I realized that we need to, the same, when I was saying before, like 100%, when people said to you, like, do something, do it. Like, we need to como soltar. How do you say it? Ahora se me olvidó la
Let
palabra.
go, surrender, let go.
We need to let go. Like, take a seat in your life and realize the thing that you need to do. There's something in your life that you need to do. But the thing is that you're afraid, but not kind of afraid. Afraid as hell. And you know, for me was like leaving Madrid. But I wasn't leaving Madrid. I came here because I was like needing an information. Okay, that information, like it's told. Now I'm ready to continue. The thing is that we think that the things are like done. No, it's
Season.
part of the journey. So I realized that I was like done here, and I need to move forward. I need to take a rest because you said something like that was like super like reality, because it's been like 2 years and a half. Intense, it's not the word, because with todo lo que no te puedas imaginar, en todos los sentidos. But, y no sabía qué era lo que iba a decir, porque es que me quedé en todo lo que pasó acá en Madrid, que es como, marica, me estás jodiendo. Oh.
Sí. Yeah, Madrid has been similar for me.
No, that's the thing, that we all think, no, and when we start the journey, we think that that's the goal, and we don't need to be attached to the goal, because the goal is not the important. Like the process, always a process. The thing is that when we change the focus to the goal, we get like obsessive. That's the problem. And when we get obsessive, we don't pay attention to the important thing, that it's like doing the things that you need to do. And it happens the same with relationships. We are always, when we know someone, we want him to be our not husband. Don't let go to the husband. Maybe boyfriend. So when we go dating, we want him to be our, and it's like, no. And who is him? Do you like him? Do you want to share more time with him? Who, ¿sabes? Que es como,
yeah, you know what it's been for me, because I don't want to project on everybody. We all have different traumas, but you realize that a lot of the hunger for a boyfriend, I'm gay, so it applies, boyfriend. A lot of the hunger for a boyfriend for me is just validation. Someone wants me.
marica, uno lo que quiere es mostrar el
Be with
machito,
me
huevón.
every day. Someone is attracted to me. Someone is interested in me, interested in my mind, interested in my body. And that hunger comes from not believing that that's possible, because you're scared that no one wants you that much, so you want confirmation that it's true.
And you want that confirmation to share it to everybody. You want to share to everybody, like, I could. And that happens with the relationship, but that also happened with our job, because we need to tell everyone that we can. I'm professional. I'm a good like work. That it's like, who cares? No one cares. And the thing is that the only person that it's important, like, to know that you are the professional, that you get shit done. It's you. The thing is that you are not sure about that, and that's why
you don't believe it. And you're trying to get proof. You're looking for proof that it's real so that you can believe it. And I eventually, both on the professional and personal sides, and this arc has been more complete with me on the professional side. Maybe I'll report on my love life later when there's events. But I think it's the exact same thing. Is once you convince yourself with your own evidence that doesn't come from external validation, that comes from you seeing who you are accurately and seeing I'm special. I admire myself. I respect myself. I want to be with me every day. I love, like, I look good. I am good. I like my mind is awesome. Like all of that, and it's real. Then forget about whether you find somebody or not. You never need it anymore. And that's the price. And then if you find someone, amazing, because that's not swearing off of it, but you don't need it anymore.
100%.
And that's freedom. That's freedom.
Oh, so no, it's been a journey. No, Madrid, it's unbelievable. It's insane. It's beautiful, and it's beautiful that I choose this city to find myself. So Madrid will always be Madrid.
Definitely.
De Madrid al cielo. Amen.
One last thing that I've reflected on a lot since I came to Madrid, because for me, Madrid has not been a Spanish city or an international city. It's been a Latin city where
right now,
like since I've lived here, since I came here, for me, it's been a Latin city where I am surrounded by people from every corner of the former Spanish Empire, whether it's Argentina or Colombia or Peru or Ecuador or Chile or Nicaragua or Honduras or Mexico or Spain, and every part of Spain. And the thing that I reflected on a lot is that we don't act like we share a history when we do. We don't act like we should support each other when like in the world, like we are all Latino, like whatever, like Latin Americans. We're more alike than we're different.
100%.
And like we're like 80% the same, and then the differences are like 20% that are not really that big. And we could be all be doing better as countries and as cultures if we realize that we are part of a larger team, but we don't. We're all in our individual silos. Spain here, Mexico there, Colombia there, and there's not that much like and it's beyond politics because I don't care about right or left. Like, it's just like we have the same problems and could be helping each other more so that we don't depend on people that don't have this very beautiful, very specific history. And I really hope that changes, because Latin America and Spain, we could help each other more.
Pues Andrés, estoy en Madrid hasta el 17 de julio. Si te quieres tomar un café, yo encantada.
Claro, con gusto. Tienes mi correo, escríbeme por ahí y lo planeamos.
Espectacular.
Perfecto.
Thank you for everything. It was an amazing.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye. Ciao. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I'm going to read some comments now. I saw a lot of people arriving while that reading was ongoing. So before I do the next reading, let me just read comments, answer questions, and get my energy back before we jump into the next reading. So let's read some comments. Hello, Andres. Been a great fan and a regular subscriber of Teledipity app. Can you please help me find when to start my own guiding channel on how to channelize energy, and should I do this alone? Loaded question. Let me answer that in a minute. I'm going to read other comments and I'll answer that. Perfect spoken, Andres. It's clear that couples that last for many years, monogamous, sacrifice too much. I would agree, except I want to clarify my comment because it's not an anti-monogamy comment. I think monogamy has different definitions, and I was talking about one definition and not the other. Like, how do I separate the concepts? Let me just be clear. Like, where I don't see like there's a difference between monogamy as like being faithful to the person you're dating in the moment. I actually believe in that, and I'm pretty monogamous, which is not common for a gay guy, but like I'm pretty monogamous in that sense. But it's the like the monogamy I was talking about, and I don't know if I used that word or I was just trying to use other words, is like the expectation that you find somebody and you stay with them for life. That when you find an aligned partner, you're supposed to keep them forever, rather than understand that everything has a season. So if it lasts 5 years and then you go on your separate ways, that doesn't mean it wasn't meant to be. So if it lasts 15 years and then you separate because you both go in your own way, that doesn't mean it wasn't meant to be. And then those that actually stay for 30 or 40 years married to each other and it works for them, that also doesn't mean it's a mistake. The point is not that there is a specific model of a relationship that fits everybody's life story. The point is that we are all different and we have different life stories, and numerology is the thing that illustrates that constantly. So what I'm actually saying is the lifelong aligned partner is a story that not everybody's going to have, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if you don't have it, it doesn't mean you did anything wrong. It means your story is different, in the same way that if you don't have a dream job that lasts you for 30, 40 years, it doesn't mean anything about you. That was somebody else's life story. It's not supposed to be your own. So some couples last 30, 40 years. That's amazing. But couples that only last 10 years are not failures. They just reach their natural endpoint, and everybody has a different life story. So I wanted to add that because I'm not anti-monogamy. I'm not even anti the concept of a lifelong aligned partner. I'm just anti the expectation that that's what everybody should have, or that's what everybody's life story should be. It's some people's life story. It's not all people's life story, and no one should feel as a failure if their life story went through different beats. Can I have my reading? Can I have my reading? Can I have my reading? Can I possibly have a reading? Yes, everybody. Everybody's going to get a reading. So let's clarify the instructions for those who are new. And I'm going to answer the other question that came through before I bring the next person on. So clarify the instructions. If you want a reading, go to this URL and fill out the application form. That's where I get your information. And there's also like, you have to agree to certain terms because the reading is free, but the reading is public. It's recorded. It might be clipped later, and the story is going to be used. And more importantly, the objective of the readings is not just so that you can learn about your life, but so that other people watching can learn about their own lives through you. So it won't work if you show up to the public forum expecting a live reading and then don't open up or don't talk about your life or expect me to just talk the entire time. That's not a good public reading, and that's not the purpose. The purpose is for everybody to hear stories where they can see themselves and where the advice applies to more people than just you. So if you what you want is a private reading, that's not for the stream. And I also am not really offering them right now, so that's a separate point entirely. I'm not trying to sell them either. My calendar's full already, but for the live free readings, definitely be ready to open up and participate in the conversation. And if I ask about your story or what's going on, you have to be the kind of person that's comfortable being vulnerable in public. If you feel like that might not fit you, then please don't apply because it defeats the purpose of the stream. So all of that is in the application form, so you'll read it and you'll agree to it. But I just wanted to make the instructions clear just in case you're new to the stream. And then if you are and you want to get the reading, go to this link, apply, then come back to the stream, and then I'll just pick from whoever's ready who has applied. When I'm ready to do the next one, I'm going to do the next one in the next 5 minutes or so. I'm just going to answer that last question that came through before we do that. And welcome, everybody. I can see that the stream audience grew very quickly. I think there was a push notification in the app. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for being here. We have tons of fun in these Wednesday streams. I am live for 6 hours. I do like at least 10 live readings every stream. So just stick around. If you've applied, you will get it. Even if I don't pick you first, you'll get picked if you just stick around and you've applied. So make sure you apply right there. Come back to the stream, and now let me answer that other question. I submitted the form for the live free reading, but I have a different name at birth. I would say that you should submit another application with your actual name at birth because I need that to give you a numerology reading. I would tell you, please fill out the form again and use the full name of birth, and it's okay. It doesn't. It's not a problem if you fill the application twice. Okay, let me answer that other question. It's an interesting question, but it's a bit loaded, so I have to take it step by step. Um, uh, Please help me find when to start my own guiding channel on how to channelize energy, and should I do this alone? Okay. You feel the instinct to start your own guiding channel. You can tell that it's your mission and your purpose. You haven't done it yet, and that's okay. I had the vision for years before I started, so that's completely normal. You like, just because you're waiting for the right time, or you haven't felt completely comfortable actually doing it, doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong. It doesn't mean it hasn't been part of everybody else's journey who's on the other side of that line. But when you're asking me when to do it, I think that maybe you have the expectation that there's a numerology date in your chart that says this is when you launch. Not how it works. Your life mission doesn't have a deadline. Your life mission doesn't have a perfect date when it's supposed to start. And when because we who follow divine languages will fall into the trap of thinking this way constantly. I've done it so many times. I'm not really separating myself from that either. When we put all the power on a date, this is the date when it's supposed to happen. What we're trying to do is control the outcome without realizing it. We are trying to feel comfortable with the anxiety of what's going to happen once you show up. Will people like it? Will people stay? Will people engage? Will people show up? Because you don't know any of those things before launching. And that gives you anxiety. It gave me anxiety too. You want to try to eliminate that fear with a mystic system by saying the universe wants me to launch on this date. Therefore, if I launch on this date, it has to go right because the universe says I have to launch on this date. It's not how numerology works. It's not how the universe works. It's not how life works. And even though I've fallen I've fallen into the trap of thinking that way many times in my life, I also disagree with it very strongly, because when you launch your channel, your platform, is up to you. You have to be ready, you have to feel brave, and you have to do it. And you choose the date. And there is no date that will guarantee success, and there is no date that will guarantee failure. And if you don't feel ready and you wait another year or another 2 years, it doesn't mean you lost the opportunity. It doesn't mean the universe won't support you whenever you do feel ready. The universe will support you if you do it tomorrow. The universe will support you if you do it 15 years from now. The universe will support you if you do it at 21 years old. The universe will support you if you do it at 82 years old, because it's your life mission. It's your purpose. And if it wasn't your life mission, and if it wasn't your purpose, you wouldn't have that dream or that urge in the first place. The fact that you have the urge, the fact that you dream about this, means that that's what you're supposed to do. But the fact that maybe you don't feel ready, or maybe you fear some of the consequences, or maybe you fear some of what's going to happen after, also doesn't mean that it's not for you, nor does it mean that it's not the right time. Because that's the funny thing about about the way a life mission works, about the way your purpose in this life story, on this earth, in this dimension, whatever. Our purpose is never easy. The reason it's our purpose is because it's hard. It's because it triggers us. It's because it makes us afraid. It's because it makes us uncomfortable. It's because it makes us anxious. Because your purpose is for you first, and then for the people you help. There is a misreading both in like very secular, non-spiritual philosophies around success and career, and also in very mystical, very spiritual philosophies around success and career. Both tend to make the same mistake, and that mistake is thinking that if the mission was for you, then it would be easy from day one, that you would show up already brave, that you would show up already comfortable, that you would show up without any fears, that you would show up and it would succeed immediately. That's never how it works. You're never the person who can handle it on day one, because it's the journey that turns you into that person, because it's the journey that's supposed to change you as a soul, as a being, as a human. Part of the reason you have this dream, it's because you are seeking that evolution, not necessarily because you are seeking that success. You're seeking the experiences that creating something in public will bring into your life, that will force you to evolve and will force you to change and will force you to confront those fears and insecurities that you have in the beginning. So while you may be waiting for the right time to feel less uncomfortable with the process of taking that leap, the only thing that's going to make you more comfortable with the process of making that leap, is making that leap while you're still uncomfortable. It's making that leap while you're still afraid and insecure and nervous. That's how I made the leap. That's how I felt in the beginning. That's how I still feel sometimes with certain parts of the job that I'm not as comfortable with as others. And that's how we grow. It's exactly the same that happens, the same process of evolution, spiritual evolution, that happens when you have a child. I don't have kids, but it's the same. You're not ready for a kid when the kid is born. You're not ready to be a parent. And being a parent is what teaches you to be a parent. And being a parent also helps you grow and change as a soul. You cannot get those upgrades in personality, in confidence, in talents and skill, in instinct and taste, unless you jump into the arena without feeling ready. So when you ask me, when should you do it and whether you should do it alone, my answer is, you choose. It's your choice. If I told you a date, I'd be misusing the system of numerology. And if I told you a date, I would be taking your power away from you without you even knowing, because that power lies within you. And the best thing you could do to make your dream come true is find that power within you and use it. Of course, I could give you a numerology reading. That's what I'm here for. But I will never tell you what date to start a business. It has to happen from you. And you have to be the one to choose. And you should not choose it with numerology. Choose it when you feel ready. And that's an oxymoron. That's an irony in itself, because the whole point is you're not going to be ready when you choose it. So choosing it when you feel ready really means choosing it when you really understand that you're not supposed to be ready, but you at least are ready in the sense that you know that you're not ready, but you're still going to do it anyway, if that made any sense. It says the link is not safe. Where does it say that? It's a Typeform. Typeform is safe. I don't know where it says that. Man, I feel like I'm going to cry hearing this. What's meant for you is meant for you. Needed to hear that. Thank you. That's exactly how it works. Applied for a reading. This is really interesting. Oh my God, I finally made it to a live stream. Been a Television user for years. It has changed my perspective so much. Liz, it is a pleasure and an honor to have you on the stream. I hope you join us for as long as you can. We're going to give tons of readings to everybody here. And now that I've answered those questions, let's get the next person on. So if you've applied for a reading, and you have to apply first, right there. But if you've already applied and you're ready for the reading and you've agreed to the terms, say, I am ready and I've applied in the comments, and I'll bring you on. I'll just pick somebody because there might be a few people that are ready. So I have to pick somebody, but comment, I applied and I'm ready, and I'll pick somebody to go next. Ana Luisa, let's get you on next. Let me find you. Okay, Ana Luisa, found you. I'm going to email you the link to join me on the stream. Be ready with your camera and your microphone, and we'll go. So watch your email. An email is coming to you in the next couple minutes. All right, Ana Luisa, the email's in your inbox. Now I'm just going to pull your chart while I wait for you to join me. All right, I got your chart, and Ana Luisa has arrived. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Great. What a pleasure.
Likewise. How are you? Where in the world are you? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm from Brazil, but I live in Germany.
Nice.
And my sister's going to be so proud to see me in this live video because she's the one who introduced me to teledipty.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and she's in Brazil. So
Very,
really
very
happy
cool.
to be here with you.
Likewise. Tell me a little bit about yourself. What do you do? How this year has been, and what inspired you to get a reading today?
Okay, I'm a medical doctor, and I'm a mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I've just founded a company, a supplement company for exhausted moms, especially the ones like me who became mothers a little bit later in life. I had my son at 40. I'm now 44. So this year has been challenging in that sense, like building up the company. It's very exciting, but it's early days, so it's a lot of work. And yeah, I've been following teledipty. I know it's a 9-year for me now.
Nice.
And like every month I'm expecting like, okay, now it's going to start. Like it's really going to take off. And then it's always a bit like, no, not yet. And just wait a little bit more. So yeah, I'm really interested about what's coming.
Cool. So obviously if you're feeling that, it's because there's something you don't like right now, or you're waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, I have a
why are you
feeling like
feeling
there's an energy buildup. There's so much happening, and like things are starting to boil, but it's not really taken off yet.
in your business?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Well, I've kind of got a lot of visibility in the last month. because I started for example, I started an Instagram account for the business from zero. So I had like 180 subscribers. And then within 1 month, I got 13,000.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Congrats.
I started speaking directly to the women who are like me. I'm talking to the women who did become older moms and are going through perimenopause and dealing with young kids, and no one's talking about it. I also went a lot into the science of it for myself. And so I started speaking up because women feel unseen. And I think that message really resonated. So I feel like there's a lot bubbling. Women are contacting me. There's a lot of messages and comments, and people are like telling me they're happy to have found me, like someone's finally speaking to them. But as a business, it hasn't really started, so to say. I mean, it has. It's not, that's a lie. It has started, but it started slowly.
You mean in revenue?
Yeah.
Do you have like offerings that people pay for?
Yeah, well, I started this for the supplement itself. That was the main idea. And I do have clients that are also repeat clients and supporters because they really like it. It's a really good product. And now what women have been requesting in the last month is like support in the sense of following one-on-one. So I'm crafting that offer now because I hadn't offered that online yet. So that's something that's coming.
I want to tell you why that's important.
Okay.
I see in your chart a little bit, but I think there's a different side that most creators don't think about. And I'm asked all the time why I continue to do readings one-on-one, both paid and now on the stream. And it's obviously the most labor intensive part of the job. And especially when you have an app or a supplement to manage, it makes everything harder. But there's nothing more valuable at your stage than talking to your customers and learning about their lives. And you will never get market research that's valuable from anywhere else.
Yeah.
So both needing more sources of revenue and needing to get to know your future customers better, the best thing you can do is those one-on-ones. And it's not forever. Maybe there will be a stage later on where you transition out of that. It doesn't have to be your business forever. But right now, I can't recommend it enough.
I like it. I actually like doing one-on-ones. It's just, for me, it's more a matter of time because I have a part-time job and I'm a mom and, so I try to juggle everything. So it's more a matter of time than it's not that I wouldn't like to do it. It's more like my time is limited. So, and also I can see myself probably doing it more like a community because I think community support, especially for women, it's a big deal. It's something that we miss a lot. I think we are very isolated right now as in our society the way it is. So that would be also something that's valuable for me and for the women who are looking for my services.
So what are you worried about? What's making you anxious? What made you anxious enough to get a reading?
I think I'm just anxious. That's it. I'm someone who, I'm a bit of an overachiever. That's the way I go through life. And then when I start something, I want to see it flourish straight away. And to me, this part now, it's like I have to see it maybe like a pregnancy. I have to wait for. I can't accelerate it. It will happen, but it will happen in its own time.
Yeah, I think that's the message. That I was kind of leading to before even getting into your chart because it has to be this almost identical to parenting. Like you keep thinking about crossing a line where it goes from unstable to stable, from unpredictable to predictable, from feeling like you are um, burdened with all of the responsibility to feeling unburdened.
Mm-hmm.
And even when you scale, even when the finances get there and you are no longer worried about your own personal rent or whatever, and like the business is growing, you are building a business. You're always flying a plane without all the parts.
Mm-hmm.
You build a wing, then you build a turbine, then you put some seats, then you go back. Like that's a feeling that really doesn't go away, because there's always, every time, like a video game, you get to a new level, but now there's new problems and new things to deal with. So it's very normal in the beginning to feel like I want to get to the easy part. And I'm not saying it's never like it doesn't get easy,
Mm-hmm.
but by definition, when you take on the responsibility of being your own paycheck, it's always uncertain, even when it gets more certain. It's always volatile, and that doesn't mean it has to be stressful. Doesn't mean it has to always create the same level of anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
But there is no line where it becomes like a paycheck, because
Mm-hmm.
it's never supposed to be that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the message. It's like you're gonna figure out the things you're trying to figure out now, but then there will be other stuff to figure out, you know?
Mm-hmm. Plus, I am in that comfortable position that I do have the paycheck, so I am still
Exactly.
working. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
And that
it's
gives
not
you more freedom right now
Yeah.
to make experiments and to find what works. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to connect it with what you were feeling about that 9 year. Like
Mm-hmm.
you wanted to get an email that says now it changed.
Mm-hmm.
But what is the change that you are anticipating or expecting?
Yeah, it's interesting because when you ask that, then it makes me realize that the change is already happening. It's like it's already happening. So I think what's missing is patience, probably.
Yeah.
Keep
When
going and be patient. That's what I'm missing.
when you flipped from 200 followers to 10,000 or 20,000, that's when the
13,000.
change to 13,000. That's when the change happened.
Mm.
That's when it became real.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was already the big prize
Mm-hmm.
of the year, or it was last year.
No, it was in June. I actually timed.
That was the big event.
It
It's
was
already
really
happened.
funny. It was really funny because I timed. I knew 9th of June was meant to be a very positive day for me in astrology and in numerology. So I made a video of, it was very spontaneous. I just recorded a video in the car and I talked about this pain that I had and that a lot of women have, which is not feeling like themselves anymore because you're dealing with all these perimenopause symptoms and you have small children. So there's a lot going on. And I talked about it. I didn't plan it. I didn't plan. It was not like a content plan. It was, I just sat in my car and I recorded it. And I published and I timed it to the time when I think it was a big conjunction or something. I timed it for that time to be published. And it just went, I was like, what? This is crazy. Yeah.
You're waiting for a big event that already happened.
It's already happened. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Reading. It's very clear in this chart that there is a stage for you to be focused on one-on-one work, helping customers individually as a part of your career. That stage began already a long time ago, right at the beginning of 2024.
Okay.
It continues until the end of 2028. Of course, it goes through many phases, right? You're seeing it. But when I said I think maybe the one-on-one work is temporary for you, your chart is saying it very clearly. Like, this is just how you start. This is not what you're building. And I think my sense is that's where most of the revenue will come while you're still experimenting with supplements and other kinds of services. And that's what feeds everything else. It's the one-on-one work. Doesn't mean don't build a community. Doesn't mean don't build products. It means what supports those experiments is the very easy monetization strategy of selling individual consultations. And it's very clear to me that when you start your next 9-year cycle next year in 2027, that cycle itself, that 9-year cycle, is about one-to-many work, which means content, means books, means courses, means things that can be scaled where you're not needed every time, because what you are monetizing more than anything is information. And I think that connects with the supplements because it's information on why the supplements matter. But the next stage of your career is all about monetizing information, voice, message, content, not necessarily services. But it begins with a service stage that informs everything else. And that service stage continues for another 2.5 years. So I would, just seeing this chart, it's very clear to me that by the beginning of 2029, you make the choice. I'm graduating out of one-on-one work. But from here until then, it's the foundation of everything else. El cimiento. El cimiento, the foundation of the skyscraper. The most important part that goes underground.
Yeah.
And I think because it's placed like that in your chart, it's where you're going to find the easiest money today.
Okay, that's really interesting. It's very synchronous to what's been happening in the last week, I'd say, because that's when I started getting these messages like, "Can I work with you? Can I work with you?"
Your clients are asking for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, I think it's very aligned with your personality. I think right now, what's new for you is content, even though that's going to be what you rely on for basically the rest of your career.
Okay.
But what you're already a master at is one-on-one.
No, that's true. I mean, that's what I've worked with most of my life.
And that's why you're going to be so good at it. That's why it won't be hard for you. And I think you'll enjoy it a lot because it's what will help you build the next part of your career. I don't see success being delayed in any way. I think the success part of your life story already began. It's already ongoing. And I think when you launch these one-on-one services, it will sell a lot. I think the only real message is enjoy it because it's very temporary. And in 2 years' time, you're going to graduate out of that completely forever. And maybe you'll miss it one day, but it won't be what you should be doing later.
Does that mean when you say graduate from it, because I have a big vision for my work, my company, and going forward, and it includes It does include group work. It does include like also physical
Mm-hmm.
gathering,
Mm-hmm.
not just online gathering, but like being able to offer physical space. So I think when you say graduate from one-on-one, that's not excluded. That's like growing into
Well,
something.
that's the difference between one-on-one versus one-to-many.
Yeah,
Because group coaching is one-to-many,
it's one to
even if
many.
it's a small group.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're graduating to one-to-many.
Okay.
That's the process you're already in. But I see a very clear end date to one-on-one
Mm-hmm.
right there at the beginning of 2029.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
You're aligned. You're successful. It's working. You are past the hard part too, because the hard part is getting started. Once the inertia begins, the inertia carries you. I don't know if you experienced this. I'm guessing you did, but it's a question. Sometimes my friends who either wanted to do similar work or still want to and haven't started, they say like, how do you find the motivation to show up every day, to keep
Mm-hmm.
working? And my answer is, once there's people expecting things from you, you always show up.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
like it was hard to just build the website, but once people were expecting their forecast every first of the month, I never failed.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to fail the people who want something from me.
Yeah.
So once there's an audience that wants you to show up, you never ever have a problem with motivation again. And you already crossed that line. So
That's true. That's true. Because before it was a lot harder. Before this beginning of June, I was like posting, I was creating content, and I was like, okay, I'm speaking to the walls here. Like there's no one there. There's literally no one there.
Yeah.
Apart from a few friends who I cherish like to my heart, and my sister, they were always there. There were like a few people who were like, no matter what I did, they'd be there and they'd write something and they were like cheering me on. But other than that, there was no one there. And now it's different, because now I know there are people and they're expecting and they need support. That's why they found me. So it is a very different way of showing up.
Yeah.
But it only works because I did the basic work before, because I carried on. Because if they landed on my page now and there was nothing there, then they'd leave.
Yeah. But that's exactly why that was the hard part.
Yeah.
And you already completed it. Everything now is easy because you're now riding the wave of inertia that will carry you easier.
Thank you. That's a very different, you just changed my perspective into seeing what's happening. So thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Tell people what your Instagram is. I'm going to tell you something, and I'm mindful, even as a gay man, to like with my opinions about women's stories, to be careful with like saying how I feel, how I expect, because I've never lived that and I'm not going to. So it's hard for me to say like, oh, this is what happens or this is what women feel, and I don't want to do that. But I will tell you an observation that I feel like makes your work so important. It's not just that now all women are having kids older than they used to. And that's why you're finding a new problem that was maybe not so in demand 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Because most women my age are just waiting longer to begin starting their families. But secondly, like there's so many times that over the last 10 years I've given readings where women are worried about their biological clock.
Yeah.
And making decisions based on like, if I wait until after 35, it's going to be harder. And my instinct always was, don't worry about that, because like women have kids in their 40s. I've seen it. And women have kids at 38, and it can also be completely safe and completely fine. I mean, there's biological things to think about, but like, don't be so consumed by that anxiety that you start picking the wrong person or like, or changing or letting go of things that matter to you because you have anxiety about that. And I think somebody that shows up easing that anxiety and showing that it's okay and that you can handle that is very powerful and is something that is very needed. So I think your mission is important.
I think it's going to get more important because a lot of women are freezing their eggs in the expectation that they will get pregnant later. And no one's telling them what that means. I mean, I got pregnant naturally at 40, so it was literally no problem for me to get pregnant. But then no one told me what happens to my hormones after the pregnancy. And I just got catapulted into this perimenopause symptoms that I didn't expect because I didn't have them before. I had nothing. I got pregnant and then suddenly everything arrived at once. So I think I'm not saying for women, oh, don't wait or it's going to go wrong, because it doesn't. And I would do it all over again. I just think if they get the right support, the journey can be easier.
Because they have the right expectation.
Because they have the right expectations, they have what they need to navigate it, rather than crashing into it like I did, taking years to recover. So yeah.
Well, I think you have a very important mission. I support it, and I want to help spread it. So please tell people where they can find you.
Okay, so my Instagram is the Instagram of my brand. It's called Amparo, AMPARO.naturals. That's where you find me on Instagram. And Amparo is a word from my mother tongue, from Portuguese. It actually is a broad word. It means being held or having all of one's needs met. It doesn't have a word for it in English. That's
Spanish word too. It's the same word in Spanish.
Yes.
So
Amparo Naturals. That's the name of my Instagram account.
So I'm gonna remember. Well, you have my email because I sent you the stream link. Send that to me so that when we put this video on YouTube, we add the link, and so I follow you after, because I'm gonna stream for 6 hours. I'll probably forget, but if you just take that second to email me that handle, I'll make sure to spread it after and follow you as well. It's been amazing to meet you, Ana Luisa.
Thank you so much.
Getting to know you. Yeah. And I would say good luck, but you don't need it because you're already on the way to success and already successful.
And thank you for all you do. I love what you do. Teledipity is I'm really happy when I see it in my inbox every time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure and an honor. And a pleasure and an honor to meet you. Stay in touch and feel free to reach out for anything.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's great meeting you. Bye-bye. Amazing talk. How's everybody over there in the comment section? Can anyone share the link for the application reading? Yes, absolutely. So the link is in the video description, but I'll also put it on the screen again. I take it on and off because I don't want to have it all, like sometimes we have to edit these videos, so I don't want to have it the whole time. But to apply for the reading, right there, teledipity.com/live. There's the application form. You can fill it out. And then once you fill it out, come back to the stream and then just be ready when I call for the next person. So you have to apply so that you agree to the terms, and also so that I have your full name and birth date privately, so that I can pull your chart and give you the reading. So it's important to apply first, but there's applying doesn't mean that I do these readings in order. Applying just means I have the information, and then I just pick someone from the comment section who is ready when I'm ready, to give the next reading. I always give a 5 to 10 minute break between readings so that I can recover my energy, because readings are energy intensive and I have to go through a whole internal, not external, you won't watch me doing anything, but internal process of clearing the energy from the last reading and being ready for the energy of the next. And usually what I do in the middle is answer questions from commenters. So let me continue reading some of that comment section, see if there's some other cool stuff that happened. Morning, Andres. Coming here to thank you again for the reading last week. It's definitely changed something for me. I pushed myself and I did meet new cool people here in Rio. It really was that easy. Gabo, thank you for coming back to tell me that. I very much appreciate hearing the next part of the story. And I'm so glad that chat happened. It definitely was one of the more special readings because we were able to share a lot of the same anxieties and talk about them. I also took our commitment to heart and socialized a lot this weekend instead of working like I have been in all of June because I was just so busy. And I also had a lot of fun. And it was also cool. So anyway, and also, I mean, there's a lot going on, right? It's summer in Madrid. There's World Cup. There's a lot happening. So thank you for letting me know that it worked. And yeah, I have your email. We should stay in touch. But thanks for coming back to the stream. I love people who hang out at the streams either after their readings or when they're not looking for a reading, not because it's wrong to be in the stream when you want a reading. Both are valuable and important, but I think what I'm trying to say and the message I'm trying to share with everybody else is that it's really cool to hear other people's stories because there's a part of you in everybody. Like you can empathize with everybody. There's a part of me in everybody. It's either a former version of me or the current version of me or the future version of me. Because I can see that even though I am not where they are in certain parts of life, that they're ahead of me in certain channels of life, that I could be having those fears in the future too. So seeing yourself in every story is a beautiful exercise in realizing how not alone we are, how everybody can understand what we're going through, and also how not abnormal we are, because sometimes we think it's just us and it's not. So I think the streams and the clips that come from it and the videos that come from it are so powerful just as content to get to know the people around us and to get to know what they are afraid of, what they worry about, and to get the wisdom from those moments too, so that we don't have to wait until we're in that position to learn the lesson ourselves, and we can just get it ahead of time by hearing somebody else's story. So that's why I think it's so cool about live readings and cool about watching other people. Bom dia. I'm from Brazil. A lot of Brazilians. When you do the reading, do you also see the astrologic side? Thank you, Nadia. Very interesting question. I do not see the astrologic side because I'm not an astrologer. Actually, I follow astrology as a follower, but I have not taken astrology classes. I don't know how to read an astrology chart, and I have purposefully avoided that, not because I'm against astrology, but because I made in the very early stages of my career, I decided that I wanted to become an expert in one system rather than combine multiple systems as my approach. So I decided that I wanted to spend all of my time learning and mastering numerology and making a numerology platform, numerology content, and numerology readings, and not try to combine different systems to kind of like mishmash different divine languages. I also don't think it's wrong to mix. I just think it's a different approach. There's people who combine, and there's people who master a specific field of knowledge or area of knowledge. And both of those people are valuable for different reasons. And I think that there's always a trade-off, and you have to be aware of the trade-off, because this applies to more than just astrology versus numerology. This applies to everything. You're going to invest your time in many of your passions in life. You will learn a sport, you'll learn an instrument, you'll learn a language, you'll learn a skill like technology, you'll learn and you'll devour your passions. And it's your freedom and your choice to decide how you allocate your time, because the trade-off will always be there. By being selective, you go deeper with one thing. By being broad, you go broader but you can't go deeper. And the world needs both the generalists and the specialists. But the more time you dedicate to one thing, the more of an expert you'll be in that one thing. So it is a trade-off. That doesn't mean you can't master two, but by the very nature of splitting your time, you are taking time away from one or the other. And with divine languages, you never stop learning. A pianist never stops getting better at playing the piano. An athlete never stops getting better at their sport. There's always another level. There's always another degree of mastery that you can attain by continuing to develop it. And this is just visible in people who have been mastering a skill for more than a decade, more than 2 decades, versus people who just learned it a couple years ago. It's just visible. You can tell. You don't even need proof. You can tell who's been doing what they do for a long time and who just started. And that doesn't mean that there's no value in somebody new or somebody fresh, but mastery matters and experience matters. And that's why we hear from experts, not just in numerology, but in philosophy, in public policy, in science, in any skill available. We want to hear from experts because those are the people who have had the depth of time and of effort and of skill applied and polished. And mastery matters, I think, my opinion. Thank you for answering my question. My channel would be for the women who live half tired and half-heartedly, but don't know how to use universal energy and tap into the flow. That's a powerful and specific and excellent mission statement. And I think I think you got the branding down and you got the audience down. I think you're ready to start. I think you should start whenever you feel ready, but I think you should start. Glad to know it was a meaningful talk and fun weekend for you as well. Looking forward to exchanging new experiences and perspectives with you. Likewise, Gabo. Likewise. Yeah, like you have my email. Just stay in touch. Let's keep chatting. And I might go to Brazil. Not this year. I'm very busy this year, but I might go to Brazil again. I haven't been since the year before the pandemic, 2019, and I'm very, very aching to go back, ready to go back. I want to go back to all of those places. I actually didn't go to Rio, but I was in São Paulo, I was in Florianopolis, I was in Porto Alegre, and I want to go back to all those places. And I want to go see Rio for the first time. So I'll be back. Hi, since 2020, I'm from Brazil. Since 2020, I signed Teledipity. Thank you, Diane. I'm so grateful that you've been on Teledipity for so long. And I have a surprise for Brazilians coming up. The Portuguese translation, I think, is what you're thinking, and that's still in process. But there was when I went to Brazil, and I returned with the objective of learning Portuguese, and then I learned Portuguese, and it's easy because I'm Mexican, so it's not that hard to become fluent from Portuguese to Spanish, from Spanish to Portuguese. It's pretty easy. But then I started making a lot of Portuguese content. I did a video about the numerology of Brazil. I wrote some emails that people helped me translate, but they were still my words in Portuguese. And I published all that content back in 2019. And then I just had to hide it because either because I'm a perfectionist, either it wasn't produced right or it didn't look good. I'm a perfectionist, or also because the part of my my connection to Brazil as content had kind of reached its natural endpoint, and I needed to just go back to numerology content basically. But all that content is hidden, and I'm just gonna remake it, re-record it, and republish it. So it's gonna be awesome. I am from Salvador Bahia, Brazil. Diane, there's some team members in Teledebris that live there. There's one of the developers that I work with lives there, and I want to go there too. That was so relatable to hear. I'm just trying to figure out what's your yeah, because about the launching your channel. Absolutely. I think you're ready. I think if you were looking for a sign of when you should start, take the stream as a sign. You should start now. I studied astrology, and all content from Teledipity is very accurate for my life. Yes. Here's the thing, Diane, that's beautiful, because it's true. I am very selective with who I let give me readings. People offer free readings to me all the time, and I don't accept all of them because I'm very picky with who I let read me, because you want to make sure that they have the same philosophy that you have when you get readings, because people have different approaches and people use the information different ways, and I just don't want someone who's not aligned getting that information, because somebody gives you a reading, like that information gets into your subconscious. So you want to get a reading from somebody who understands that and who does it constructively. So anyway, the few times I've gotten astrology readings, it's so beautiful to see how it aligns with what you know about your numerology. And it reminds you, it's not really that the systems are linked in any way. They've been separate for more than 2,000 years. They don't really mix except by practitioners who mix them, but they've never really been combined. And I think that's a good thing. But the whole point is that it's just like reading the same story translated into 2 different languages. It's the same story. It's just the information is coming from completely different systems. And sometimes where they don't tell you the same information, it adds context. It doesn't really cancel each other out. When it's a good practitioner on both sides, you can see that they don't really disagree on many things. So anyway, let's. I need a little bit more water, and I'll do the next reading. But I already drank all of this. This was full when I started, and now it's empty. So I need to go get more water. I am gonna go. Please don't leave. It'll take me less than 30 seconds. Let me just go get water. And I'm gonna leave everything on, so you know I'm not gone. I'm just gonna disappear for 30 seconds to refill my water, and I'll be right back. I'm back. More water. 2 minutes, and we'll do the next reading. I'm just gonna drink this water first. Does anybody have any more questions? What can we talk about before I I launch right there, right in. Ask me some questions. Ask me some numerology questions. Ask me some teledipity questions. Ask me some personal questions, whatever. I don't care. Let me answer. Oh, and by the way, I want to ask everybody who's watching a favor. It will mean so much to me, and it will help this new initiative that I'm launching with these weekly streams. By the way, I'm going to be here every week. This is already the 5th week I've been live, and they're going to continue. So if you are enjoying the stream, if you like it, please hit the like button on the stream and also follow the channel. If you could take a second to do that right now, it's going to help tremendously. So please help me out with that. Sorry. And help me out with a question before I bring on the next reading. Ask me something. I would love to rant for a little bit. Let me check on our special guest. I'm going to do a live reading for her too. She is awesome. She's a very close friend. Oh yeah, she's still 4 hours away, 3 hours away. So it's not coming up in any in any moment in the immediate future. So it's okay. Ask me a question before we do the next person. Ask me a question. Help me out. Help me rant on a topic. Let me take some my energy shot. Ooh. What are your views on fate and free will? I've been talking about it with my therapist. Gabo, amazing question. Amazing question. So, fate and free will. Do you know how in bowling, there's like this lane and it leads to the pins and you're supposed to hit the center of it? That's how I think about fate and free will, because there's a path for the ball laid out, but it's not guaranteed that you'll hit it. Your free will is in how you throw the ball with the right technique in the center, so it follows the path perfectly well to the center. And for better or worse, that's not the only possible outcome. You can also hit it badly and just get it to the side, or you could hit it so badly that it goes completely off the lane into one of those side tracks, or just into neighboring lanes because you just threw the ball in a way that wasn't aligned. So I think that the answer is not that there is not an aligned version of your life already laid out, because there is, but it's also not that it's guaranteed that you will live that life, because that's where your free will is. That's where your free will comes from. No one guarantees you that you will have an aligned life, that you will meet an aligned partner, that you will have an aligned career, that you will move to the aligned places. Those are things you have to do yourself. You have to face the fears. You have to heal the traumas. You have to change yourself. You have to grow and evolve into the person that can get themselves into the aligned path. So I think it's not one or the other. I think it's both. I think a fate exists, but I don't think it's guaranteed that you will live it, because it's your choice to live it or not. So when you come into this earth, the reason that a numerology chart can talk about your life mission, about the different chapters of your life, about what's happening in each chapter, about where the turning points are, is not that those events are guaranteed to happen. It's that those events have been laid out in the version of your life where you are the most engaged and the most involved and the most present with self-belief, with the right combination of self-criticism and self-confidence, with the right ability to stay where something is valuable and to leave it when it is no longer valuable, and the right decision-making process, you can fall off your aligned path and you can fall right back on it. You can take detours. You can take it slow. You can take it fast. All of that's free will. All of those are your choices. But there is the most aligned version. That's what we all aspire to. And that's why we are where we are. And by we are where we are, I mean, that's why we are the kind of people that reflect, the kind of people that grow and change, the kind of people who are open to outside feedback, and the kind of people who are looking for what our alignment is in divine languages like numerology. But numerology is not really telling you that things are predestined for you. I mean, I hope you've noticed that that's not how I write. I'm not saying you are going to be XYZ. I'm saying you have the potential to be XYZ. And every time I talk about your future in these readings, what I'm really reading is potential. It's not destiny. You have to make your potential happen. And I think I used this example with you in the reading that we did last week. I bring this example all the time because it's the perfect metaphor, even though in Latin countries like in Mexico or in Brazil, we don't really have ice cream trucks, or maybe we do. I don't remember ice cream trucks in Mexico, but whatever. But like the concept of an ice cream truck, we understand just from American movies. Is when I talk about potential for your love life, potential for your career. What I'm saying is there's an ice cream truck that came outside your house. I'm not saying that you will go out of your house to go get the ice cream, because that's your choice. So the ice cream truck may be outside your house, but you have to make the decision that you want ice cream and that you're going to stand up and go outside and buy the ice cream. That's where your free will is. The potential of the universe, the seasons of abundance, the seasons of good luck, the seasons of opportunity, they are offered to you, but they're not forced on you. You have to accept them. You have to take them. You have to receive them. And sometimes, all of us, we don't. Sometimes we don't. And even though we should all aspire to live a perfectly aligned life, I also think maybe that's impossible. I think maybe the correct objective is to live the most aligned life possible, understanding that you will make mistakes and you will fall off course, and then you'll find yourself back to the course, and that no one's judging you for it. Not anybody else in your life, and not the universe especially. It's not judging you if you're not taking every single opportunity that it hands you. But free will matters. Because if your approach to astrology, numerology is thinking that the things are just going to happen to you, whether you seek them or not, whether you make the effort or not, whether you do something about it or not, that's not how it works. I've seen it too. Sometimes people come into their readings asking, when is the potential for my love life going to be there? And what I see in their chart is that it's been there for years. They feel like their love life is blocked, but at least at the numerology level, it's not. So there's another reason for why it's been difficult. And sometimes that reason is outside of numerology. And it's not about judging them. Sometimes that reason is trauma. Sometimes that reason is lack of trust. Sometimes that reason is a personal evolution that they haven't completed, that they're working on. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the point I'm making is that destiny doesn't exist because nothing's guaranteed to happen. Destiny exists because there is a version of your life that is perfectly aligned in timing and decision making and self-trust. And that's what we're all aspired to. In the aligned version of our lives, every time a numerology transit hits us with an opportunity, we grab it. And that's where free will lives. How teledipity is so incredible. It's wonderful. Sometimes it's so frightening how teledipity can tell how my life is unfolding. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. From numerology, what is the year 2026? I'll talk about that in a minute. What are your thoughts on sidereal astrology? I have no idea what that is. I don't have thoughts because I don't know what it is. What is sidereal astrology? I don't know. I am finishing my master's in accounting. I have a work in accounting association for society. I work for justice. I was born. Oh, okay. Diane, if you want a personal reading, make sure you apply. I'll put the application on the screen again. It's also in the stream description. Because I think now you're asking questions specific to you, and that's what we would do in the live reading on stream if you want to join. Because it's very hard to give very personal information just from a couple comments in the chat. So that I would need to talk to you to give you more specific advice, more specific numerology advice. You touched on a very specific topic that has major impact on my life related to mastery of one particular philosophy method. Absolutely. That's and it's important because like there's people who mix, right? And I don't think that's bad. I think it's different. And this is where we touch on personal opinions rather than how things should be. There's no one way that things should be. It just everybody has preferences. So when I state a preference, I'm not saying other approaches are bad. I'm saying it's not my preference. My preference, my opinion, is that becoming really good at one thing is so much more valuable than trying to become really good at many things. But that's just how I see it for the way my brain works. The kind of career I want to have doesn't mean that that's what everybody should do. Instead of mastery, I scatter my attention through many methods, and at the end of the day, I feel like I have a lot in my knowledge bag, but master of none, which is becoming very frustrating. Yeah. Because here's the thing. Think of astrology, think of numerology, think of anything. Writing, technology, sport, anything. When you get really good, it's not just because of talent. It's because you combine talent with years and years and years of dedication. There's a lot of people who are born athletes, but they still practice their sport for years before they reach mastery. There's a lot of people who are born musicians, but they still practice their instrument for years before they reach mastery. There's a lot of people who are born actors, but they still practice their craft, whether or not they're famous in small plays and whatever, for years before they reach mastery. Because mastery is not about inborn talent. It's about inborn talent plus years of focus. And I'll use myself as an example in numerology, because of course there's many things that I don't have mastery in. And I think mastery, you never reach like a set level. You continue increasing your mastery forever. I wasn't as good as at giving readings, personal readings, as I am now. When I started, the first 10 people who got a reading did not get this version of me. Right now, I think that I have the count, and it doesn't include all the live streams I've done, but just in count of personal readings, it's over 500 readings that I've given since 2019. I should be past 600 by now. I look at the count after. That's 600 readings. What happens when you do 600 readings versus when you do one or two from the knowledge you gained in classes or books is that it stops being about what you read and it starts being about your own approach based on your own pattern recognition running in the background, and also from the spiritual side based on your confidence increasing your connection with the part of you that's intuitive and that's maybe about channeling and not about pattern recognition, but it's in the combination of all of them that you get really, really, really good. And you don't really get there unless you've done it for years. And of course, you should start finding ways to make that your profession, as in income generating from the beginning, so that you can dedicate a long time to it. Because you want to, like, if you want to do this work, then you want to do it full time, and that's not really possible in the beginning. I did it evenings and weekends for the first 3 years because I still had a job. But even then, you are maximizing your exposure to the system and to the practice as much as you can in order to gain mastery one day. And mastery is always it's a staircase that you're always climbing. So in year 2, you're better than in year 1. And year 3, you're better than in year 2. And every year you compile and compile and compile and compile. And I think I'm a champion for that level of focus and commitment to a craft, whether it's an art or a practice or a skill version of knowledge. There's so much that can be unlocked with just experience and years doing the same thing over and over again. Sidereal astrology, sidereal calculations used in Vedic astrology. Okay, I don't know anything about anything other than numerology. I don't know. I've never learned astrology for the same reason, because I chose just to focus on numerology and nothing else. I don't know much about human design. I don't know much about Vedic astrology or Western astrology. I don't know much about any other side practice because I focus on one, and I'm an expert in one. And I don't. I've chosen not to learn about other systems precisely to make my practice pure from one system, and to develop that mastery without getting distracted in other systems of knowledge where I would be a beginner. So I don't know. So I don't have an opinion. I'm just saying, for you, how telepathy is incredible for my life. Thank you. Yes. I think, I don't know. No, I understood. Thank you very much for that compliment, and for that, for letting me know that the work is making a difference. It's a beautiful thing to receive, and I receive it, and I'm so grateful for it. Thank you. I'm ready for the next reading. I hope you are, if you applied. If you've applied and you want to be the next person to get a live reading, say in the comments, I am ready and I've applied, and I'll pick the next person. I'm watching people already be ready and I applied, so I'll let a couple more people say that they're ready and they applied, and then I'll choose somebody at random. Because I always pick the first, but I wanna now just wait for everybody to raise their hand, and I'll pick from somebody. I'm gonna answer this question before I start the next reading, because it's coming from the last conversation, and I think I want to answer it now before I get into the reading. So Maria says, I feel like I'm going to be studying astrology forever and don't feel ready to work with it. How did you take that leap of faith? What I want to say to you is that nobody felt ready when they started. Just like nobody felt ready to be a parent when their first child was born. That's part of the process, is starting when you don't feel ready. So please don't wait for a moment when you feel ready, because the moment doesn't exist. You will only feel ready after years of doing it. And it sounds illogical, but that's how it works. So not feeling ready is how everybody begins, and not feeling ready is your sign that you are ready. So don't feel the pressure to start tomorrow, but also don't wait around for something to change, because that's exactly how everybody starts, is feeling what you're feeling right now. It's completely normal. All right. Who am I going to pick? Paulo. Let's do Paulo. Paulo, let me find you on the application form, and I'm going to send you the stream link to your email. 1 second. Found you. All right, Paulo. Watch your email. You're going to get the stream link in a few minutes. 1 minute, less than 1 minute. And just click there and join me. And while you are coming over, I will pull your chart and get ready. All right. The email is up, Paulo. Watch your inbox. You should be getting it any second. Let me just make sure that I sent it right. Yeah, it's out. Now I'm going to pull your chart. Sorry, everybody, if you see me typing and don't know why. I'm just pulling Paulo's chart. He's on the way over to get his reading, so I'm just getting his chart on my screen to be ready when he arrives. All right, Paulo, I'm ready. Everything's ready. Paulo has arrived. 1 second. All right. Hello.
Hello.
How's
Can
it
you hear
going?
me?
Yes,
Good.
I can.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Where do you live? What do you do? And what's inspired you to get a reading today?
Okay, thanks. So first of all, thanks for opening these up. Very good to meet you in person. I've
Likewise,
been reading, I've been reading your content for some years now. It's very helpful. I'm also Brazilian, so I see lots of Brazilians here. I'm an engineer, but currently working with communications,
Okay.
which is not, and that's part of my question today, actually about my career. Anything else you want to know?
No, let's jump into that question. Tell me your story about engineering and communications, and just tell me more about that problem.
Yeah, no, just so I'm an engineer by background, but I worked with environmental issues and then moved to community side, like social stuff. And then I end up working with comms. And I'm at this stage kind of feeling stuck in my career. Some people are pushing me like to seek for new opportunities, look like outside of the box, but I just feel that's not the priority at the moment. I just want to get your views if possible, like what should I be prioritizing, and if there's any career related matters that I should be aware of. Yeah.
What
That's
kind of
probably
engineer are you?
chemical.
Okay. And you want that kind of job, or
Not really. I just don't feel like I'm work. Yeah, that's another question. Like, what's the role of work in my life? Because at the moment, I just don't feel that's like a strong priority as it was before. And that's why I'm not prioritizing, growing and looking for other opportunities.
Mhm,
For me, work right now is just work in terms of like that's needed.
mhm.
I need to, sustain myself, raise the money. Uh, but at the same time, I don't feel like the same energy and vitality to work. Like that's not fulfilling part of purpose, maybe.
Mhm.
So I'm kind of lost in terms of should I be looking for something with more purpose now, wait a bit more. Yeah,
You sound like, and I could be wrong, but my sense is that when you say that you don't know what kind of role career should play in your life, my sense is that you have a specific career dream that you want, but either uh, are unsure if it's possible or are unsure if it's time. But I do feel like you have a specific dream.
maybe.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, and also like I think the question that's always in my mind: should I transform some of my hobbies into career, or
Mhm.
leave that as a hobby instead of transforming that into work?
What are your hobbies?
Um, art, music.
Mhm,
I could do something related to astrology and numerology as well, but
mhm,
that's things that I like that I don't want to, get them into work.
mhm.
Uh, but that's always a question: should I like transform this into something that
What's your dream? Share your dream.
I don't have the answer for the
No, yeah,
question.
you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Share it.
I don't know really.
What kind of art do you do?
Very linked to music and dancing.
Okay. So I'm not um I'm not trying to say you're not original because you are a unique person with a unique path, but this is such a common story. That's why I could sense it when you started talking because also, I mean, I like it's a common kind of like archetype that will get a numerology reading. And the archetype is I chose the wrong career. It's not what I really wanted to do. And that kind of is making me feel lost right now because I have this I have this job that doesn't fill me and this dream that feels unreachable, and that's where the apathy comes from, with it's like, well, if I want a stable life and a paycheck, I better just stick with this thing I don't like, even though I know that that I that I probably that probably engineering wasn't for me, that was not selected appropriately, which also happens to everybody. Because when we pick a major like or like something to study in university, like we don't know, and it's totally normal. So it's a story that is very common, and I think that the question is that can you make music or art your main source of income? Because that's what you would really like, right?
Yeah, and the answer is probably
Yes.
no.
Yes. The answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. Think about uh, what you tell a friend when they come to you for advice and say, "I don't know if I will ever find like a boyfriend or a girlfriend. I don't know if that's available for me." What do you tell them?
Yes, you can.
Of course it is. Like, what are you talking about? You're great. Of course it is. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's a inherited model from first society, but then maybe probably like parents, where it's like there are certain things that will give you stability and certain things that are naturally unstable, naturally risky, naturally dangerous, and a waste of time if you want to have a successful life. That model is wrong. It's just wrong. I think the more you believe that it's wrong, the more you make that story inevitable for yourself. And of course, that doesn't mean quitting tomorrow, but it probably means starting right there. Is like starting to see those things as possible and inevitable if you choose them. And you know you want to choose them, but if you choose them. And then once you kind of like work with that, I think the second step is working on the second wrong belief from maybe society, and maybe also like this one maybe is not from parents, but this one is like from social media and like all the shit that's there, which is that you have to have this big moment where you take a big risk and quit your job and decide that you're going to be an artist the next day, and it works out. That's so much pressure, and it's not necessary. I'm going to recommend maybe you already got this recommendation from Teledipity, but if you haven't, I'm going to recommend this book that's called Originals by Adam Grant. There's I don't even remember all the advice in that book, but I remember what I took from it when I read it, and it's in the first few chapters. And what he explains is that the story of people quitting their jobs to build something and being successful right after almost doesn't exist in the real world. So he studies all these stories of businesses or of artists that got started. And the more common story that you find in like the only pattern that you find in all these stories is the people who started on the side while they still had a job and kept both things alive until the dream was mature enough that they could take that risk safely rather than jump into it from one day to the next. And I remember being so inspired by just that very simple message, because it goes against what you hear all the time is quit. If you don't want to, quit tomorrow and start your business. Like if I had done that, Teledipity wouldn't even exist, because I had to do Teledipity when I had a job for 3 years, and I did it in the evenings and weekends because I could not take the risk of like quitting until I knew that the risk was likely to pay off, and that took 3 years, and that's okay. So like it's both the pressure of not knowing if it's possible, and then the pressure of thinking that if you are going to believe that it's possible, that you have to be so committed that you're going to quit your job tomorrow, which is not really necessary either. I think I mean, before I even get to your chart, which I'm seeing some stuff there already, like I think whether or not you're holding back because it's a public forum and it's okay, I think my biggest recommendation to you is believe the dream. You have a dream, believe it, and then you can start moving slowly towards it. And even if it feels far, it's so fast. Like you start believing in it 3 years, and it grows on the side, and then before you know it, you're doing it full time, and that felt like overnight almost, even though it took 3 or 4 years. So I just can tell that you are not confused, that you just have a dream that that is making you uncomfortable, because at the same time that you really, really want it, there's a part of your mind that really, really wants to reject it. And that's the internal conflict that's happening. And that's one of those sides has to win. And I hope the one that wants the dream is the one that wins.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. No fingers crossed. No. It's up to you. It's not up to the universe.
Okay.
It's up to you. So if you decide, then it's real. Okay. Now let me ground myself in your chart.
Thank you.
You have an artist chart, first of all. This is the chart of an artist that lives from his art, whose career is his art. I I think you saw it in your Teledebris profile, but it's here. The second part of it is that the artistic period of your life is from 2019 to 2046. So that's from age 28 to age 54. And that artistic period of your life goes through 3 phases, 3 9-year cycles. And you're just finishing the first one of the 3. In the first 9-year cycle, the objective is not to live from your art. The objective is to explore. And this is specific to your art. This isn't just like about exploring jobs that you like or whatever. This is specific to your art. I don't know how involved you are with your art outside of work, but it's in exploring voice, exploring message, exploring style, experimenting with style, and finding like what your unique art looks like. That's maybe because it's always is. It's influenced by other artists you admire, but it also adds something that's new, that's your own. That is an exploration phase that's very clear in your chart that ends in the 9-year, which is next year for you. So December 2027 is when that exploration phase closes. And then in your chart, which is I don't know if you've been watching the stream for long, but I was just talking about potential and destiny, which isn't destiny, but it is potential. The middle 9-year cycle is where the art becomes job. It's when it becomes your full-time focus. And that doesn't mean it begins right on the 1 year, but that 9-year cycle is where you achieve that. So the first message is that being an artist by trade was not available to you before, because the objective of the last 9 years was to explore your voice and your skill, not to actually put it out into the world. The putting it out into the world starts in 2028, which is the 1 year of the next 9-year cycle. That's so that like just by reading that, you're not even late. You're not delayed. You are right on time. On the second piece, it feels like to me like a wave of opportunity and success in that craft begins in let me just look at your begins in April of 2031 and takes you into one of the first but most important peaks of your career, which is on your 46th birthday. It's just 2037. So that's when I see like a wave like taking you upward. So if we kind of get those insights that are separate together, I see a clear story. And I'll narrate the story not as like destiny, but as a very clear succession that I see based on all these ingredients. 1, you're not supposed to quit your job this year. Just keep it. 2, the moment where those choices to pick alignment with your dream begins is in the second half of the 9-year. Is after May of next year. That doesn't mean quit your job in May of next year, but it means like that's when you want to start taking these instincts more seriously. And I think that before that wave, so there's like this middle ground from the second half of the 9-year to the second half of the 4-year, which is 2031, where you are in the middle. You left your old career behind and your new career is like hasn't fully taken off yet. And I think that middle portion is the one where you would want to split, as in like I get my income from somewhere, but I'm fully committed to my art. Maybe that means a different job. Maybe it's the same one you have. But I think that the change is not in like leave a job or stay in a job. It's in after like around a year from today, it's to begin with that commitment that whatever job you like, wherever your paycheck comes, you're committed to your artistic dream. And that is your priority career wise. And that's where your time and attention is and energy is focused. And if you need a job past that point, past the middle of next year, I would encourage you to find a job that doesn't consume your energy, that doesn't stress you out, that allows you to focus on your art in your free time. Even if that job is not engineering related, even if that job feels like a step down, if it covers your expenses and gives you the free time, that's exactly the kind of job you want. Because it's not destiny, but in your chart, all the potential for an artistic career is there.
All right. Sounds correct.
Are you left with things to say or feedback or questions of things I didn't mention that are important to you?
No, that was very nice to hear. Thanks for sharing. I think like career related, that all makes sense and resonate to me, which is great. Yeah, well, that's all from a career perspective. Unless you see anything like very strongly appearing for the next, couple of years, like during this transition period that I should be aware of.
What's going on in your personal life?
Personal life in terms of
like are you in a relationship? Do you have a family? Like because
not
I'm teasing with something, but I want that context before I answer more specifically.
Yeah, so I broke up beginning of this year. So now I'm single again. And yeah, but I think I'm open to a new relationship and probably building a partnership or a family. I don't know.
Okay, I think the transition from your 9-year to your 1 year, from May 2027 to September 2028 is extremely positive, but feels like comes with some more intense personal changes in terms of changing your approach to certain things. And I think that's goes beyond your career and covers everything in your life. But I feel like and this is not going to start for another year, so I didn't even know that maybe you even need this information. But I feel like there's in the engineering term, even though you're not a software engineer, operating system upgrade that's needed to carry that new chapter of your life. And that operating system upgrade requires some digging deep into your past, your beliefs, your way of thinking, just a strong personal transformation that then triggers these changes. So you can date right now, you can find someone right now, but more importantly, I think you're going to change a lot next year. I think by December of next year, not this year, but next year, you're going to be a complete, like, it's not like you're changing everything, but you're going to be a very different version of yourself because of what that year is going to help you discover and dig deep into. So I think you want that evolution, because I think it's the evolution that births that new cycle where you're an artist and where you start living a different kind of life. But I also think that it wouldn't be an issue or something to worry about if you stay single for a year and a half, to kind of like deal with that. But I'm not saying you're not going to meet somebody, and I'm not saying you shouldn't meet somebody, but I'm saying like there is a big personal evolution like circling the block, almost about to come to your house, and it's an important one. And I think if anything, the only stressful part of this whole story that I gave you is that piece. It's just from the 9 year to the 1 year. Stressful in terms of like not easy, but very needed and very important, and not something that you want to avoid necessarily.
Right. That's great. The only other thing I remember, sometimes I consider having like a 1 year off or like a sabbatical year. And for me, it seems like the 9 year would fit well. Yeah, so just wanted to confirm that if
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
okay.
If you can afford it financially, it's perfectly aligned. It would be the best way to do the 9 year for you. Not for everybody watching, because this is about more Paulo's charts. I would say absolutely. If you can afford it, do it.
Into the 9 year, not to the 1 year.
Like you can start it anytime in the 9 year. So if you started in May of the 9 year, then it goes into May of the 1 year. So it can cover both. I actually I'm going to go a step further and say that that's probably what you want. Not necessarily starting it in January, but starting it in like May. And then let it be 12 months. If you can, that would be good timing.
Okay. Yep. That was useful. Thank you.
Amazing. All right. Well, good luck.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Andre.
My pleasure. Godspeed. Good luck.
Yeah.
Please, whatever you need to do to destroy the belief that your artistic career is a maybe, please do it this year. Please do it as quickly as possible. Don't miss out on the story that your chart is giving me. Please, just start there, because it's there.
All right. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
My pleasure. Bye-bye. It's great meeting you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Before I jump into the next reading, I just want to say, very common story. Very common story. I like that's why I kind of like just go to the direct question, because 99 times out of 100, when someone says, I don't know what I should do with my career, what's really happening is they know what they want to do with their career. They just don't think it's possible or likely or a good idea. It's very rare for somebody to not know what their dreams are. Most people, I think everybody does. Whether you accept them, whether you embrace them, whether you believe that they are for you, is a different story. And that's usually where the confusion comes from. It's not from not knowing, it's from knowing and not wanting to know, because it, for whatever reason, the dream itself is uncomfortable. But anyway. Let me put the instructions back up on the screen. And let's chat a little bit before we start the next reading. Let's see. So if you're asking for how to apply to get your reading, go to that URL, submit an application, then come back to the stream and be ready when I'm ready to call on the next person. I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break for question and answers before doing the next one. So we're just going to chat, and I'm going to drink some water and just recover my energy for the next reading. But let's chat about that. I'm going to leave the live. Thank you for the amazing teledipity. God bless your life and multiply your blessings. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you wanted a reading and couldn't get one, feel free to come back. I'm here every week. And there's always around 10 to 30 people live at any time. So your chances of getting picked are very high. And you usually are picked at the right time because the universe is wise. And when I pick someone at random, well, I personally believe that there's always a reason. So I trust when somebody wants a reading, but I can't deliver one. There's usually a reason that we don't understand until we do the reading. Let's talk a little bit. Who's live? Who's watching? Did the last reading help you think about something? Are you interested in some of the topics we discussed in the last reading or the Q&A session before it? Let's start a conversation. Let's comment. I see people are watching. Let's chat. I need a topic to discuss. Otherwise, it's going to be silent until I bring the next person on. We really don't want that. I don't want that. You guys don't want that. Remember, and this is really good. Like, by the way, it's not something I discovered. My friend Clarissa taught this to me early on in my journey. She's a tarot card reader. She's a very good friend. And she taught it to me. It was very important. She said, you have to both open the energy at the beginning of a reading and close it. And you have to do your own process for it. And it has to be very intentional. So the reason I don't do readings back to back is because I'm doing that process internally. Like, there's no ritual to show or anything like that, but I am kind of like letting go of the last reading and clearing my energy to prepare for the first one, which is why there's always a 10-minute break in between. Otherwise, they bleed into each other and I'm not as good. So it's an important thing to do. If you do this kind of work, I highly advise that you find your own process for it. But that's why I will not jump into another reading right away. And I'll just have an open conversation and chat with everybody in the middle because it helps me do that process internally. Andres, I'm curious. Did you always know teledipity would be successful? Or did you have doubts at the start? I'm going to answer that question. It's going to sound arrogant, but I always knew. I always knew. I think that there's an internal process that you go through before you launch something, where you know you have the idea, you know you want to do it, but you haven't done anything externally. You haven't even written a single word, but you're kind of like mentalizing yourself that you want to do this, you're going to do this, you're going to take that risk one day, even if it's years into the future. I would say that that process for me started in 2011, and I did not launch Teledipity until 2015. So that was 4 years. And in that phase of the process, I didn't know. I was either doubtful or not sure, or coming up with other things I could do or other plans, applying to jobs that I thought might be my dream job, that I thought it might work forever. And I knew I had the dream. I knew I wanted to do it, but I wasn't convinced. But there was a point where I started convincing myself that it was possible. And that tipping point began in 2014. So that's exactly 1 year before I launched the website. And it began because I read this one book. And it's an interesting story, so I'll tell it. I used to go to this. I lived in Los Angeles at the time, and I used to go to this really cool non-religious church that they have over there. It sounds like a weird concept. They're a church. They have services. They even talk about God, even though I always use the word the universe. I never use the word God, but we both know that those are the same concepts with different words. But I was like a universe guy, not a God guy. But anyway, like the church, a friend brought me there. And because there was no religion attached to it, I very much enjoyed the community side to it and the services that were non-religious, but they were still like going to church. This church is called Agape in Los Angeles. It's still around. But then they had this like smaller like group that it was like I think it was like something like millennials, spiritual millennials or something like that, just people my age. So I was 26 at the time, so I was just very young, and I went there once or twice, and then I stopped going. But then I had kind of like a breaking point. It was April of 2014, and I don't remember what triggered it. I remember that at the time I had a job that I hated. I remember that at the time I was very worried about visa stuff in the US because I'm Mexican citizen, not a US citizen. I always needed a visa to get a job, whatever. I had like a breakdown. I don't remember what caused it anymore. I have to think about what it was that made me feel so desperate. But because I had such a difficult day and I had that breakdown, I was like, you know what? It's Wednesday. I'm going to go to that spiritual millennials group. So I go there, and even back then, I was very aware of like serendipity, of this had to happen on this day so I could come to this group, because in this session on this day, there was a message for me. And I noticed it before it even happened because the person that ran the group was not there that day and somebody else took over for her. And that person had been going back to Sacramento, which is like 3 or 4 hours or 5 hours away from Los Angeles, to their hometown to pack up the things from their like childhood home. And on that day, they opened a box and there was this audiobook and CDs that they hadn't heard for a long time. And they're like, I'm going to listen to this on my drive back to Los Angeles. And so she listens to this book on her drive back to Los Angeles and then comes lead this group that night. The only session I went to in months, because I hadn't gone there every week. And she's like, I'm gonna play this book for people that night. So she tells the story before she even plays the CD. And as I'm listening to the story, I can already tell, okay, serendipity alert. this is for me, because those things, they always, when you're noticing all the alignment that had to happen for you to be somewhere and for you to listen to something, it's so mother effing powerful that you just have to pay attention. So I'm just ready to hear whatever I have to hear. And this audiobook is Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. And let me just put a parenthesis on Napoleon Hill and talk about him after, because his books really helped me, but they also come from particular philosophy of thinking that I don't necessarily use dogmatically anymore. So I want to be careful when promoting him, because I don't even subscribe to everything in those books. But even a book that you don't subscribe to everything to might have a nugget for you. So you have to be not dogmatic yourself. You can know that a book is about something that in general you don't believe in, while also being open to receiving something that might be useful to you at the same time. And that's what not being dogmatic is. It's both knowing who you are and what kind of knowledge is for you, and also not closing off to messages from other places, even if they're not doctrines or systems of belief that you normally adopt. Being open to receiving the smallest thing that might be very helpful to you. And that's what not being dogmatic really comes down to. Anyway, Outwitting the Devil. And the audiobook is a really powerful experience, because the concept of the book is the writer interviewing the devil. And he even says in the book that he actually talked to the devil, which is of course not true. But it's how he presents the book. And I think in the book is, or at least the way I received the book, the devil is not a religious thing. It's a metaphor for our shadow, our fears, our anxieties, our insecurities, the limiting beliefs that hold us back. And that's what he's talking to. And that's what the devil represents. So let's just take the Catholicism right out of it, or the Judeo-Christianism right out of it, because that's not what it's about. Long story short, that book taught me the importance of believing it, of knowing it's going to be successful when you start. And I absorbed every inch of that book. And then another book that Napoleon Hill wrote, which is Think and Grow Rich. And a year later, I already had a completely different mindset about my dream, which was, it's going to work. Of course, it's going to work. I didn't have a timeline. I didn't know if it was going to be slow or fast. I didn't even have a vision of how big it could get, but I knew it was going to work. And I definitely credit that book for teaching me that and helping me change the way I thought about my dreams, to think that way and to begin that way. So your question was, did I know in the beginning that it was going to be successful? The answer is yes, but not before I started, but definitely right before not the years when I had the dream, but I hadn't started yet, but definitely from 6 months before I started to every other place after I did. And that book taught me that. Now, Napoleon Hill is a complicated figure. He's a complicated story. And there's actually not even just him. Nobody who's a thought leader in mindset, in success, in spirituality, whatever, nobody is speaking absolute truth, and you don't need to follow anybody as gospel. For all of them, the best approach is to take what's useful and to leave everything else aside, because nobody's a prophet. Nobody is telling you the secrets of the universe. Nobody is telling you all the truth. That applies to everybody, from Napoleon Hill to Joe Dispenza to anybody else that you follow, myself included. There's no absolute truth. People have their experiences, their worldview, their human imperfect side, and then the knowledge they receive either from channeling or from life experience or from mastery of a specific topic that is useful to you. But that's why, anytime you recommend somebody, most people, they have a problematic side. And I'm not endorsing that at all. And I'm not unaware of it. But I try to just take wisdom where it's offered to me without accepting the full person or without judging the full person. And that's what those books gave me. And then I stopped really like relying on them as a mindset model shortly after, maybe 2 or 3 years after I kind of dropped them. And they're still really good books if you want to read them, but never take everything from a book ever. And more importantly, I think the other point I want to make is I find this very interesting. And for me, if there's anybody I follow as gospel, it's Montaigne, Michel de Montaigne. He was a French philosopher from the 16th century. He was a nobleman. He had a castle, and he wrote hundreds of essays that then became a collection, a book of essays. And if you want to place him in any philosophical current, he belongs in skepticism the most. The philosophical currents of skepticism, which has nothing to do with how we use the word skepticism today. The word skepticism is completely misused. It's not its original definition. When you hear somebody says, "I'm skeptic," in modern times, what they're trying to tell you is that they don't believe anything without evidence. That's actually not what skepticism was born as a philosophical current, as a philosophical system of thought. It was a complete opposite. And the word has just been bastardized. When I say I'm skeptic, you would hear me saying, I don't believe anything unless you prove it. But that's not what skepticism means. The real definition of skepticism is that you withhold judgment from all things non-evident. So you don't judge things you cannot prove. That is not the same as refusing to listen to things that you cannot prove. Skeptic philosophers didn't do that. They heard from everybody. They absorbed knowledge from wherever. They just decided as a mental discipline not to judge something if they can't prove that it's wrong. They'll just be open to it and listen to it, and they will withhold judgment. So being a skeptic person in the original spirit of the philosophy is being willing to hear from anybody without judging them, and then just taking what you want, what fits you, what's for you and for now, and just discarding the rest. Not with judgment, not with criticism, but just with the knowing that it's not for you. It's not that I maybe had all of that discipline in my early years of reading from authors and reading books and everything else. But I definitely have that clear in my mind now. And I definitely will credit Montaigne for teaching me that skill of avoiding dogmatism, but also avoiding dogmatism isn't just like not adopting any philosophical or spiritual current as absolute truth. It's also not being closed off to ones that you hadn't been exposed to before. You can listen. Nothing's going to happen if you listen. You're not going to burst in flames. You're not going to you don't have to be so guarded with your beliefs that you will shut yourself off from hearing somebody that's speaking something else. But at the same time, you don't just absorb what somebody else says confidently just because they're saying it and just because they're being confident about it. You filter and you pick and choose, and you are the guardian of your own mind, the guardian of your beliefs. And those are not small things. Your beliefs, they drive your choices, they drive your life story. You should always have a very strong inventory of them, and you should always be aware that they need to come from you, and that no thought leader, no philosopher, no guru, no author should have the access to control those beliefs from the outside by saying, this is the truth, you have to follow it. Nothing more. Like, that's when bad things start to happen. So you can come tell me all the ways in which someone, some author, some book are either wrong or problematic, and I'll usually agree. There's things about Joe Dispenza that I disagree with. There's things about Napoleon Hill that I disagree with. There's things about every religion that I disagree with, and there's things that I agree with from every religion. There's things about Zen Buddhism that I disagree with. There's things about everything that I disagree with. And then there's things that I can see, feel true to me, are true to me. I accept into my internal storehouse of belief. And I get to be the manager of that, which is my own mind and my own internal worldview. And everyone should be the manager of theirs at all times. And no one should read a book expecting it to be gospel. And also no one should read a book expecting all of it to be trash. And that's what freedom really is. We think of freedom as like the freedom to choose whatever life you want. Freedom is also the freedom to choose whatever belief enters your mind from the outside, and not giving power to any one source. Philosopher, thought leader, platform, including myself and Teledipity. I'm part of that. Don't give me all of the don't give me carte blanche on the things I say. I could be wrong about many things. You have to decide. And also ChatGPT, because there's a lot of people relying on ChatGPT for everything right now, for small and big choices, for small and big strategies, for everything. And ChatGPT is also wrong about a lot. Don't get your freedom captured by an external source. The most important thing is that you filter, and the most important thing is that you guard your beliefs and where they come from. Let me read some comments because I've been ranting for a bit. Thanks, Andres. Really appreciate your words. We'll get back to work with. Absolutely, Paulo. Thank you for showing up. Agape? Yeah, agape. Different perspective now. Cheers, mate. Your story is so inspiring and empowering. Thank you. Whatever my story can add to your story, so that you follow and build your dreams too. There's nothing that makes me happier, and there's nothing that makes me feel more honored and more grateful. So thank you. Death doula work and how astrology can be. So the question is, what do you think about death doula work and how astrology can be a tool for that type of work? I have no clue what any of that is. I mean, I know what astrology is. I don't know what death doula is. So you can explain it to me, but I still won't have an opinion because I don't know. I have no idea. I can't have an opinion. I don't know. So let me just get rid of this mint, drink some more water. Tell me, we're gonna start reading now, but tell me how you received all that, because I ranted for a while, didn't I? And telling a story about books that influenced me, and then how I dropped those books. Not dropped them, but like some of them I'm more careful with recommending because I'm aware of the sites that I don't want to recommend. So it is what it is. I'm whatever. Ask me one more question and then we'll do another reading. Overall message: to not outsource your inner authority. Absolutely. I think it's partly from my own childhood trauma. So that's why I find it the most scary for someone to control your beliefs without you knowing. I think that's the worst place you can be. I think that's the worst outcome that you can find yourself in. And I know how easy it is to fall into that so much because of my own life story, that it's a thing that I just scream every time, all day, every day, to anybody who will listen, all over the stream and all over the website. And part of the reason why the first wave of visibility in Teledipity made me so uncomfortable, because I don't want to be that person that shows up on a stage and pretends to know everything or pretends to be perfect, because no. And that's why for my entire journey, especially as a creator, Montaigne and the skeptic philosophy has been so important for me, to know that it's possible to still share what you know and share your opinions and write them down without ever falling into that trap. You can do it from that energy. And Montaigne, in his work, really taught me how to do that. So I live him, I honor him, and even him would say, "Don't honor me that much. Be your own person." But he's the best example for me. All right, let's do another reading. That's enough rant. If you've applied and if you're ready and if you want to be the next person to get a live reading, it is now time. Say I applied and I'm ready in the comment section, and I'll pick the next one. Nobody wants a reading? First time in a while, huh? Somebody wants a reading. Let's go. Let's go. It's time for another live reading. If you've applied and you're ready, say I applied and I'm ready. Beautiful. Mia Dalton 111, it's your turn. Let me find you. Found you. I see the second application where you sent the full name. Watch your inbox. You're going to get the stream link in a second. Email sent. It's on its way to you. Now I'm going to pull your chart. Mia, I saw you arrived. Just give me a second. I'm just making sure I have everything correct so that I don't do the wrong reading. So I just paying attention that I have your name spelled correctly and your birth date correct. Yes. Okay. this is the right chart. Let me pull it. And let me pull the second version of the chart. So I have both. And I started at age 20. And it is on my screen. And now we're ready to go. Hi, Mia.
Hello.
How's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Awesome.
Where are you? Where are you from? And tell me a little bit about yourself.
Totally. I'm from Australia, but I've spent the last 12 years in Los Angeles. So when you were talking about agape, I was like, I know what he's talking about. I've been there as well. And right now I'm in France.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
So fill some gaps in that story. Like, why were you in LA? Why did you move to Paris? Like, I'm curious now.
Yeah. So I won the green card lottery in 2012. And at the time I was living in Abu Dhabi for a few years. And then I moved to LA. So I've been in LA for about 12 years. And then about 2 years ago, it was like, kind of in my 9th year, I started traveling. I put all my things in storage and just, I went to Bali and France and Mexico City and a few other different places. And then this dream to come to France has been a long time coming. And every time I've gone to do it, there's been like another distraction or something unplanned has happened that has like pulled me somewhere else. And this is the first time that I'm like, oh my gosh, like I can actually just go to France, and I need to figure out some visa things and situations. But essentially this is the first time where I'm like fully allowing myself to be here. And I only got here a few days ago, and I'm spending the month in a chateau, which is like a co-living, co-working chateau. And then that I'm not sure what's going to happen from here, but I'm just, leaving it open a little.
And tell me about your career dreams.
Yeah. So I have my own brand strategy agency. I work with female founders, and I've always kind of been in the media world, but my real dream is to write and get paid for my writing. And I was actually at this same chateau a year ago, and I started my Substack. So that's been kind of like a bit of a slow journey. And, I've been doing other things on the side. I do like content strategy and copywriting for clients, but the real dream is to like have a writing career that's my like main source of income. So
very nice. And so what do you want to write about? Like, is it fiction, nonfiction, essays? Like,
at this stage, it's a lot of essays about like cultural observations, reinvention, starting over, identity. I've lived like I'm only 37, but I've lived a lot of lives so far. And I've been married, I've been divorced, I've lived in different countries. I was a flight attendant, I worked in media, I've worked in finance. Like I've just like been on this constant path of reinvention. And I think I just have a message for women that like and for anyone really, that we just get to choose a path that feels authentic to us, and like getting away from like all of the social construction of like tick the boxes of marriage and the corporate career and the titles and the house, and like really nailing down like, but what does a fulfilling life look like to you? So that's really the path that I've been on, and it hasn't been easy. It's actually been really hard, and you lose a lot of people in the process when you choose yourself, but I'm still standing. And I think there's a bigger message that as we kind of, we've entered the age of Aquarius and things. So I just feel there's like this big collective shift that's coming, and I'd love to be like a voice in leading that.
I mean, when you talk about your life, the first thing that's very clear is how it's exciting it's been. And then I hear you underselling it, and then at the same time, I sense such clean, positive energy from you, just from like immediate interaction, where like even like the underselling it is not really coming from making yourself small, but from like a confidence in just owning your story and where you stand, and knowing that you're aligned without proof. And it's just, you can pick up on it so clearly. And it's such powerful energy. And if I can say anything before we start the reading, is I think that whenever that got activated for you, whether it was recent or years ago, that energy, that confidence, is the achievement itself, because none of us were born with it, but crossing that line is what it's not even what makes the rest of the road easier, because not really, but like is what activates everything else on whatever timeline. And I'm wondering if you recognize that, like when you cross that line, when you activated that energy, and how long ago that was. And I'm gonna see where that date is in your chart, and maybe we can talk about it before we talk about your future. Because I think you're standing in a lot of power right now, and I think that that's a sign that really exciting things are about to happen, just from pattern recognition. So that's like, I want to dig further before we like talk about your chart.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think maybe it's been very recent. It's sometime in the last 2 years, I would say. And I've just been in situations over the last year and a half, 2 years, that have forced me into this version of myself, and they've been extremely uncomfortable. But like I recognize, like, it's all part of it, and all part of who I'm becoming, and what this all means. But it's taken a long time to really stand in who I am, and to own that, and not feel like I have to shapeshift or manipulate myself in a way for the comfort of others. And even to the point where, like, my birth name is different. I changed my birth name 9 years ago because of like the negative connotation with that. And then I looked back, and then I was like, wow, I changed my name just to make other people feel comfortable. Yeah.
But you kept it, or
No,
you changed it again?
No, I've been going as Maya for like the last 10 years, 9 or 10 years. Yeah. So.
There's no right or wrong question. I was just curious.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. Just I didn't want you to think I was silently thinking some way about that answer. I think if I would go by your chart, I think that line is 3 years, a group of 3 years. It begins in the middle of 2023, more specifically, May 2023.
Yeah.
Early May 2023.
I'm getting full chills. Yeah, it's kind of silly. It's at that time. Well, my birthday is May 23rd. And I was in Hawaii for my birthday. And at that point, I was working a very intense job at a media agency. And I got to Hawaii, and I just like burst into tears. And I was like, oh my gosh, I need to leave this job. Like, I can't go back. I can't do this anymore. And I always look at my birthday, and I think I turned 33 then, I always look back.
You turned 34. That was
34.
Your 34th
Okay, yeah.
birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, and I always look back. I always look at my birthday as like the start of a new year. Like that's what a new year feels like for me. And then I came back from Hawaii, and then the week later I was laid off. So it was like, even like whether
that was a manifestation.
Exactly. So so I was laid off, and then I already had plans to travel in Europe for the summer. So I just kind of took the time off, and then I didn't really I never returned to a corporate job after that. That was the last time. And despite trying, there have been times where I've like interviewed and applied for jobs, and I'm like, why isn't this working? Like, I used to be able to get a job so easily. And it's like no, this is not the path you're going to go on. And then that's what caused me to create my own agency where I work with people directly. And also around that time, in October of 2023, my ex-husband and I separated. So that was like the start of that kind of more journey of independence. And then early 2024, I started traveling, and I haven't really stopped since. So yeah, that makes sense.
And your birthday this year was big too, because that closed that chapter.
I felt it.
Tell me.
Yeah, I just knew. I was like, this is like, it's done. Like this period of just figuring things out, and pain and instability, and thinking something was one way, then it turns out to be another way, and finally feeling settled, and like something would happen, and I have to like move out of my villa or whatever it was. I just had this feeling. It was like a very kind of like a boring birthday in a good way. There was
Mhm.
nothing too exciting on the surface happening, but I could feel the internal shift of like, "Whew, like we did it. Like now it gets to be good. Now we get to enjoy."
Um, it's an important transit that you entered that only lasts 1 year. So it'll close on your next birthday.
Mm,
And I would describe that as a wrap up and cleanup year for you. Outside
mm,
of your 9-year cycle, outside of it being a 2-year, whatever, that 12-month period for you. Uh, I think in the context of your career, it is finishing all the ideas that have been either half executed or still in your mind with the idea of executing in the future. I would be very specific in saying that for the next 12 months, landing the plane on every idea from the past is
mm,
much more important than starting to implement any idea that is new, and that's very specifically that you got after your birthday this year, after May. So any
mm,
like new stuff is not to block the instinct or inspiration, but to write down and set aside so that you like, because there's a vision there that would have been very clear to you in those 3 years, from you leaving Hawaii and leaving that relationship to a couple months ago on your birthday. It's almost like those entire 3 years where of channeling a vision.
mm,
And it sounds like the Substack is a first step there, is a building block towards that, but that it's bigger.
mm,
And I'm not necessarily saying build the whole thing in the next 12 months, but definitely start the ball rolling on anything that's adjacent to it, that's either part of the Substack or in some other platform or whatever, and to just get the ball rolling on all those old ideas. I think that looking for the right words. I know the next piece, but I'm looking for the right words. It feels like the next 12 months are, and really not 12 months because it's already been 2 months since your birthday, so we're talking about 10 months.
mm,
The next 10 months are a time where all your business ideas um, work seamlessly, get launched and grow seamlessly, but your personal ideas, and it feels like I don't want to speak too specifically because I could be off in where I'm placing this, but that the your idea of where you're going to live or where this chapter of your life will take place will be reevaluated again over the next 10 months.
mm,
Um, and I don't necessarily, I'm not getting that from Paris. I'm getting that from your chart. So it's not really a judgment on Paris.
mm.
It just feels like you're still in transition,
Yeah.
and like the next 10 months are about reevaluating a piece of your plans for not financial stability or career stability, but for like social stability and like home and roots. I feel like uh, there's shifts there, and the irony, because it's gonna feel like the next piece I'm gonna say does not make sense with what I just said. The irony is that I feel like your most prosperous years and your most successful years, like not in your whole life, but definitely in the last 15 years, and definitely until like after your 50s, uh, they begin on your next birthday, May 2027, and then they like that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 year transit, long-term transit of like a professional expansion that's very, very powerful.
Mhm.
The first 3 years of that, you're still traveling and don't really have like a home base.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I feel like I'm trying to connect the two insights, which is like you're from what I heard, you're already hungry for roots when you arrived in Paris.
Yeah.
From what your chart says is that even though you're hungry for roots, there's still like 3.5 years of like, I don't want to call it nomading, but like
It kind of,
of
well, that's
like
kind of what I've been doing. Like I
Mhm,
call it like a multi-locational living,
mhm,
where I'll do
mhm,
like 3 months in France over the summer, then I'll go
mhm,
back to LA for 3 months, and then
mhm.
Bali in Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very aligned, and I feel
Mm.
like on the back half of like, because this has been going on since 2023, but on the
Yeah.
back half, because we're in the midpoint of that and like entering the second half of it, those moves are more part of the career plan than just whims.
Yeah.
It's about like you move to a place where it's strategically connected to the whatever it is that you're building, rather than somewhere where you want to live. And that
That
can mean
makes
a
sense.
lot of things, right? It can mean the ecosystem there. It can mean something as stupid as just being somewhere with low taxes for 12 months because you need the
Yeah.
extra, like, and it doesn't
Yeah.
matter, like, because it's you're shifting the shift that already happened is that now it's about what you're building and not about your personal experience. And that's
Mm.
where it's like it's almost like the first 3 years of a baby, like all your decisions revolve around it, and then later you start thinking a little bit more of yourself in ways you couldn't in the early days.
Yeah.
But it just there's a there's a part of Paris that's that's going to inspire and execute on a very specific personal evolution that's going to be brief and that's going to I don't want to be that certain, but it feels that way, inspire you to relocate before you were even 1 year there, I think.
Mm.
And
Mhm.
don't take my word for that, but that's how your chart reads to me.
Yeah.
How do you receive that? Because I like
I
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I can see how that makes sense, and exactly what you're saying about it's more about finding the place that's aligned with what I'm building rather than
Mhm,
like, "Oh, I just like being here."
mhm,
And that because my biggest focus is on what I'm building and what I'm creating because I feel like it's the domino effect, right? I want to
mhm,
be able to live a certain lifestyle, and
mhm,
that's gonna take what I'm building to, support that. And it's just interesting because this like dream of like coming to Paris, as I was saying, every time something has happened, like my dog passed away, or like
oh, I'm sorry.
I got caught up in Egypt, and then I ended up being there for 3 months, and just so many different things. And so I can see how that makes sense. And I think by this stage, I'm also open to the plan changing and things. Like I'm not married to anything right now, and I
Mhm,
think it's a good place for me to be in because I don't have any doubt that I will have that like Paris chapter at some point. And,
mhm,
if it's when I'm like 40, like, okay, fine. But it's more important for me
yeah,
to focus on like what environment suits what I'm building
yeah,
and who I'm
yeah.
being. Yeah.
And I think more specifically, like you're supposed to be in Paris because Paris is going to give you
Mm,
an identity upgrade
yeah.
that I don't necessarily mean like difficult or painful, but I do mean like intense,
Mm,
from which the decision to not be there will come.
yeah.
And it's like it feels like a very intense 10 months, like just in terms of like whatever experiences that city brings you, the people, the whatever, it's like a completion year.
Mm.
And I was talking about completion very much in your business terms, in your projects terms. But then the other side of that completion is the completion in a personal evolution that feels solidified, just to me, watching you and hearing you and just sensing your energy, but that just based on the chart likely is missing just the cherry on top. Like the whole cake is baked, but there's a cherry that Paris provides, and then then it's off to the races after that. And that line is very clear. It's your next birthday next year.
I feel it.
I want to hear more. Like, I don't know, like something else to look at, or just more reflection on that message, or
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, and probably why I feel myself continuing to come back to France. Because there is an inspiration there, as you were saying, like an identity upgrade. There's something here that I'm then going to take. I wonder if there's anything in my chart around like independence versus partnership versus like roots and like kind of home family life.
Yes. The first one is that you should have the commitment. You probably already have it, but you should have the commitment because it's very aligned with your chart. You don't need another job ever again. You're going to be creating your own salary from here on out. Of course, it's different if you're a contractor for somebody than on their payroll, but it's the payroll thing that it can already like be trusted as permanent. You're not going to be an employee ever again. I see it in the chart. The second is that it feels like to me that this is a solo project until later phases, because there's the first phase in this chart that looks like exactly what you're describing. It's content, it's voice, it's your taste, your ideas, your vision. There's no partnership there that I can feel. There's a transition point then. This is after you, like around your 41st birthday. So it's after you turn 40. This is 2030 we're talking about, where the content machine, the writing, the vision, the you being public, transitions into the building of some sort. Doesn't have to be massive, but some sort of organization or team.
I know what you're talking about.
Like a system, like a thing that
I know
you
what
are
you're talking about.
the leader of. But that now is not a solo project because there's a team around it, and there's like the construction of something that's yours. So in the most aligned version of that story, you create the conditions for you to either fund it yourself or secure funding, but that is backing your decision making completely, where it's not, you're not negotiating on your ideas, you're executing them with a team under you. And that period is long, by the way. It is it begins on so like the transition year for that is you being 41. So it's from 2030 to 2031. And then the execution of that organization, system, whatever, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years long. So it would be like that transit would close on your 47th birthday. And then from your 47th to your 50th, it's a consolidation of recognition, of finances, of power, the good kind of power, from all that stuff that came before it, before you take what looks to me to be a short sabbatical, couple years, and then move into the next chapter of your career, which is so far into the future, probably don't need to interpret too much.
Yeah.
But this story that you're going into, that all those stages are very clear. I think that having a family, meeting an aligned partner, is not blocked at any point in that story. Not now, not next year, not when you're building the business, whatever. Like that can be there at all times. But the important thing is that this journey that you're starting is so key to your life story that it shouldn't be interfered with by your personal life.
Yeah.
So it's not don't have a personal life. It's have a personal life that understands the importance of this thing. You know, that means the partner, and that means like even if and when you have kids, which is perfectly possible at any point in the story, that you're not going to be dropping that business. So you're going to be doing both at the same time. And even in those 3 years that still look nomady, like you could meet someone that travels with you. That's not impossible either. So I don't really see like a specific love transit or not love transit. I just see this entrepreneurial story so clearly that that's the main plot of the movie, you know?
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Give me feedback on all that.
Yeah, no, it definitely aligns, and that's even my approach to partnership or meeting people or dating now. It's like, unless this person is adding to expanding my life, you know, then it's not something that I'm willing to maybe even compromise on. Like I feel like I have I'm here to do this work, and that's very clear to me, and everything will come secondary. It doesn't mean that I can't have it, but it just means it's secondary. So when I think I was on a path where I was about to not honor that, and so it took a lot of courage for me to leave a marriage that was actually pretty good, and to leave a life that was great, to just truly honor this. So so
and
I
maybe
always
even
have that.
like maybe even secondary is the wrong word. It's more like can be equally important, just not interfere.
Exactly. Yeah. So and it's not something that I'm like seeking or searching for now, but I always like to be open, because you could meet someone any random day at any random point, but it is important for me to continue the path that I'm on and to create and produce the things in the world that I am committed to doing.
I think like I think everything is gonna feel like the wind is at your back, and every year is building on each other in terms of progress and success, and every piece of your dream coming together naturally and easily after you leave Paris.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's just 10 months.
And
that
just
doesn't
10
mean don't
months.
start now. But that's why
Yeah.
that's where like I'm reaching back to the beginning of the reading, is like that's why it's a good time to just wrap up old ideas.
Yeah.
And just go explore the city to see what lesson it's trying to give you, to wrap up the personal evolution as well. And then it's off to the races.
Yeah.
I don't see it as being like especially hard or painful or whatever. I just feel like it is a little bit of like your Paris experience is a little bit of a muddy swamp that you still advance in, but it's like the last real bit of resistance there. for whatever reason. And I think you'll be able to tell the story better than I a year from now. Like what I'm even referring to, because I don't know what I'm referring to. It's just there. Yeah.
Yeah. And when you say the Paris experience, do you mean like geographically when I'm here, or you mean like the 10 months essentially?
10 months.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm assuming you're going to be in Paris those 10 months. Maybe not, but the 10 months.
Yeah, because I would like to have to figure out a visa, but even to leave, I would have to leave to do that. So it's kind of something that's in the future. So I could go back to Bali, I could go back to LA. Yeah.
That's a good correction, because I the entire time I'm doing the reading, I'm associating those 10 months with Paris. But maybe what I'm talking about is you having to leave to then come back. Maybe. Yeah. Thanks for that context, because then it's the 10 months. It's not really Paris.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there's still like it's deeper than just like a visa. There's like
Totally.
There's a personal evolution there too, whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've kind of felt that before, because every time I've tried to come here, there's like, oh no, there's another evolution, or there's a lesson, or there's another, just like a thing I'm meant to evolve into. And I feel like it's preparing me for that chapter, but it's like, don't come too early, because maybe I'll like come and hate it, or it won't work out or something. So,
by the way, just a fun tidbit. I have that exact thing with Paris for different reasons, because it's not really in the numerology chart, but like, every time I go there, weird stuff happens, and I have like, it's like a place that always forces me to grow up. When I was 18, when I was 25, when I was like 4 or 5 years ago in my 30s, like grow up. And then when I did the astrocartography thing, there's like a massive like Chiron line over Paris, and now I'm scared to go back, because I don't want to, like, I don't want to be under that line ever, because clearly there's something there. Because every time I'm there, it's tough, even though it's an amazing place to visit. So I haven't gone back in a while.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I don't know that that's what's going on with you. It's a funny thing, yeah. So yeah, I mean, you're past the hard part in many ways. At least the hard part in the sense of the kind of heart that you have before you're living your dreams versus the kind of heart that you have after you're living your dreams.
Yeah.
You're done with the first one, so.
Great. Yeah, I definitely felt that this year on my birthday. I was like, okay. Yeah.
Incredible. What's your Substack? Would love to read what you write.
Yeah, it's called Tellement Cute, which is like a play on like French and English. Tellement Cute by Maya Dalton. So I can drop it. I'll drop it in the chat.
Yes, drop it in the chat. Also reply to the email with the stream link, so I have it, put it in the video when it's published, and just go. I'm not on Substack a lot, but I'll subscribe and I'll read.
Awesome. Oh, thank you.
So yeah, good luck. You don't need it, but it's gonna get exciting. Cool. How did you find teledipity?
So I found teledipity through an old business coach of mine, Phoebe Kuhn. I don't know if you know.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, I've been in your community for a few years now, and it's funny because I was like, when did I sign up to teledipity? And it was on that Hawaii trip. On my birthday, I remember sitting there and I was like, oh, I'm going to sign up for this, which is just so funny. It came into my life at the start of this 3-year cycle. So very interesting.
I asked because, we're close friends now, but I met her because she was one of like the earliest teledipity users. She was living in Hawaii at the time. I'd let that same year, so I was wondering, like, maybe you met her there, but like, yeah.
No, I was just there for a vacation.
Phoebe, and I never met Phoebe, but I was in contact with her a couple of years ago when she was promoting teledipity a lot. Just I did familiarize myself with her, so I know I know how that happened. But yeah,
nice, awesome. And I've told a lot of people about it since. So I have probably like 5 or 6 friends who are subscribers. So.
Thank you.
And we all share our like readings. And yeah, love it. Love your work.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor, and thank you for recommending, and thank you for coming to the stream. I love to meet you, and I definitely want to read from you. I always like I applaud and support everybody, but I have a special soft spot for writers. So I wanna check out what you write, and
Awesome.
good luck. And you have my email if you ever need anything or whatever. Like you know where to reach me.
Awesome. This was amazing. Thank you so much,
Likewise.
Andres.
Thank you. It's great meeting
Okay.
you.
You too.
Good luck.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Amazing. That was such a cool reading. Great to get to know Mia and learn about her work. She has such good energy. I feel like she's gonna do some awesome things. How do I apply? Chris Kroll skates. Let me put this back up on the screen. It's also in the video description, but if you want to join us, if you want to get a live reading, there's the URL. Go there, fill out the form. That's where you send all the information. That's where you also agree to the terms of the public reading. And then once you've filled out the form and it's submitted, come back to the stream and then just be first to volunteer, or just one of the people volunteering when I call on the next person. And then I just choose for whoever's available. But you have to fill the form first, not because I go by order of submission, but because that's where I get your information, and that's where I am confident that you've read the terms of the public reading, because it's free. There's no payment involved, but there are some agreements and expectations to showing up into this live forum. So definitely want to make sure that you've read and agreed to that before jumping on. Anyway, I'm going to just clear energy before the next reading. Chat with everybody on the chat. How did people connect with Mia's story? Did people get inspired by it? Tell me all about how you feel about the last reading, and or any conversation we had before it. And feel free to ask questions about numerology, about teledipity, about myself, about anything. And we'll just rant for a bit before we do the next reading. I was supposed to join right now as I'm questioning my entrepreneur journey. And your prediction yesterday on rejection came true today for a role I thought I was perfect for. This is resonating. Thank you, Michelle. I think anyone who says that they were never affected by rejection, or aren't still, maybe in smaller ways, is lying, because we all have to deal with it and we all have to process it. We get rejected romantically. We get rejected professionally. We get rejected constantly, all the time. And the easy way out is to say, well, they're stupid, or they didn't see, or they didn't see how awesome I am. The second easiest way is to say, well, I wasn't good enough. I didn't show everything I can do. I didn't show up well enough. And they're both, I think, things that we all do to ease the pain of rejection as quickly as possible. Either they're stupid, or we just didn't show up as we should have, and that's why they couldn't see how we were a match. I think that I think both of those increase the pain of rejection rather than reduce it, even though we think they're reducing it. And I think that the best way to deal with rejection, or to teach yourself how to deal with rejection, is not to pretend it doesn't matter or you're not affected by it, but to trust that there was no compatibility, and that even though you were convinced that there was, that there wasn't, and that person noticed it, and that you definitely don't want to be accepted by someone or some organization that you're not compatible with. Even if you thought you were, they didn't. And you can trust what they felt. Because that doesn't mean you're not worthy or not valuable. It just means that they realized that it wasn't fit for them. And you want to be with somebody who thinks that you're a fit for them. You don't want to be with somebody who doesn't think you're a fit for them, even if you think you are a fit for them. So in that scenario, they're not stupid, nor did you fail to present yourself appropriately. They just saw something you weren't seeing, which is a lack of fit. It's so much easier. You have to train yourself though, right? Because the thing that makes rejection hard is your inner child that doesn't want to be rejected, that wants to be accepted by the world, by everybody. But at the metacognition level, at the mental level, to go into that situation, feel like my inner child feels hurt, but if I think about it, it makes sense because I've been in the other shoes before. I've rejected somebody that wanted to date me and I knew it wasn't a fit and maybe made them feel bad. But I know that when I'm in the shoes of the rejector, it wasn't personal. It wasn't even a judgment on their value. It was just a recognition of lack of fit. And it didn't mean that you didn't think they were special. You just didn't think they were the right fit. The same thing when you've been in the shoes of a rejector, and maybe not everybody has been in the shoes of a rejector at the professional level, but many people have, and you know exactly how that is when you are hiring somebody. You pick someone that's a good fit, and you have to tell no to a lot of people that are awesome, that you think are going to be successful, that you think are super talented, that you think have a great story ahead of them, but that you just couldn't hire. And while they may receive it as you saying you're not special, what was actually happened is that you were saying like it was almost the fit, but it wasn't the fit, and we picked the fit, and that's it. It's not personal there either. It's the same thing when when an investor rejects you, when a contest rejects you, when a scholarship rejects you, when a university rejects you. We take it so personally because it can only be personal to us. But in reality, it's a favor because we only want to go to places where we are a fit, where the organization or the person can't wait to say yes because they recognize what we see in them. They're so aligned that they have the same enthusiasm for us that we have for them. Those are the only people I want accepting me. I don't want someone accepting me that's like not sure. And I'll tell you a story that just like this isn't a story that is part of my self-perception or anything else. Like I actually forgot it until I just said this. It just came to my mind right now. But it's a very interesting story. So one of the jobs that I had, one of the last jobs before I started doing Teledipity full time, I felt I was a perfect fit. I applied. I talked to everybody in the organization and the person who would be my boss. And I felt that everybody loved me and everybody thought that I was the right fit. And then I didn't hear from them for months. It was like 3 or 4 months. And maybe I thought, well, maybe they went with somebody else or whatever, but I followed up, and then they still needed time, and then I followed up again and they still needed time. And then right around this time, actually, it was a 4th of July weekend in the US. I was like, all right, I'm going to send one final follow-up. And I sent the final follow-up. It's like, hey, like, just wanted to check. Did you hire somebody? Did you not? And they send me the offer letter. Best day ever, right? I got the job, blah, blah, blah. I signed it, everything. And then I joined this organization and it was a terrible fit. Terrible. mostly it wasn't a fit because I don't think me and that boss really jived. We were different, and it was like a leadership position. So um, that jive is very important, and you could tell it was never there from the beginning. And because I was in a leadership position, I had access to everything in the organization. And months later, I was looking for something else, and then I happened to go into some records about what happened on the other side of the hiring process, and I realized that the reason they hadn't reached out to me for so long is because they went through 3 people before me. I was the 4th choice. They tried to hire somebody else, and that person said no. They tried to hire somebody else, and that person said no. They tried to hire somebody else, and that person said no. And only then did they hire me. And that's when I realized, even though many people in the organization really wanted me there, the one person that never really did from the beginning was my boss. For his reasons, I don't judge him. I actually like him now. I have zero animosity, zero anything, but yeah, he knew from the beginning that it was a poor fit. And I just ended up there because there was nobody else who wanted it, and I took it. And I think that's the perfect example for me that whatever you think you want, wherever you want to be accepted, you never ever want somebody saying yes when they actually mean no. That's goes for your romantic life, and it goes for your professional life. You only want people saying yes when they're convinced. As convinced as you are convinced, as enthusiastic as you are enthusiastic. Reciprocity is so important. So rejection isn't personal, and it always, not often, always is a favor to you, even when you don't realize it. We only have to fill out the form one time, right? I did a few weeks ago. Yeah, you only have to fill out one time. Even if you filled it weeks ago, I can still find your application. So it's fine. Hey, Andres, stopped to say, hola, ¿cómo estás? Hope you have a great stream. We'll stick around. Hey, Nadi. Yeah, it's Nadi. Yeah, it's Nadi. I'm pretty sure it's Nadi. It's great to see you back here again. My reading with Nadi was one of the earliest stream readings. It was on the first stream, and it was the last reading of the first stream, and it was awesome. It's already a clip, a standalone video on YouTube. We talked about turning 40, and we talked about her life mission. It's a really great reading. We had a lot of fun. Michelle says, yes, it stings, and it's fresh, and it was literally in your prediction, and I honestly didn't like reading it, LOL, but it's always true. I know what's meant for me won't miss me, but it stings. It always stings. But processing the sting is the objective, not eliminating the sting. It's just processing it quickly and with the right energy. It's kind of like digesting food. Chew it, digest it, poop it, and move on. Yes, I thought I had clarity and confidence, and it stings that my intuition was wrong. Yeah, but that's okay. We always we sometimes pick things that aren't for us. Everybody does that. It's a big favor when those things say no. So it's a mistake that we don't have to spend another year or two figuring out that was wrong. So absolutely. Reciprocity is in my DNA. Definitely need to hear this today. Thank you. My pleasure, Michelle. My pleasure. I've had to think clearly, like I speak like I always knew. The reason I have a whole philosophy and system for rejection is because it really, really used to hurt me a lot. So it's a philosophy built from pain. Completely agree. Everything happens for a reason. I'm sure that there's always something better for me or something different that I need to live or learn, but always is for the best. Exactly. Can you let me know anything? I'm having a tough time at work this year. 12/09/1988. So if you want a personal reading, you have to jump on stream. You have to apply over there. and then we can talk about your chart in a reading setting. The reason for that is that even though I make it seem like in the app, like I can know a ton just from your birthday, the reality is that when you say I'm having a tough time at work and give me your birthday, I need way more context than that. I need your full name of birth, and more importantly, I need to talk to you so that I can connect the transits in your chart to the way you're experiencing them and give you useful information. If it's just from the chat, my, I guess you could call it magic. My magic really doesn't work that way. We have to be in a reading. So it's your choice if you want to do a live reading, but I don't really think I can answer that question in the comments just because of the lack of context that even if you expand it on in the comments, it still wouldn't be enough. We would have to be in a reading together. I didn't like my July forecast, but it came right on time as someone on my team quit, and I was like, maybe I should quit too. And then you whispered into my ear, what do you get out of your job? Interesting. Was that in the podcast? Interesting. What year are you in, Nutty? I'm curious what podcast that was. I remember the reminder at the exact moment. Well, thank you. I'm glad that the system and that the app still works properly. Yes, I didn't love my July updates so far neither, but they are true. Yeah, I think that's the delicate balance, right? I like Teledippery's 11 years old. I think about this all the time. How to deliver the news that is not what people expect and whether to deliver it in the first place. But I'm reminded that I prefer the way I do it and the constructive way I do it, because I also don't do too negative stuff either. Every time I go into Instagram, especially in the last 2 years, where every post is AI slop, because I'm sure you've noticed it. Every time you go into Instagram, when the algorithm thinks you're interested in numerology or astrology, every post you see is, this week is going to be the greatest of your life. It's going to change everything. It's the portal of your best thing, and everything's aligning for you, and you're going to get everything you've ever dreamed of. And like every single week it tells you that. Every single day it tells you that. It's like constant. And in the beginning, it's like, whoa, oh my God, I'm getting messages from the universe. It's going to be so awesome. Like the universe is telling me that things are about to change. And then I'm like, week 6 or week 7 or week 8, you're like, wait a second. It's been telling me this every single week. So I don't think it's for me. And I don't think it's really like doing anything other than telling me what I want to hear. And that's the whole point of those posts. Those posts are not made by astrologers. They're made by AI, number one. And number two, the people managing those accounts, they don't want to help you with that information. They want you to follow them and like those posts. They're looking for engagement. They're not looking to do their work appropriately. So, of course, there's a benefit to telling people every single week that their life's about to change and that everything they ever wanted is about to happen. That drives engagement a lot. But I think people are intelligent and they realize after week 3 or 4 that if you're always saying that, then you're actually saying nothing and that you're not really doing any work. So when I experience that every time I go into Instagram, I remember why my approach to leaving things in that maybe are not aligned with people's expectations is a correct one, because the moment you just only deliver the good news and that's it, people tune out because people know that life is not like that. And that doesn't mean there's no good news to share. And that also doesn't mean that you have to go overboard with the negativity, because that's also a mistake. And there's other apps that do that. I'm not going to name them. It's a delicate balance. And yep. I'm in a 4-year. The perspective is always helpful for a mindset shift of how to take practical next steps. Year 4, it was about remembering why I accepted my job, what I get out of it, etc. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I remember that podcast. Yeah, yeah. So aligned. Loved your reading. Mine was right before yours, and I thought I had so much clarity. Yes, Michelle and Nadi, OGs of the stream. They were here on the very first episode. Thank you both for coming back. That's exactly what I loved about your project. It made me sob about how real it was, how it resonated. I love brutal honesty. Thank you. Brutal honesty. Like, I guess brutal honesty is accurate. Just reacting to the word brutal, because I don't want to be brutal. I never want to be brutal. Any more questions before I do the next reading? Let me just check in with the calendar to see when the special guest arrives. She is awesome. It's going to be really cool chat. She has been she's coming. She's coming in 5 minutes. So never mind. Well, the next reading is already set. But let me tell you about Esther before she arrives. Esther. There was the early in Teledipity must have been like 2 years old. It was a very small site. There were less than 10,000 people reading their forecasts and using Teledipity. This is 9 years ago. So the site is 2 years old. And I remember that was my 8th year at the time. And I started the year saying, like, I want to see if I can give a TEDx talk, just to experience the adventure, just to apply, to audition, to see if I can get selected, and to see like if I can make a talk like about something. So that was one of the things that I wanted to do that year. And I applied, sent audition tapes. I was rejected. Speaking of rejection, many times. And then finally I got one, and it was in Mexico City. It was a Spanish TED Talk. And that was May of 2017. And when I gave that talk, Esther was in the audience. And I didn't meet her then, but she was in the audience. And then a year or two later, she writes me, she says, I was in the TEDx talk and I launched my own podcast, and I would love for you to come on. That was my very first podcast interview. We record. I'm still like, if you watch that podcast interview, it's still somewhere on YouTube. I was working from my sister's bedroom in my mom's house because I had already quit my last job, but I still didn't have much. The site wasn't making much money, so I lived in my mom's house, and my office was my sister's bedroom, so you can see all the plush toys in the background. And we ended up really connecting, Esther and I, in that talk. We had a lot in common. She's Mexican too. Her podcast was in its early stages. The podcast became very successful in the Spanish markets. It still is a huge platform. And we've grown as creators together throughout that journey. She's taught me things. She's given me important advice. She is very, very accomplished, and I respect her so much. And I'm going to tell this to her when she arrives, but I was reflecting recently that when you are either starting out or established with your dream, whatever it is, whatever size it is, you attract a lot of advice. People come knocking on your door all the time to say, you should be doing this, you should be doing that, you're not doing this well, you're making this mistake, you're making that mistake. And in the early days, when you don't have a lot of confidence built up yourself because you're a perfectionist and you can see all the ways in which you're screwing up, you accept all of that advice and you take it in. And you're like, yeah, I'm probably screwing this up, I'm probably screwing that up, And that's very, very dangerous. Because what you don't realize is that not that you shouldn't get feedback, but that in general, people give feedback from the things they know. And 9 times out of 10, the things they know have nothing to do with the thing you're doing or the thing you're handling right now. From my vantage point, someone who isn't a creator, someone who doesn't have an audience, or specifically someone who's never built an app or tried to scale one with their own revenue without an investor, they don't know what I'm dealing with like 90% of the time. They have no idea what goes into that or why I would choose not to do certain things that are obvious to them. So they come and tell me, you should be doing this, but they don't understand why I'm not doing it. So like if I put the authority on them rather than on me, when I'm the one who's doing stuff that they've never done, I'm making the mistake of thinking that that advice is important when it's not. So I get a lot of feedback from especially from users, but also from people who are who either are experts in something or who run businesses like mine. But I specifically mostly will question and ignore advice coming from someone that doesn't really understand the full picture, and I listen very closely to somebody who does. And Esther is one of them, because she not only has been in my shoes every step of the way, she's been ahead, and she's still ahead in many ways, and she just knows what goes into it. And that's, to me, is way more powerful and valuable than someone who's an expert in something else that may be related or not, but actually does not know the complexity of some of the specifics of what I'm doing, like somebody who also does it. Anyway, Esther is messaging me saying she's ready. Let me send her the link again because she's coming. Just send her the link. Here she is. Esther, I've been introducing you for like
Hi.
20 minutes.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I was
No worries,
figuring
no
it
worries.
out. But I am here and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me, Andrew. I did listen to the last maybe 10 minutes that you were talking. They were telling them about me. Thank you so much. I did hear it. I was figuring out the stream though. But thank you.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, I
Super
was
pumped to be here.
maybe you missed the last part, but I was sharing how when I get advice from someone who's been in my shoes, it's like 10 times more important for me than somebody who hasn't. They tell me like, you should be
Yeah.
doing this, you should be doing that, you should be doing this. And if they really have not done something similar, you have to question it a little bit. But from you, I always listen, because you not only have you been in my shoes the entire time, but we've been kind of like walking the same road together from the beginning, and we're still standing almost a decade
Yeah.
later. So I'll always listen to you over somebody else.
I feel super honored to hear that. And I agree. Like, I also don't take advice from people that haven't done or don't get the picture of what I'm trying to do. Because it's very easy to project your fears and your limitations, and you shouldn't do this for this or this or this other reason, right? But then you just end up very confused, and maybe they transmit like their own limitations on your vision, and that is very complex. Like it's
Yeah.
hard to say thank you for your advice, but no, so I rather just skip it altogether.
Well, you're more ruthless, because I pretend to listen and you just say no, go away.
No, sometimes I really have to
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
look, this book right here, you see this book?
Mhm.
I wrote this book at the beginning of the year, and it's about deciding not to become a mom. So I went through a year of trying to listen to my own inner wisdom about having it or not having it. And I really wanted to be super clear about my own heart, my own dreams, my own anhelos. That's why the book is called Este no es mi anhelo. But a lot of people have kids, don't have kids, they're the worst. Or you're gonna regret it one day when nobody can take care of you when you're older, or you're gonna feel the emptiness when you are 50 and then it's gonna be too late. Those are the kind of advice that I was getting, right? So I was shielding myself from the good and the bad because they were super biased and they were just confusing me. So that was a little bit like, that's why I got so radical, and that's what I was thinking right now that I said that. Like
Yeah.
that's a thing that was gonna change my life entirely, and I cannot base it on somebody else's fears of being alone or fears of regretting it or anything like that, right?
100%. And that's also a decision you can't take back like other ones. Yeah. So that's even more
Exactly.
important. Yeah.
Yeah. And I could see that. Of course, I know it's a beautiful thing to become a mom. I was just seeing if it was my path or not. And so when people are like, you're gonna see how amazing it is, I would start feeling like, oh, maybe I do want it. Or like, no, kids are the worst. Live your life, be free. And I'll be like, oh, okay, they were so polarized that I really needed to shield myself from very good advice, but very, very, I mean, good from them. They were doing it with an open heart, but it was really complex to separate their opinions from my own opinions, and I really had to create a vacuum around me about the topic. Yeah. Anyway, I'm happy to be here. What's
I'm
going
happy
on?
to have you. There's so much stuff to talk about. I'm remembering just because I was telling the story and I'm like having flashbacks. That first podcast interview that we did,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I remember. I remember that like right now, we were also in the middle of a World Cup, and I think I had a soccer jersey, and we were going to talk about serendipity, but we ended up talking
Yes.
about the law of attraction the entire time, and then we also
Did
connected on
you
go ahead.
did you share on how I met you?
Yes, on the TED Talk.
Exactly. And that TED Talk, you talked about serendipity, and I loved it. Loved it. That's why I invite you to the podcast to kind of like expand on the topic, but we kind of like, of course, we started talking about other stuff.
Yeah.
I love that episode, Andrew. I know that we have evolved a lot, but I
Yeah,
remember the time,
yeah.
and I was like so happy to have found somebody like you to have like a rich conversation at the time, right?
No, it was a very rich conversation, and I watched it recently. Like it's so much enthusiasm for both of us, and I don't know if we remember, like, because after the interview, we started connecting on that we were both on keto at the time.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And like,
wow.
yeah, we were like, we just had a lot of things in common, and yeah. But I think before we get into just normal conversation, I think maybe you should talk about what you do, because I talked about you having a podcast, but there's so much more. Your books, your new program, your podcast rebranding. Like, just try to summarize your whole intricate story for
Wow.
people, just so that they can get to know you and
How
what your
fast
work
do I
is
have to
about.
go?
No, there's no time limits. Just
All right.
go off.
All right, awesome. Okay, so my name is Esther. I'm from Mexico, and I used to be a graphic designer. That was my previous life. I love art and I love design, but kind of not marketing, more like branding and like really old school good design. That's what I went to school for. And I thought I was really good at it, but I always felt like I was really trying to be good. And I managed to be good by trying and being disciplined and being very devoted to what I was doing. But I thought that was it. But then I had a crazy situation happen to me. I had a relationship for 5 years and we broke up, we fell apart, and I went into a humongous depression. It was like really, really hard for me. I went into this like weird victim trance where I was just like so sad and so resistant to that reality. And I suffered a lot through that breakup. And it lasted like a year or so, like this weird anxiety, depression, paralysis that I was feeling about everything. I had a branding business at the time, but I had no clients, and it was just kind of like the ghost of the website, but really nothing was going on. Money wise, I was in a pit. I was in a hole at the end of the hole, and I was living with my parents. They were covering all my expenses, but inside my house, it was like all these fights about religion and worldviews and values. I really didn't resonate with what my parents were believing at the time. I'm the last of five, and so everybody was already out of the house but me, and I was feeling all this pressure, expectation, and control from my parents, but I had no money to get out. I was in a very pathetic stage of my life back then. I was turning 30 at the time. And so eventually I started reading, and of course I went to conventional therapy for like 6 months trying to figure it out over there, what was wrong with me and why I couldn't get out of that victimhood or missing my ex and all that stuff. Didn't help. I have nothing against conventional therapy. Nothing. I think is great. I think we should all go if we like to explore our minds and talk to somebody. But I was going in a moment of desperation. And when you go to conventional therapy looking for answers and you're desperate, like you really are crying every day, can't sleep, that kind of thing, they're not going to be able to help you because therapy takes time. And they're going to send you to a psychiatrist to get some like antidepressants or anti-anxiety medication, because that's just not what they do. What a psychologist does, get you out of like panic attacks every night. That's not what they really do. That's what psychiatrists do. Anyway, I was lucky enough that nobody referred me to a psychiatrist. So I just stopped going to the psychologist and I started looking for other tools, like more spiritual tools. I tried to go back to religion. It did not work. And I just started reading books. And from self-help books, I landed on like energetics and manifestation and different, very eye-opening books. And that pulled me out of my funk. And I started trying to manifest different things, trying to use the power of my mind and my thinking. What really made a difference in my life was gratitude. I understood that gratitude is not just a fuzzy feeling, and it's not what I was taught before, right? In religion, you should be grateful, you should be thankful. Yeah, but gratitude is a deep intelligence on how to move from something that is truly heartbreaking or not working. If you manage to be grateful for that, it's kind of like a quantum jump into understanding the lesson of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're able to like feel different. At the time, it was like a miracle. Like I had like a dark night of the soul when gratitude really pulled me out of these feelings of despair that I was having. And that really empowered me. And then I started trying to get my life in order. I got into huge fights with my parents about it. I got kicked out of my house. I had no money and 2 cats in boxes. And I managed to kickstart my branding business at the time. So I started seeing the power of really becoming my own person, really being grateful for everything, looking for my own independent thinking. And that really made a difference. In 3 months, I managed to scale like my earnings a lot, and I was able to hire designers to work with me, and everything was taking off, and I started feeling so alive and so different. To those that are familiar with astrology, when I learned about the Saturn return that happens between 28 and 30, that made so much sense to me. That's kind of like the first thing I learned about karmic tools like astrology that really resonated with me and made me feel like, okay, so that's what that was, because it was just such a weird time for me where I really was not seeing a way out, and then eventually I came out. But anyway, so when that happened, I learned about life coaching, because a lot of the books that I was reading were about life coaches that were explaining different processes of their clients and testimonials and stories they've seen and what they actually went through. And the dream of like, maybe I can be one of those started, like in me, like, oh, maybe I write books, maybe I do that for other people. Because I was feeling this fire of just explaining what I had been through, what I had learned, and what I was able to create now. At the time, I felt like a millionaire that was like suddenly successful, and I was excited about dating again. So my heart was also healing, and I was excited about a new love, which was not a thing for me for the year I was depressed. So anyway, I became certified as a life coach, specialized in quantum physics. That's what I did back in the day. And then one thing led to another. I started launching courses. I had humongous failures at the beginning, but I was very resilient to keep trying and keep nailing it. The first online course that really worked for me was called Epic Heart, which is a 9-week course to heal a broken heart. And then I launched a podcast. It was called Reinventate. That's when I was looking for amazing guests to have in my podcast. That's why I went to the TEDx situation. I invited you and maybe like another 4 speakers that I saw that day. I was really looking for people to talk to about exciting things, right? Things that were really moving my heart, my spirit, my ambition, everything at once. And so my podcast was called Reinventate because I wanted people to really reinvent themselves. Like if something is not working, just stop fighting it, just reinvent it, just learn how, get inspired by people that have done it, that have very amazing wisdom to share, learn stories, use them as a mirror. That was kind of like my pitch on my podcast. Things just kept happening. I launched a podcast about the broken heart, which gave me a lot of visibility. And so that gave me my first contract to write this book, the green one, this one. And so it's a book to heal after a bad breakup. But I also talk about manifesting a new partner, because also I reconnected with somebody that I had met before that now is my husband. We've been together for like 10 years. And so I was also manifesting love and everything was changing and I was like feeling like $1 million. So my thirst for knowledge and how to heal and how to break free from patterns and beliefs and trauma was just growing and growing and growing. So after that, I became a breathwork facilitator. So I started being very interested in somatics and trauma release. Then I became a RTT therapy, what's the word? Hypnotic therapist or whatever. And then rapid transformational therapy was also very, very interesting to me. How we could do regressions and figure out where I learned something, where I started believing something negative about me or about money or about my talents or my body or whatever. And so all of that started being super fascinating. I was using it on myself. I was learning to use it on my clients. And yeah, so everything was going great. At the same time, in this decade, I moved many times. I lived in Las Vegas, Montana, Florida, Mexico, Alaska, and Hawaii. And all of that just really expanded my capacity to be nimble, to be flexible, to flow, to learn, to feel my feelings. I launched a certification for life coaches. The name of that program is Sherpa. I teach people to transform what they have overcome into their messaging. Obviously, I train them with life coaching tools and breath work, but their own message is based on their own energetic authority. What is it that you know? What's the pain that you know so well in and out? For me, the first one was the broken heart after a bad breakup. But people that certify with me transform like eating disorders, like different kinds of grief processes, big failures, issues with their body, low self-esteem, childhood trauma, bad divorces, dealing with treason, like frauds and losing everything they have, like dealing with bad diagnosis, like when you get a diagnosis that really, really changed your life. And they transform that into their messaging. And then by learning coaching tools, they're able to have their own personal brand around the thing that they overcame. And just the last 3 years of my life, healing and healing and healing and healing, I was able to tap into a very, very old wound in my life, which was that I experienced sexual abuse as a kid. And so I kind of left that for the last thread. And then when everything was going super good in my life, I started kind of like just facing that one. It was like I'm not going to say that is the last one, but it was one of the ones that was very well hidden by layers of shame and fear and guilt. It was weird. And I just didn't want to touch that one. I didn't want to explore it. But then by revising, like, what is holding me back? Like, as I try to create this beautiful life, I'm successful in some things and I'm not successful in others. Like, what's going on? What is the weight I'm carrying? What is the emotion that is holding me back, that is not letting me step into my future self or whatever? And then I started just thinking about that all the time. Like, this repressed memory started coming stronger and stronger and stronger. And it was very, very heavy for me to deal with therapeutic tools, very complicated. And eventually I landed in psychedelics. And they completely changed my life again. Like when I had my first mushroom ceremony, and it was like remembering a very new feeling. It was like, this is the most familiar, unfamiliar feeling I have ever had. And so I don't know if in past lives or in different timelines or what happened, but I feel very comfortable in psychedelics, and they really open up a world of possibilities for me. And I was able to navigate some of these very terrifying emotions, going back to my childhood in a totally different way than I did it with therapeutic tools. And eventually I started just exploring more and more different medicines, different moments, a lot of integration. And eventually I became like a psychedelic integration coach. So I help people integrate their own experiences. And I started doing the retreats and private experiences for people. So that's what I do right now. I still certify coach. I have a brand new program called Self Masters, which integrates all the tools I have, including psychedelics and microdosing. My podcast changed the name from Reinventate, became Mi Medicina, because I started just becoming very passionate about talking about the medicine that is out there in the psychedelic form, of course, but also we are medicine for the world. And the more we heal, the more we can offer our talents, our humor, our way, our love as medicine to the world, to our marriages, to our friendships, to our clients. And so that's what I'm passionate about. And 3 books in the process. Well,
What's the next one? Because there's 2.
through that.
Yeah. What?
There's 3.
Oh.
Those are the 3.
I did not know the first. When was the black and white one? Before or after?
That was in between the green and
I did not
the
see that.
blue.
Okay.
It's called The Best Kept Secret. In español, El Secreto Mejor Guardado. And it says, like, the tagline is, going back to your childhood will give you manifestation powers. And so, yeah, basically my vision is that the more we heal, the easier it is to just manifest what we want, right? The quickest way to manifestation is healing, because it's what is kind of in the way, you know? I was talking to somebody that was saying, like, manifestation is so simple. And I was like, well, yeah. And that's a good thing. Like, okay, it's simple. I mean, we can get in the weeds of the quantum physics, and it's maybe not so simple. We do have to kind of like think about it and ponder it and really get our heads around it. But yeah, it is simple. The problem is not manifestation. The problem is in our tissues. The problem is in our fear, in our doubt, in our defense mechanism that are a lot of times subconscious and automatic, and we don't even know why we act the way we act. So, yeah.
But even then, it's part of the same thread, right? Or at least for me, I like in the manifestation model, which I like, and it has nothing to do with anyone but myself. Like I the whole model is still part of my internal ecosystem, but I kind of like toss the word out because I don't like the word, even though like I still believe the whole thing. But anyway, you try to manifest something like X, I want X, and when it seems like it didn't work or doesn't work, what's actually happening is you're bringing in the experience that is going to help you figure out what has been stopping you so that you can evolve into the person that can receive it. So it's actually just the same thread, because it's just like telling the universe, I want this. So you pull the thread and you get this and you're like, this is not what I asked for, but this is what helps you change what's blocking the signal, so that when you continue pulling, it gets cleaner and cleaner and cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. And who knows how long that thread is, because you even when because we attach the visions of success to happiness, but it's a little more complicated than that, because being happy does not depend on the rewards we seek from life, even though we deserve them and we want them and we want to bring them in, and there's nothing wrong with that. But like this is such a common story, and I hear it all the time. It's like, I built a business, but I got the partner, but even when you succeed, your personal evolution is not finished. And it's like, if what we are really seeking is self-love and confidence and inner peace, the thread continues even after you get the success stuff, And the way I see it, I don't know where the thread, and maybe it's in another life. It's not even like, I'm not looking for like this peak of nirvana happening sometime in the next year or two, whatever. Like, I'll continue getting better and better with my own relationship with myself and with my own way of living my life. But I don't even know if the end point is in this life or not. So there's like, the evolution never stops,
Yeah, I agree. The thing is that when we want to manifest something, we think that we know the best way to get it. Even when we say we don't, but we have expectations to make it super nice and peachy and quick and harmonious. And yeah, sometimes it is like that. But there is a big part of surrendering to the process of what I want to manifest, knowing that there's no way I can know how this is going to unfold. And the unfolding is going to give me a rich life. I always say that the emotions are just frequencies that we're tuned into, right? Like, we tune to the frequency and then we feel the feeling. And all the emotions are polarized. Like, they have this like duality, right? So if I want to fall in love with this amazing person, and then I manifest that person, immediately the risk of that love like finishing, or that person betraying me, or dying, or something happening, it's suddenly now it's in the quantum field of possibilities, right? A lot of people, I was talking to people about pets, right? And I lost a pet like not too long ago, and it was very, very painful, and it left a big energetic hole in my family. But we know, like, when we get a pet and we love it so much, we know we're also signing up for a day that is going to be very, very hard, or a season that is going to be very, very hard, right? And so it's the duality of like what we want to experience, to have like deepness, to have like a range, like it has those poles. I want success. All right, that's it. You don't want to ever know
Is there
we broke up a little bit.
Yeah, we lost you for the last like 2 minutes. So if you could repeat what you were saying.
That's a
like
lot.
It was maybe
All
not
right.
2 minutes, maybe like a minute. Maybe I exaggerated, but definitely the last part of your speech we did not hear.
Did you hear when I was talking about the loss of a pet?
Yeah.
All right. So what I was saying after is that emotions and that vibration that we can feel like in an experience, like we want success in our business. All right, perfect. Of course you want to manifest money and success and impact. Perfect. But you don't want to experience failure at all, rejection at all, because if you don't, like, that is part of like the same coin. right?
Mhm.
So if you really don't want one side of the coin, you don't have the coin. You just have an illusion. You can't really have an impact, because the experience of having success is going to be colored by the spectrum between failure and success. And the idea of life, well, I think the idea of this 3D reality and having this body that senses things
Mhm.
is that we get to experience the feelings, the things that we want, or the experiences that we want give us. So that's what makes life rich. That I almost failed, but then things went better. But then I had a heartbreak. But then I fall in love with this other person. And who knows what life is going to bring? We know that we are all going to die. We know that this is going to end. So of course there's going to be layering to this, like to these feelings that we're going to have. But when we are super close, like, I just want love, I just want money, I just want success, I just want connection, I just want peace, like that's going to be very limited in your experience, right? And it's not going to let you see things. Like one example that really made it super clear to me is there's hot and there's cold, right? If you don't have one, you don't know what the other one is.
Mhm.
You only know what hot is because you compare it to cold.
Mhm.
You only know what cold is because you compare it to warm or hot.
And that's where real gratitude comes, because you know, like, because you've had the hot, and like having
Exactly.
cold is like, was like, I know what the lack of this is, so I appreciate it so
Yeah.
much. That's real gratitude. It's not just like I have to be grateful, but like it's having lived the other side that really
Yeah.
helps you appreciate, even if it's brief, and even if it has an end date. And
Exactly. So
go
when you
ahead.
want to manifest, Andrew, like you were saying just now, is like you may think that you want success, but what if something else comes that is actually making you reach those levels of success with your art,
Mhm.
with your project, with what you have to offer to the world? Like, what is going to give you deepness if it's not facing the opposite of what you want,
Mhm.
right? Anyway.
Yeah. No, and even zooming into just the journey of building a business, the
Yeah.
most amazing decisions were after
Mhm.
a failure, not before. It's like you have a plan, it doesn't work, and then you're in that situation. It's like, now what do I do? It's the next step that's the successful one, but it's always after the break in expectation. And I think that
Mhm.
maybe like everybody's journey is different, but what was going through my mind when you were talking is when you said,
Mhm.
like, now I got the beautiful partner, and now I'm scared that they're gonna die or whatever. There's an echo of me on your
No,
side. You're not hearing
really,
that?
I hear you perfect, but I don't know.
I'm hearing myself. Is there like a screen with the YouTube on?
No, not on my side. No.
Okay.
I hear you just fine. Did it just start?
Yeah, it just started in like the last 2 minutes. I don't hear it anymore. Okay. Crazy technology stuff. But anyway,
Mhm.
what I thought of
Mhm.
was, in my journey, there was like a first wave of visibility, and then what I experienced, not as a crash in terms of the audience, but as a crash in terms of my own confidence, that created a spiral downward.
Mhm.
And I didn't understand it at the time. With distance, I know what it was. It was the first moment where you see it's working, and then you think, what if I screw it up now?
Hmm.
And that's little tiny seed, like, starts like, now what if I lose it? So you get, it's
Mhm.
funny how the bravery, the 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 risk tolerance, the flow that you get into, where you don't care about perfectionism, you're just doing everything you can to push the ball forward, changes when there's something to protect. Now I have this, I don't want to lose this. And then it's like your whole identity shifts into like, protect, 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 protect.
Yeah.
And that is a problem,
Mhm.
because at the bottom of that is like, this is now my identity. If I don't have this, then what? If like this doesn't work, then what? If I have to start over again, then what? And the way that I processed it at the time is from this book that I recommended you. He explains in one of the many chapters the difference between wanting something very passionately and giving it too much importance. And there's a very big difference between I want this and I need this because to feel like myself, to whatever, like this is like, it's almost, I don't want to say required, but kind of to understand the difference between I am chasing this, it matters to me, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It's okay. Like, who cares? You know, like it's the passionately pursuing a goal, but uninterested in the final results almost. And that balances the energy that you're putting out, because if you're putting out energy of want versus energy of with like combined with energy of nothing else is acceptable, you're opening up the door to other experiences versus want, but if not, I'll adapt. It's no big deal. Like if serendipity ends tomorrow, I'll be fine. I have other ideas. I have other talents. I have other things to explore. It's not that big a deal. Reducing the importance to the thing you care about is what loosens you up again when you get tight. And because I haven't experienced it in a relationship, I can imagine it's really hard to reduce the importance of someone you care about. Maybe with my dog, like, because I definitely don't want him gone. But at the same time, I think reducing the importance still means like, life goes on if this ends, and it's okay, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't have to prevent that. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to be afraid of that. And that's what loosens you up and returns your connection to the idea, your connection to flow, your confidence, your like everything. It's not giving it too much importance.
Yeah, you make me think about two things. One is the difference between wanting something, desiring something, it like as a beauty you want to experience in life, and the other thing is like, no, I need this. I need this to be okay. I need this because it gives me identity. It's who I am, and I cannot lose myself, you know? And so the minute we make it so entangled with our identity is the minute we start, we capture it. It's like a bird, right? Like it's meant to fly, it's meant to be free, it's meant to go and come. But the minute we make it into a cage because I need to protect it, is the minute we start seeing it wither and die, because our energy of control and fear is infusing this thing. Before we wanted to make it fly and just see it, but now we want to protect it. And so we start, we start breaking the wings, right? Of our dream or relationship or something. And then you make me think of this, the attachment. Like we attach to things because we think our security is in that attachment. And it can happen with a person, it can happen with an idea, with a project, with a company, with whatever. If you attach to it so much because that's what makes you feel safe, then immediately that thing now is constrained. Now it's crippled by your own fear, because it was your creation anyway. So if you're afraid of it, regardless of being afraid of it because you may lose it, because it might be attacked, because it might not, whatever, right? But there's fear in my relating to this thing I created. So now I start making it wither and die, because fear is a frequency that is going to be very dense to it, is going to make it weaken, right? It's going to lose its flavor, right? The more we hold the fear. So I feel like the art is learn how to not attach in that way to all the things that we love. And then we need to find another, a more reliable source of safety, which is just inner It's just my inner sense of peace and inner love and all that stuff. That, I mean, we have heard that before. It's kind of cliche, right? Like self-love and you and da. But the minute we see it like in real life, when we are not safe in ourselves, we attach because we think our safety comes from the money that comes from this business. So I cannot fuck it up. Or from the recognition I get through this title, I cannot fuck it up. Or this, finally I found love. So that's the minute they start falling out of love with us because we change, right? And so attachment is like a bad weed that if we don't really look at it, like if we don't really face our fears and our wounds, like why do we attach? Because that's our inner child talking, like the very deep wounds are surfacing by something that is happening in my life. I finally have attention, so I can't lose it. So I start, being different, or I lose my sense of humor, I lose my wit, I lose the very thing that helped me attract it. I always say, what do you think about this? I always say that what I want wants me back. The problem is that we can be in this dance and never touch, right? Because the minute I believe, the minute I'm acting as if I have it, like it's becoming closer and closer and closer. But the minute I have doubt, the minute I have fear, the minute I control the outcome, then it goes away. And sometimes, like, we never touch in this lifetime. Maybe in another one we do. What you were saying, like the thread may continue, like so much, right? Like in the quantum, time doesn't exist. So we're just in this dance of like attracting and repelling and attracting and repelling for how long? For however long you want. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Time is not a factor in that. But in a 3D life, we do experience linear time. So we want things fast, right? So the idea is, how willing are you to look inside, to really become detached, to not need anything, to find your own safety so that you can actually enjoy the process of this dance with everything that is coming your way. And if you truly surrender to the manifestation process and you truly are like this or something better, knowing that maybe there's something better, is you're not going to understand it at the very beginning, but you're always going to be fine. You're always safe.
Yeah, and even then, the speed doesn't matter. Like, I know we want things fast. I want things fast too. I always have. But looking back, like, if I talk to, because I started Teledebris in my Saturn return, I was 28. But if I talk to my 28-year-old about the story, I think he might be disappointed about the timeline.
Yeah.
But that's because he doesn't understand that I needed the timeline exactly as it was. And that the way I understand it now, it was as fast as it needed to be. It wasn't like at no point it was slow. It was just very different from the expectation. You think 3 years, it was 11 years, but with the vantage point of understanding who you were, what you needed, and what that thing that you perceive as slow, which is actually not slow, it's just your perception of slow, was perfect in every way, and it's actually pretty fast, because time is all perception. Because right now, like Telebri is 11 years old, your Reinvented is maybe like 10 or around that date.
Yeah.
It feels like it was a day, right? I feel like it was yesterday. I feel like it was yesterday when we were talking on that podcast. This is like 9 years ago or 8 years ago. It felt fast, but in the moment you're like, why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? Like, life is fast too. So this expectation of we want it fast, I don't think it matters if it's 5 years or 2. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I think that it matters because when it matters, it's because we're suffering. That's why it matters. Like, look, there's a person that was asking me for some like advice yesterday, and it's a person that is going through like a very, very hard time. Like somebody died in the family, is going through grief. There's challenges with immigration processes, cannot travel. And then the business is not going so good. He's also a coach and is struggling with like not feeling that not feeling the desire to record podcasts or create content for social media. It's feeling like if she doesn't do it, everything's gonna fall apart. And but has no creativity right now because he's going through grief and he's feeling like this deep sense of urgency. And urgency is the key word, right? Because I'm like, okay, you need to give yourself some time to feel this grief and to get out of the hole. And if social media has to wait, that is going to be fine. It's totally fine. But the sensation that I'm ruining what I built, and there's something wrong with me that needs to be better sooner, because every day is a nightmare. I don't want to get up. I feel very lethargic. I feel just very sad in this despair thing, and I don't know what to do. So I need to change it soon. And I'm like, well, I understand, but you have a nervous system that needs to kind of like start like releasing all this pain and all these emotions. You need to feel your feelings. You need to let it out. You need to actually process what just happened, right? And I understand the sensation of, yeah, but I have no money. Yeah, but I need to produce. Yeah, but blah, blah, blah. And all of that puts us in this hard position of like seeing linear time and my needs like so intense that I get the illusion that is urgent. That's why I cannot give myself the luxury of feeling my feelings, but yet nothing changes. So I'm like, the time is happening anyway. You're just spinning your wheels. You're like in this, like, I feel like urgency, the idea of urgency is like el revolcadero. What's the word in English, Andrew, for when you're trying to get out of the sea, but it's
I
pulling
think
you?
it's revolcadero. I would translate as clusterfuck.
Okay, perfect. I feel like everybody has been in that position. No, you're trying to get out of the sea. It's rougher than you thought, and you can't get out, and it's pulling you, and there's a little bit of panic in that moment, right? You can't get out, and you're being tossed in this much of water, but you're eating the sand, drinking the water, and losing your underwear, right? And so I was telling her that urgency puts you in this revolcadero of suffering. And then you're suffering because you don't have time, you don't have energy, you don't have money, but yet nothing changes by being in this urgency. You need to freaking let go and like try to find a little bit of like find yourself, find your center a little bit, even in the middle of chaos and the hurricane, to understand that it doesn't matter how urgent it feels, that is not going to move the needle on how fast you fix it or how fast you feel better. But then that's the urgency that keeps time being like the center of our attention.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Because when you're in a revolcadero, sometimes the easiest way to stop it is to stop trying to stop it and just accept it and embrace it and say like, yeah, like, I mean, when you need money or whatever, like there's other complications, but in general, like I feel like, or the way I experience it, because I see it as waves that are inevitable, and they're like avalanches. So like you're in a positive period, everything's going right, all is amazing, and then like one thing goes wrong, it triggers you, it distracts you, it makes you lose something else that matters, like your eating habits, your healthy eating habits, your exercise routine. And then because now you have a dip in neurotransmitters that supported that clarity and that vision, now you're not seeing things clearly. Now another mistake happens, and then because now you have two things to solve, you're getting more stressed, and then like something else, and you spiral until you're like, wait a second, like there's a bunch of problems in my case, my business, but it could be like my job that I created because I was distracted, and then I gained weight, and then I stopped going to the gym, and then it's just like, and then you like every time you like it spirals, you get less confident, you criticize yourself more, you know you can be better and you're not being better, you know you need to change and you're not changing, and it's just gaining strength and strength and strength and strength and strength, and it can take you like to very dark places, you have to stop it and start the avalanche in the other direction. But you don't stop it and change the avalanche in the other direction by trying to change everything at once, because that's not possible. So you have to start the same process with one small thing. And that small thing is what starts the avalanche in this other direction. So like anything as simple as like, I'm going to go back to the gym 2 days a week. It sounds stupid, but you do it and you're proud.
Yeah.
And that pride makes you confident. And then because there's progress, you're like, now I'm going to start eating right. And then you do it and you're proud. And now you have the neurotransmitter support and you're confident about that. And you're like, okay, let me solve this problem at work. And you solve it. And now you're more confident. And it starts a loop in the other direction. More confidence, more self-trust, more happiness, more good habits, more everything. And then you're back in a wave again. And my personal opinion, because like I try not to ever think that I'll ever get to a place where everything's perfect and everything's right. I think that like I don't ever have this expectation. But what I've decided is that like you can accept these waves, and the objective is not to eliminate the peaks and valleys of life, but to make them less less intense, from like amazing to awful, and to just like make it be like these. Like, can you notice when you're starting to turn faster, so that you turn it back, and the dip is not like it was before, but it's just like this. And that you like, when you're noticing that you started a loop, to address it immediately, but to address it with that strategy of like one thing at a time, small, and then the avalanche begins.
What you're describing is the butterfly effect, right? This theory says that one little bat of the wing of a butterfly can create a hurricane in the other side of the world, because the ripple can become like so impactful on the other side that even though you think it's worthless right now, it doesn't change a thing right now, it does. Like just like a trajectory of a planet. Like if you change it 1 millimeter, like it seems like it doesn't change anything. But if you project it in the movement, then it's totally in a different place, completely in a different place. That's what happened to me in this story that I was telling you guys about, like this dark night of the soul. I was like, okay, I don't know what to do. I can't sleep. I'm shaking. I want to cry. I feel very panicky. The night seems forever long, feeling what I'm feeling right now. I'm suffering. And then this idea of gratitude was like that, a tiny thing. Like, just be grateful for this. How? I don't know. Say it with your mouth that you're grateful, everything that you're grateful for, even though it's your nightmare and your source of pain. Like, be willing to surrender it. Like, I always say that night, it was like, it meant nothing for the world. It didn't fix anything. Like, it didn't give me more money or my ex back or better self-esteem. But it did change something that for everybody was invisible, but for me was like, I wasn't so panicky anymore. It gave me a little sense of like centeredness. And that allowed me to start doing something, right? Like, I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to wash my hair today, But I'm slowly crawling out of this like despair spiral that you're describing, right? But something needs to change just a little bit. Sometimes I explain that when we are like in such an urgency with things, and we're really hitting rock bottom, there's something beautiful about the human experience that allows us to touch like courage, like a deep courage that doesn't come unless you need that deep courage. Like you have to be in a position to need it, to experience that, right? And then maybe that's the thing that it can change everything. But then how would you know that you're able to experience that courage if nothing led you into that despair? Right? And some of us want to manifest things that require that level of courage. How are we going to learn how to activate that part without the polarity? And I think that leads us to what you were saying. You want to manifest something, but then what you attract first is the thing that is a catalyst for you to be able to hold that capacity of creating whatever, right?
Exactly.
I love it. Bring it. Andrew, the problems.
Yeah, I think yeah, just taking it all in, I agree with everything. And I think that's that really is the whole answer to everything that has especially helped me in the last 5 or 6 years or so. Is like, when you're in a spiral,
Mm-hmm.
start with the smallest thing and give yourself grace. It's just like, I'll clean the house. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest
Yeah.
of the day, you can be sad. You can watch your Netflix. You can just like even it's okay. Like, feel negative. Don't force
Mhm.
positivity. Just feel negative, but just like one thing. And
Yeah.
the next day you'll feel a little bit better because you did that one thing. And that creates its own avalanche. If you continue it, of course, but like, it's an avalanche of small things that because the thing that drives the really courageous acts is the confidence in
Mhm.
yourself, that you have like, not the control of life, but the control of yourself, and the
Yeah.
control of your habits, your thinking, your actions, your changes. And it sounds stupid, but sometimes just what, like you said, washing your hair or cleaning the house or going out, like, that changes.
Yeah.
And also, like, I think regardless of all the other stuff, the exercise is so important, because,
Mhm.
and I think it's almost like a drug, because when you start exercising like a lot, um first you realize that it's no longer about losing weight, but it's about all the neurological benefits that it gives you. It
Yeah.
helps you with everything mental, including like sadness and depression. Like, it's nature's antidepressant, it's nature's Adderall, it's nature's everything. Concentrating, acting, like, all of it. But the point, but the point I was leading to is, like, once it becomes your daily routine, and then you stop for like Christmas or whatever, that alone can start the spiral, because your brain is used to like a load of neurotransmitters that you take off. And then it's
Mm.
happened to me so many times where it's like, what happened? And then I trace it back as like, I stopped exercising. And it can create its own avalanche.
Mhm.
Because you forget how much it's helping you mentally, and almost also emotionally, and in terms of productivity too.
Yeah, it's almost like stopping this new thing is making you regress
Hmm.
to where you were before,
Mhm.
right?
Because it gives you like just biologically, and very proven, it gives you a bunch of superpowers: motivation, concentration, cognitive stuff, and just happy neurotransmitters. All of them come from exercise. And
Yeah.
once you discover that, it's like, whether or not you lose weight is irrelevant. Like, just moving every day is so important.
Yeah, I feel like you're calling me out because that's the one thing I struggle with. Seriously, that's the thing I
Mhm.
struggle with. I can do everything, but exercise is always my last priority. It's always in the books, it's always
Mhm.
in the plans, but it's the last priority. Like, I feel like I have yet to experience that, like, feeling like, yeah, like, it actually makes me feel better. I feel like in that I have so much baggage and beliefs and like resistance that I haven't felt like that thing of like, oh, exercise is so good for me. It's like I know the theory, but I haven't experienced in my body actually, like, maybe I haven't hold it like enough days to be like, oh yeah, now I miss it. It's easier for me because it's easier for me to leave it because I never built a strong relationship before I let go for a little bit and then I come for a little bit. But it's never steady to give me like that real somatic taste that I'm like, yeah, this is so good for me.
I think sometimes for some people, definitely for me, the friction is the gym, or the not necessarily the gym, but the obligation piece of it. Like, I have to do this versus
Yeah.
I want to do this. And sometimes shifting that is about A, finding one that's fun for you, and B, like um an environment that's fun for you. Like, it can be like a class, or like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah, I always say like, no, I want to dance, right? Because I have
Mhm.
these beliefs that dancing is fun, but
Mhm.
exercise is mandatory,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, totally. I feel like you're calling me out. But can I ask you something? Like
Yeah.
this, I want to give like a little bit of context to my question. Like, in one of my in my main course right now, I explained that when we want to manifest and we see that we have all this like complicated beliefs and ways of being and all this stuff, we can start changing with different very powerful tools that gives us like a different framework, right? And then there's the therapeutic ones, and there's the talking and the writing about it and the hypnosis and the regressions and everything that requires language and understanding to change and to upgrade, you know, like our beliefs or whatever. But then there's the yogic, and the yogic is when we feel, and that helps us like move energy and then heal. And that's the one that holds exercise, movement, singing, breathing, breath work, everything that is like body moving of the thing, right? And then there's the shamanic, where like all this like more spiritual and power animals and elements and directions and all this stuff like from shamanism. But then there's a karmic one, where seeing myself through a different lens helps me understand myself better. And that's where astrology and human design and numerology and all of that gives us like just a perspective from those eyes, right? That helps us see our seasons, our problems, our personalities, our mission, whatever. And I really am a strong and loyal consumer of Teledipity Premium. And I love it when you say things like, this is not like a dead sentence. Like you are creating these things. This is kind of like a proclivity. This is something that you may consider, but at the same time, it's not like a sentence on your year being difficult or this month being challenging or something like that. But help me understand, because I look at it and it always gives me a satisfaction of like a deep curiosity, and it gives me something that I ponder and consider, and sometimes it makes me so happy. But then I don't know if I'm creating this because I agree, and then I'm also kind of like creating the challenging week or the important key date that you told me that this is a day for resting, and then I create that, yeah, I needed rest so much. Like, I don't know how much is my mind using this information and agreeing with this information, creating the things, or the proclivity is there in the numbers. Like, help me.
I think the experiment is don't read it 1 month and then come back and read it at the end of the month and see if it still matches, so that you can answer that question yourself. Because I think it's a complicated question to answer. I think that just trying to figure out where to start, like, because it's a common question.
Yeah, it's
And
like
I
what
like
is first, the egg or the
the
hen?
chicken or the egg, yeah,
right?
yeah. And I remember wrestling with it myself before Teledipity existed, when I just followed numerology, and like it's just like, was this year like this because I read it, or was this year like this because this year's like this? I don't know at what point I stopped worrying about it, but my experience is that even with knowing all the information and knowing all the beats of all the years and all the months, I never get the month I imagined, ever, even though all the beats were there, just in different form. So if it was really manifestation, I would get the exact same year I was anticipating. I never do. But when I look, like, for example, like this is happening to me right now, because I come in with an expectation for the 8 year. It's already off. But then I look again and think, just like, okay, this key date, this key transit, and I find examples of how it's actually fitting. They're just either not as dramatic or intense as they were in the last 8 year, or they're hitting me in a different part of my life than where I expected them, but they're always there. So at the bottom of the question, I very much believe that numerology is measuring something real, that's beyond manifestation. That's just a kind of like the seasons of the year, the seasons of our lives. And just in the same way that not every autumn is different, and not every winter, not every autumn is the same, and not every winter is the same. They do rhyme. They do rhyme in the theme, in the emotion, in the rhythm of it, and they're there. And it's even further confirmed when I do a reading and I bring stuff up that people didn't mention, but that I'm seeing there, especially when it's somebody that's new to numerology. They couldn't have manifested what I told them because they weren't reading it. They're not engaging with it prior to the events, and then the algorithm still fits. So I think that at the end of the day, you can manifest an amazing 8-year or a horrible 8-year, but the beats are still there in both. They're just maybe more intense or more like easy, survivable, not as serious, not as existential, not as difficult to handle in this version. But it's almost like the sheet of music. It's there, but a pianist, there's like the aggressive pianist and the like pianist is like the music you hear is not just what's written, it's also how the musician plays it. So I think the blueprint is always there, but I still think manifestation is real. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. I love the example you gave about the winter and the autumn, like, because like I live in Washington right now, and past winter was like a disappointment to all the winter sports lovers, right?
Yeah, there's no
They were
snow.
like,
Yeah.
There's not enough snow to do what we want to do. It is cold and it is chilly and it is snowy, but it's kind of slushy. And this idea that this winter was not good, this other winter was better, let's hope for a great winter. But I'm like, well, yeah, I'm still cold, And so it really gave me a good idea. Like, yeah, the seasons are there, the proclivity, the energetic of this season or this time or this whatever, it's there. It might not be the same. It's not like exactly predictable. It's not like a sticker of like, here's another winter, exactly the same, right? That makes a lot of sense, yeah. And I like the whole thing, like, cause the whole thing of like, it's not a curse, it's not like it's just set in stone. It's like, what are you gonna do with it, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where the manifestation comes. Like, there's this is what you have to work with. This is what life is throwing at you. What are you going to do with it? And then that's where our own consciousness is going to kind of like play a role in this. Like, do I see this as the worst, or do I see this as an opportunity, or do I see this as what? That's why gratitude was like such a thing for me. Like, no, it's like a deep intelligence to like quantum jump to a place of like, whatever it is, it's for my own good. Like, I'm willing to see this as good, even though I find out why it was good like in 2 years, right?
And that's the exact same place that numerology can take you when you use it constructively. It's in remembering that this is part of your story too. It's not off. It may not be like the most enjoyable part, but it's a piece in the puzzle. So sometimes it's like it removes so much anxiety to just see, oh, it was supposed to be this way. Like all last year, all the 7-year, I was trying to work. I couldn't. I could not summon the hustle energy that I can summon so much easily in other places. It was a 7-year, and I'm the numerologist. I'm supposed to know this. And like, and even then, it's just remembering, oh, it's a 7-year. Just don't worry about it. You can hustle next year. That removes 90% of the worry and the anxiety, and it allows you to just be in the moment. It's sometimes not even about predicting your future, but about living in the present, because the present is this. This is what what the purpose of now is, and then the other stuff you want now, it's coming later. It's coming next year. It's coming after. But right now, this is the present, and that's very grounding, and it removes a lot of the thoughts that might make you manifest things that are not necessary, like wondering if you're off, wondering if you broke the script, wondering if you're lost, wondering if you got off course. No, it's just a 2-year, it's just a 7-year. Or if you're working too much, it's just a 4-year. It's okay.
What's a 5-year? Because that's where
You're in
I'm
a
at.
5-year? Okay, well, we haven't
Yeah.
even done your reading, but I was looking
Oh.
the entire time you were talking, especially the part when you're talking about your life story, because I've given you private readings before, but I don't remember your chart by heart. And what I was noticing before you even get to your transits is your 3 main numbers. And it's so fitting in your life story. And I think there's the piece that's left. Not that you're not doing it already, but I think it's the piece where you will expand, because you're already doing it as an author, writing books. But I feel like there's yearnings there that are still yet to be manifested and brought into your life story that will come later. If I were to read it, first knowing your life well, and second just connecting the numbers in a way that rhymes with you, you are the collector of knowledge. And boy, do you collect knowledge. You've been trained on like all these different modalities and are like very competent in so many different things. B, you're the monetizer of knowledge. You package knowledge in easy to understand bits where there's a collection of knowledge that you present as a solution to a specific problem that is then given in exchange for compensation, which is what a business is solving problems. So like you package and monetize knowledge, and that's a life path 7, expression 8. Holder of knowledge, monetizer of knowledge. But then there's your soul urge that tells me that the yearning underneath, because the soul urge is the part that we feel is us, but maybe less developed. The expression is what we're already good at, what we came into this life being good at, what we were talented in previous lives that we mastered. The soul urge is where we want to go, but we feel we're not there yet. And there you have a 3. You have the artist, the creative, the creator of artistic things. So it feels like where your journey continues to go and continues to expand is in where, apart from the foundation of the blocks you've mastered, which is understanding, packaging, and monetizing knowledge, it's the combination of that with your own artistic creations, with your own contributions that are not about translating knowledge or making connections between different sides of knowledge, but are simply just artistic creations coming from your soul. I think the dance is very connected to a 3 soul urge, wanting to dance, wanting to learn dance. But also, I think the expressions of that are your 3 books already. But then there's more artistic stuff that the creative is calling you. The creative that's your contribution, that is not about knowledge, but is about beauty, about a creation that's just, I think when I divide like business creativity, like innovation, versus artistic creativity, the difference between artistic creativity and business creativity is art is not about optimizing or solving a problem. It's about a thing that is beautiful on its own. It's communication of emotion without trying to accomplish something. It's just, I'm feeling this and I want to share that feeling with another through a piece of art. That's what dance is. That's what paintings are. That's what poems are. That's what films are. And that's the kind of expression that you you've always been drawn to, and that's really represent the next stages in your journey, I think.
It's very interesting that you tell me this, because I've been toying with an idea. Should I tell you?
Yeah, tell us.
All right. So at the beginning, when I was introducing myself, I said that I was a graphic designer and I was into this like art and like intelligent design, not marketing, just intelligent branding and old school, like color and typographies and all that stuff. I feel like it was touching on something that I felt drawn to, but I was not able to monetize that, and it was just not really flowing. And then everything changed, and I went into this other area where I felt like I wasn't trying to be good like I was as a designer. I was just like studying and becoming good, like easily, right? It was easy for me to study, easy for me to retain, easy for me to like find the beauty in all these books, and it wasn't heavy at all. It was just like, oh, I can eat this all day long, and I'm becoming very dexterous about it. And that felt like finally the right place, finally listening, like discovering my natural talents or abilities, like so good. But like you're saying, like right now, I started like toying with the idea of like creating like a monologue or something like that, but that is not a podcast rant. That is more like a curated, written monologue that could explain what I'm saying through playing with words and like a little bit more theatrical, right? And yeah, like I can see it. Like I can see it like dark scenario, like stage, like people there and me just like going nuts about like what I'm thinking, what I'm going through, what's sabotaging me inside my head. I talk a lot about the silla del observador, like the observer chair inside our head. Like what is the part of us that see us suffering? What is the part of us that is seeing us being resilient? Like I know me, and a part of me wants, and a part of me is afraid. Who is the one watching? Who is the one like being able to distinguish these parts of me? So I'm a fan of parts work. I don't know if you're familiar with internal family systems, but
yeah, I am familiar with IFS. Yes,
the part, the self with a capital S, right, in me that is seeing me, I picture like that part creating a monologue and letting the parts kind of burst, like the parts of me that want to manifest, but the part that is like not creating it, and the part that is so sad, but the part that is hopeful, and just kind of like explaining it through an art, like through a poetic monologue or something to spike in the audience like some kind of like deep knowing instead of just like explaining the theory, right? But then I kind of chicken out because I'm like, I don't know. Like, I'm doing what I'm doing is already working. Why would I want to like complicate my life
No,
trying
you're
to
gonna
crack
do
the
this.
code?
You're gonna do this because it's aligned with your chart and because you want to do it, and because it's scary. Just like other things were scary before you did them. You know what that's called, because that's an art form that has a name. It's called a one-woman show or a one-man show. Because it's a play, it's a monologue. There's very famous ones. I don't know if you know that Netflix show Baby Reindeer about the comedian with the stalker. That was a one-man show. It was a monologue that he would give in a theater stage where like it's not a play. It's just up to tell his story, and obviously it was lyrical. It was but that there's many examples. This is an art form that has been around for a long time. And what I'm going to recommend is that this one man show was born in the Edinburgh Festival. I forget the name, but have you heard about the Edinburgh Festival?
No.
So the Edinburgh Festival is a festival that happens every year in August in Scotland, in Edinburgh. And the ethos of the festival is that you don't apply to get in. Just every place in the city is a venue. There's theaters, there's cafes, there's whatever, there's all stages and stuff. And it's for every kind of art form. And you just call one of the venues. There's a list on the website, and you say like, "Hey, I have this. Can I show it there?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure. You will get 5 dates, and this is," and like you go. So if you go to the and you go and present it, and it's part of the festival and becomes part of the festival catalog. So if you go to the festival as an audience, there's no curation. It's artists that decided to go present whatever they have. But there's this calendar of events. So I want to go watch this. 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 And every place in the city is a stage for a musician, for art pieces, for photography, for films, that's the movie theaters, and for things like this, which are monologues, one-man shows. So you should just call a venue and go. Maybe this year's too late because it's next month, but next year, and just do it.
Yeah, it feels
Scary.
exciting and terrifying.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, that's why I follow the thread, right? Because if it was just terrifying and random and dissonant, no, don't follow that thread. But it's equal parts exciting.
You know why? Like, you know what? You get the vision.
Tell me.
The visual.
Why?
That's channeling. That's the universe telling you this is what comes next. You always get the vision first, and it's always visual.
Yeah, that's insane. It's super exciting, but then I'm like, but how? Like, don't mess this up, Esther. You already have something that is working. Like, why are you putting yourself in this pickle situation? And I'm like, well, because
about being afraid of losing what you already have. We just have to
exactly. It's like, well, because it's gonna be so fun. Can you imagine? Like the fun of the process to create this, and then I can like coach myself, and again, a part of me exciting about the challenge, and a part of me that is like, but
what if it's amazing? What if it expands your collection of talents? What if it expands your way of expressing yourself? What if it opens doors to things you can't do now because you have a machine that is already understood and effective and running, and it doesn't expand into other ways, other branches, other things. You have to do it.
Yeah.
If you don't feel ready next year, then it's the year after. But you have to do it. You can't not do it.
Yeah. No, and if I really give it a little bit of my energy, like my attention, it starts like the image that I was telling you of this like dark stage and blah blah blah. It starts having more information. Like I imagine myself in like a little treadmill, just like going in this like not moving. Obviously, I'm in a treadmill, but like moving through life stages. And activating like different ways of thinking, like through when I was a kid and when I was like a teenager, and like maybe making evident the impact of trauma. And then I picture myself like with a rope in my waist, and then somebody's like pulling it from like backstage or whatever to move me into like a regression, and then talking like when I was so sad, or when I was like so negative, or when I was like so naive, right? And then like having a moment of like, like a part of myself that is younger is speaking about their fears and what hasn't healed, but then like just trying to get back to myself, like the one that has studied these things or whatever. And then I get really excited, but then the paralysis of the not knowing like exactly what's the way to go, but again, is discovering it, right? There's like a saying in español, no? Caminante no hay camino. Like hiker, there's no trail.
Yeah.
You make the trail as you go, right? And then that really speaks to my heart. Like, like there's no way to do it. That's why you're not going. But you make the way to do it, by doing the thing. Anyway, it's like I convince myself that it's a great idea, and then I chicken out everything inside my own head.
It's a great idea, and you have to do it. There's no rush. It doesn't have to be this year. It doesn't have to be next year, but you have to do it. It's in your chart, and it's a vision.
Yeah.
It was 2011 when I saw, like, in my head, an app. It wasn't a website. It wasn't even numerology, but it was an app. And it was an app
Yeah.
that would tell you, like, it would give you a notification with the wisdom you needed at that time.
Mm.
It's always a vision first. Always.
Yeah. Yeah. Every time that I see like comedy specials on Netflix, I'm
Mhm.
always having this thought of like, I could do this. Like, I
Mhm.
could do this. I could land that joke better, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. But
Yeah.
that's another, that's self-recognition. That's that I actually have this talent. Maybe I haven't used it in this way before. I've used it in other ways, but
Yeah.
you know yourself enough to know that you have that talent. Do it.
Yeah. And remember at the very beginning when you were talking about advice and all
Mhm.
this stuff?
Mhm.
I have shared this thing with a few people, and some have said like, well, like, have you taken improv workshops, or have you ever acted before? And not that I don't think that is valuable, and I
You don't need it.
haven't done
You
it,
don't need it.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly, but that's the thing that I was like, I need to shield this, because the minute somebody tells me, well, but have you acted before? Well, have you improv before? Well, have you? Then it's kind of like, well, like it's kind of,
You
and
don't
then
need it.
I'm like, oh no,
Yeah.
I need to protect this idea
Yeah.
from this
So
stigma.
I 100%. I was acting in plays when I was in high school, not in like high school plays, but in plays in like the Black Box Theater in Querétaro. And I remember going to one before and seeing like the actor crying on stage and thinking, I want to do it. I can do it. I want to. And a year later, like I had auditioned for one of the plays, I got the lead role, and I was crying on stage. In like it's that vision exactly right. No
Full
training,
circle.
no training, no nothing. And then when I lived in New York, right around the time I was launching Teledipity, one of my friends had been asked to like direct a play for a theater festival because his high school teacher had submitted the play, but he had no one to produce it. And he's like, I just lost the actor. Do you want to act? And I was like, oh, acting in New York, off Broadway. Of course, I'll do it. And I did it. And when I was in the stage, I was like, wow, it's so easy to get a play produced in one of these theaters in New York because they have theater festivals all the time. So I can write one and I can just do one. And I wrote it and I did it, and it got in, and like I was able to make my own play one time, and it was amazing. It was a great experience. And I'm not gonna be a playwright or a theater director or an actor, but it's usually that model where you have to be trained for something to go show up and do it, that maybe filters out 90% of the people who should do it and who should try it and who would be great at it, because there's a part that is just innate, and that's not being scared to be on stage, and or maybe being scared but still doing it anyway, because sometimes you are
That
scared
makes
to
of
show up. Yeah.
You don't know if you're as excited or scared.
But
It's like you
there's
can
an
go either
adrenaline
way.
that happens. It just, the
Yeah.
moment you get on, it's like a drug. It's like so powerful that you go into flow. Same with the TED Talks. Like I can feel
You've
nervous
done
right
3,
before.
right? Or 4?
Mhm. Three. But I'm very nervous right before. But the moment you get on stage, it's almost like the best version of yourself comes up. You don't like, it's just like it's like a channeling. Like somebody else removes your anxiety brain and just like it's just the channeling coming through. And you
I love
like
that.
being on stage is just what allows you to just step aside and let your higher self, whatever you want to call it, just like take over. And I think the same thing happens when you write. The same thing happens in any art form. But the way to access that is belief. It's not training. It's believing that you can, and being so convinced that it's going to happen that there's no question. And you don't need training for that. You already know how to manifest. That's what going on stage is manifestation.
Yeah. My husband always says that, like, he's very confident in physical activities, like new sports, and he's like I could learn that, I could do that. And I'm like, I cannot. Like I'm like, there's no way I'm ever like a mountain biker. Like I just don't feel that confidence or whatever. But then we started like kind of fighting about it, and he was like, but why not? And he was questioning me, and I was like, I just don't have it. But you know where I do have it? In these other things that are also very complex. And then he was like, oh, I don't know that I could do that. Like he started being like, oh yeah, I'm very confident in my body and like making a jump and landing on my feet, but I am not confident about landing on stage and knowing how to entertain people for 20 minutes.
You brought up something that I love talking about. I'm so glad we're talking about this now, even though we're past the time where the stream ends and there's still people watching. So we're just gonna go until it's not. I don't care. But like, I love this topic because why are you confident? Is it because you were born with that talent, or because your life story gave you that confidence and thus you were confident, and that confidence allowed you to become good at it? Chicken or the egg? Because let me tell you something. Me with sport. In kindergarten, when every boy is thrown into soccer in Mexico, like they would throw the ball at me. I didn't know what to do. I would catch it, but you're not supposed to use your hands, and I would kick it like, and like everybody would laugh at me. And that eventually made me shut down, and I hated sports because the first few experiences told me you're not good at this. Everybody will laugh at you, and that's the moment you shut down. And am I actually good at sports or not? Or did I just have a traumatic experience with sports that shut me down there? And then let me give you the opposite. I remember it's like third grade. The very first time we had to do an essay about history about Miguel Hidalgo. And then the teacher, the next day in school, the teacher says, like, I was very impressed with Andres' writing. You are such a good writer. And I was in third grade. Maybe there was some skill there. But to be noticed and recognized publicly, what an amazing seed of belief. At a perfect time. Why would, like, I never questioned it again. So who knows how much was the teacher and how much was my writing? But from then on, every year a teacher would say, Andres, such a good writer, such a good writer, such a good writer, such a good writer. And it becomes like an echo. You feel more confident, you push yourself more. You develop this confidence in a thing that is, when I gave it a name, I think I made a video a long time ago. I called it the trauma lottery. It's a lottery because you don't know what adults tell you you're good at when you're a kid. And you don't know what they tell you you're not good at when you're a kid. And you don't know why they're saying the same things they're saying, but they give you things to feel self-belief about. And you hear the same story all the time. It's like, I was in art class. It didn't happen to me, but like I was in art class and I drew something and the teacher said, that's bad or that's wrong. And everybody laughed and they never wanted to do art again. But there's a part of it that is, yes, we were all born with talents. But there's another part of it is that you don't know which talent you have that you haven't explored because of a bad belief coming from somewhere that you don't recognize. Same thing happened to me with technology. I was all writer. I want to be a writer. And then after college, I can't get a job. And the first job that I find, I have to do technology. And I was like, I'm going to break this shit. And then I learned that I loved it and that I was good at it and that I understood it and that I could work with a database and think about data in like my brain was compatible with it. But I had no idea because I thought it was about math and I sucked at math. It's not there's just talents that you don't know you have because of bad beliefs. And with the sport, I had it my whole life. Every time we go to the beach and my friends want to play volleyball, I'm just like, no, please don't. Because I'm going to have to play volleyball and then I'm going to mess it up for the rest of the team and they're going to be mad at me. And like, this is just my inner 5-year-old again, being like, I'm going to screw it up for the rest of the team. And I don't want to do that. And everybody's going to be mad at me. So I don't like it. I don't like team sports. I don't like playing but
we're so alike. It's insane how alike we are. Okay, keep going.
But then, when I was in high school, I was watching the Olympics. It was Athens 2004. And I was watching fencing with the swords. And I was like, I want to do that. and I went to classes, but then high school ended, I went to college, and I started drinking, and I never had time to go back to it. But then right here in Madrid at 36, I was like, I want to rescue that. So I want to go to a fencing club, and I want to start taking fencing classes. And that was actually the thing that got me enjoying exercise again, because it was no longer about losing weight, going to the gym and losing weight. It was about this dream. And of course, there's a competitive side because you want to win. And if you lose, you get better. And I like that. Like, I'm competitive. So a competitive sport that's individual, where I'm not screwing it up for anybody else but myself, it activates certain wires in me that it's just like, I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to get better. I want to get better. I've been doing it 3 years now. And like, now it's like, I'll go to competitions. I'm getting better. I can see myself getting better. I can see myself having actual athletic skill that is not about catching balls or throwing balls, but it's about reflexes and body movement. So the thing about sports is that it's not just sports or no sports. There's different kinds of kinetic intelligence, and there's different kinds of ways of being good at sports. Some sports are about aiming something, throwing something, catching something, and that's a specific type of kinetic intelligence, like coordination or whatever. And then there's some sports that are just about response time, about having reflexes, or about body language. Like, I'm pretending like I'm going to do this, but I'm actually going to do this. And because I do it so quick, you don't see it and you lose. And it's also a decision making. So when you find a sport that's compatible with you, you're good at it. And it's not being athletic or not athletic. It's about one, challenging your own assumptions about I'm good at something, I'm bad at something, and two, finding the one that fits, that you like, and that is fun. And am I trying to go to the Olympics? No, but it's an amazing thing. One, to get out of the house every day because I work from home. So I go to this club and I talk to people every single day I'm there. Two, great for physical activity. And three, I'm seeing myself become good in something I always thought I was bad at. So back to the whole reason of this conversation, you don't know if you're good at sports, actually. And you don't know if you're like, if this one-man show is something that, like, I think you know that you're good at it. But I think maybe because you haven't had that experience before, you don't know how you might perform the day of, but you do have that talent, you know it. It's just about putting yourself in the uncomfortable position.
I had an experience when I was in secundaria, which I don't know, I was like 13. And I remember being in class and we were taking geometry class. And the teacher was very annoying. He was one of those very stiff teachers. And I remember that he was having this like juegos de geometría, like the triangles and the transporter, you know those like things, but that are to do it in the board, so they're huge, right? And he was teaching us how to do like this different shapes, like parallel lines and like sliding the thing and that kind of thing. And I was talking, I was like distracted because that is very simple for me. I had always been very good at drawing and that kind of thing. So I was like distracted, and he called me out and he told me like, oh, you think you already know this? Come teach the class. And I was like 13, and I got up and I was like, okay. So I grabbed the thing. And I was like, this is how you do parallel lines. This is how you slide it. This is why it's parallel. This is the angle of 90 degrees. This is this and that. But I was so good, but I was very witty. I was like not at all humiliated. I was not at all mortified.
You were funny. Yeah.
I was funny and I was right. I did it perfect. And I was funny, and everybody was very entertained and laughing and very like, oh, and that is a moment that is engraved in my head as a high. And it wasn't the teacher that made me feel good. It was the peers. It was the friends that were like, oh my God, like you did so well. He was looking at you like he didn't know what to say because you actually did know you could actually teach the class, right? And that was a high that I feel like a part of me has been chasing to feel again. And I do conference every once in a while, like about my books or whatever. And I feel like I can touch a little bit of that by being a little bit witty or being a little bit funny. In my book presentation, I just can't stop it. It's just kind of like I say something that is a little bit teasy or something, even when I'm being very serious. Like I feel like I have a good way to like go there, because a part of me is like, I can do this. I can make people laugh and prove a point, right? By doing that. And I don't know exactly how I do it, but in the flow of like the adrenaline and the moment and being in the spotlight. That's why I'm like, I don't know how to write it, right? Because I need I need that like adrenaline
So
thing.
with the writing of it, everybody's brain is different. So my system might not work for you. But when it's about going to a stage and giving a speech, I don't memorize. I have like the bullet points of what I want to talk about, and then I do them privately over and over and over and over and over again. So you kind of memorize, but you're not memorizing sentences. You're memorizing like the flow of the conversation and like how you go through the story until the end. So if you do it enough times privately, when you get to stage, it comes out naturally. You don't even need to have the piece of paper with you because you've gone through it so many times. But it's also not memorized lines, it's moments. And the moments come to you when you're rehearsing privately, like, oh, this would be funny, I'm gonna add this. Oh, this would like, but it's built abstractly enough that it will sound organic, and yet it's still very, very planned and executed. And of course, like, I think maybe the first event is to do it for the first time. But really, like, if you once you stop the first time and you enjoyed it and you're like, oh my god, then you go do it again, a second night, a third night, a fourth night, and you rehearse it again, and you just get better and better and better and better and better and better just from the exposure. And you workshop it and you workshop it and you workshop it until it's something amazing. But you don't have to, you shouldn't memorize, because it needs to feel organic. But
yeah, you kind of have to embody what you want to say, right?
Exactly.
And it just yeah.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't rehearse. It's just you shouldn't memorize.
Yeah. Because I'm like, I just come up with it in the spot, and then I'm like, I'm not gonna wing that. We're like, like if I actually want to transmit something that is well crafted, like you were saying, like something artful, I do want to kind of like just craft something and then maybe embody it in the moment, but know exactly what's my intention. What is it that I want the people that see it, what is it that I want to transmit to them, and them actually getting the feeling or the idea or the whatever, the shift or that is so exciting. It's fascinating what you said about the trauma lottery. That's insane. Like that is very, I think it's super truth. Like maybe we do have these abilities and these talents, and
no one ever
sometimes
noticed
it's
them,
the serendipity of like somebody affirmed something that you're actually good at, and then that created kind of like a very virtuous
a belief
collection of things for you to go that route.
Yeah.
Because I
or the
was
opposite,
told,
somebody told you were not good at it, something you were actually good at, and created the wrong belief that you held back from when you actually do have this talent. Because it's a lottery. You never know where the shit lands. Sometimes it helps you, sometimes it doesn't.
Claro. Many times I was told that I was creative, blah, 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 funny, but I was never told that I was like good at something. Nobody ever wanted me in their team. Nobody ever picked me first to, be in their relevos or something, right? But I was told that I run funny, that I, whatever.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, it's different being funny than running funny. Right?
Maybe it's not that different. You still make people laugh.
Yeah, laugh with you or at you. But like the other day, like I married somebody that does everything that scares me. He's like a skier, he does whitewater rafting, he does all this stuff that I never did as a kid because I always like avoided any opportunity to be bullied or humiliated. I was very smart about just skipping all those. And so with him, like there's many times where he catches myself saying, I can't. Like I really can't. And he's like, there's no reason why you cannot. Like you are not sick. You are not, you don't have like an impediment, like a real impediment. It's just in your head, right? And it's your head that makes you weak. It's your head that makes you lose balance. Is because you're vibing in the I can't, I'm gonna fall, this is not for me, I'm feeling so vulnerable and scared, right? But it's the same thing that happens in a stage. Like the way I become very empathetic with people that have stage fright, and like they're like, I can't even record a reel for Instagram because I just feel very awkward and I like it and I judge myself and I end up deleting it and never posting it, even though I want to have a personal brand. And then I'm like, but why? And then I remember why I can't like
Sports,
get my shit together with sports, right? It's like the fear is so real that you end up manifesting a body that just cannot.
Yeah.
Right? That is like, cannot talk, sweating, scared, wanting to throw up. Yeah, but like the lottery, right? I
It's a lottery.
ended up having
It's a
the
lottery,
affirmation over here and the rejection over there.
It's your parents, it's your like, because that's like there's a lottery that's about the teachers and the social, and there's a lottery about your parents too. Because like the things that my parents did not get involved in, like they didn't comment on, they didn't have opinions on, they let me whatever, are the things I developed the most confidence in. Like my parents did not really like, I said like I want to film a movie, and they were like, okay, whatever. Like they didn't watch it, but like they left me alone there. But when it came to sports, it was like, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this, and you're not good at it, you're not good at it, or in my case, it was always like, you're getting fat, you have to lose weight. Like that stuff messes with your head, and then it takes years to deactivate it. But that was a lottery. That my mom's trauma was focused on my size and not on my creativity. That's a lottery, because had it been focused on my creativity, my life would be completely different. I'd have other things to deal with. But it's a lottery. Some things, like, just because of your story, they're not a problem to you. But that doesn't mean you don't have blind spots elsewhere. I have blind spots in body image. I have blind spots in my love life, but I don't have blind spots in publishing my creative work. Lottery. It's not that it's not that I'm naturally good at everything. It's just that some things were saved from trauma and some things were not.
Oh yeah, like you just made me think of something else. Like when I was younger, my fight with my mom was always that she wanted me to keep quiet. She wanted me to obey and keep quiet. And I just wouldn't be able to do that. I would feel like it was so unfair. And if she only knew me, if she only knew my reasons, if she only understood how I was thinking or what I was wanting, right?
Yeah.
I'm very like emotional. I really want to be heard, right? And so maybe that's also from my, I really want to be heard. So I started with my mom, and I remember that she would tell me like, nunca te quedas con una, which means like you never like let the other person have the last word or something like that. And I remember she would like shut me up all the time, and I would come back with something else, right? With another reason that she wasn't considering or whatever. She would always tell me that I never keep quiet, that was annoying, that was the problem. That's what was making her so mad, so angry. That's what was getting me in problems or in trouble. But now, some people tell me like, how is it that you never run out of ideas? Like, I don't know, like if I launch a podcast, I think I could say everything in like maybe 50 episodes, and then I won't have anything to talk about. And then I'm like, well, I have the belief that I never keep quiet, that I never stop, that I always keep on arguing something, right? And in a new way, like something you haven't seen, And so I'm like, that was like infused by my mother, and by my mother really being against me. But that she made me believe that was something that I had.
Yeah. And I think you're mentioning a third kind of trauma response, because one is like the one where accidentally you were confirmed in stuff and created good beliefs. The other is where accidentally you were limited in stuff and created bad beliefs. And this one is parts of your internal makeup that were built in defense of trauma. It's not where you took the trauma sitting down. It's where you like were defiant and said like, well, this is now who I am in reaction to this. And those can be very powerful too. Everybody has those too. It's now not just you accepting the difficult pieces of your childhood, but it's you creating really powerful defenses for it that actually help you later in life. Just like there can be bad defenses, bad defense mechanisms, there's also good ones that you don't need, that you should not program away, or that you should not heal, or you should not deprogram, because they actually help you and they're
Like,
still constructive.
It's relative, right? Because if I'm
Mhm.
fighting with my husband, maybe like this thing of like never ending the argument could be a little bit
Right.
toxic.
Right.
But the other side of the coin is like I could talk about something and see all these different angles, and I'm just very curious and creative, and that's why people are like, I have heard the same thing from you a million times and it's still interesting. Even the story of how your mom kicked you out of the house, I have heard it many times, but then you tell it in a different way, or bring a reflection that is different, or a learning that is different, right? And so I'm like, oh, I mean, what sometimes is so annoying, sometimes is so inspiring. And it's like a knife, right? Like two sides, like of the knife, like how are you gonna use it, right? The full spectrum of a talent, like.
Yeah, it's an inventory. I think I think I heard somebody say this. Some podcast interview I was hearing. I think it was Monica Lewinsky in her podcast. I ended up in her podcast by accident, and I heard an episode, and it was pretty interesting. And she said like after going through, because I went through therapy, and I had to really look at like the stuff that was holding me back, and heal it and rework it and understand it and all this stuff. And this is a lot of work. And then you get this instinct to always notice something that you could work on, and you get into this self-improvement mode constantly. That also sometimes, taken to the excess, can hold you back from life rather than just enjoying life, because there's some things you don't have to heal. Like,
yeah, you can just let them be.
Trauma. And yes, it's not always better, but like life is happening. Like you have to choose which stuff you work on that's really damaging, and other stuff that you can just embrace and accept. Like, maybe this is not the best in all situations, but it's not really harming my loved ones. It's not really harming myself. Like, let's forget about it. Like, we don't have time to fix that. That's okay. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what are your fights and what are not your fights, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. And what's worth healing?
yeah,
because if you've gone through healing, like, it's a lot of work, and like it takes your energy and attention from other things.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Andrew, we are so similar. I love that. I love you as a mirror of some sort. But anyway, you didn't tell me what was the 5-year.
Okay,
You told me about my numbers, but not the 5-year. Come on, I want to squeeze the juice out of you.
Yeah. So in the 5-year, there's the element of uncertainty, instability, and change. And there's two kinds of change. There's a change that the universe brings to your door without you requesting it. And there's a change that you know you need, that you know you are ready to push forward and take a risk for. And in the co-creation of the two, the 5-year is a roller coaster of traveling, of unexpected events, of like all kinds of volatility. It feels like you're not really on stable ground at any point in the year, and it's like a shakeup where, like, in the most general terms, the first, like, think about the 9-year cycle. The midpoint is right in the middle of the 5-year, because it's 4.5 years and 4.5 years. So the midpoint of the 9-year cycle is May of the 5-year, and it's very important in terms of numerology terms, because
just happened. Yeah.
in the journey of the 9-year cycle, the first half is preparation, and the second half is doing the thing you were preparing for. So you go from almost like a version of childhood where you're protected from your own mistakes and you're protected from like the things you don't understand. And then once you cross that midpoint, that's why the 5 years is so intense. Once you cross that line, it's like the universe is like, all right, you are ready. The class is over, and now life begins. And now I want you to take the driver's seat of the rest of this cycle, and I will be in the passenger seat advising you rather than controlling events a lot more intensely than I was in the first half. And of course, when we're talking about your 9-year cycle, your chart will tell us like what that 9-year cycle is about for you, what you are working on, what you're changing, what you're everything. And I think when you rebranded your podcast was the 1 year, right? The Medicina. There was a reinvention there for you that was very. I remember doing a reading with you in
That's when I
2020
launched Sherpa. That's when I launched Sherpa, my
2022.
certification program.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So how would you describe that change? Like, because you
I don't
went
know,
from
2022. No, I launched Sherpa in 2020.
yeah, no,
So
that was a year.
2022, I changed the name of 2023. Mi Medicina changed in 2023.
That fits.
But yeah,
completely.
the psychedelic thing that happened for me was at the end of 2021.
Yeah.
And that was
This-
huge for me. Like I was healing with the trauma and all that sexual stuff. Like that's maybe.
Mhm. I think when I look at the chart and I pinpoint those two events, I think this cycle for you, your first 9-year cycle in your adult years, which was where your podcast is born and grows,
Mhm.
has 3-6. So this is a chapter in your career where it's talking, sharing, absorbing knowledge, and just distributing it. You cross into a cycle that's 3-1, not 3-6
Mhm.
in 2022. And what changes there is that it's no longer about you collecting and spreading knowledge. And I remember actually mentioning this to you before when we did a reading a long time ago. This cycle is about you inventing something new that's your own, rather than just spreading the knowledge you are. And you did it well. There's nothing wrong with that part, but that you collected and translated for others. Here is where you invent things. This 9-year cycle is about invention and about creating things that did not exist, products that did not exist, artistic work that did not exist, brandings, positionings that did not exist, approaches that did not exist, that are now actually coming from your authenticity in your own story, that are inventions that are new.
Mhm.
So this whole time you've been actually engaging with that. You've been taking risks to start putting your own contributions into the content you're spreading, not just the collection of knowledge you absorbed. And I think the podcast the podcast rebranding is a version of that. I think that program with the manifesting, that the pre-Sherpa program that you were telling me about, is a version of that, because
Yeah.
that's now
It has
that's
like a
now your
methodology that is coming from my
exactly
head. Yeah.
exactly. Now that's your contribution. That's your
Mhm.
methodology, and this artistic work that you're channeling is another
Mhm.
version of that. So if you look at it from that lens, the first half of your 9-year cycle is dipping your toes in the water, getting comfortable with putting out things that are now coming from you and seeing them work in the real world, and getting that preparation. And now you're switching over into push it to the limit and be more aggressive with launching your own ideas. And I think it's more than one. And I think that there's a big, if you look at your 9-year cycle that way, I think there's a big risk taken this year with something new, whether it's already planned or you haven't, or you are only thinking about it but still haven't thought about whether you're going to do it this year or not. I think you should do it this year. maybe not the one man show, maybe not, that's not it, the one woman show, maybe that's not it, but there's a need for taking a big risk in the direction of your objective this 9-year cycle.
Another thing that I didn't tell you, but right now you're like, I don't know why I didn't tell you before. It slipped my mind, but I've been having a strong desire to sing, like in ceremonies, like medicine music, and like holding psychedelic processes and starting to bring my own song into holding the space. And that is very intimidating as well, right?
It's also very artistic. Yeah.
Very artistic, and yeah, like I never ever thought and that I could sing. And that is a belief that I've been challenging, because in the past I would always say like, oh no, I sing in the shower, right? Like I sing along in the car, but I'm not a singer. I don't know how to sing. I sing ugly. I don't know where that came from. Where did that come from? No fucking clue. But it's with the idea of like, with the help of medicine in those spaces, that I started feeling like this fucking desire to like open my mouth and hear my own voice, like singing these words, and then feeling like so expansive and so happy in the doing, that then the seed of that dream actually also came out. And I do have more opportunities to do that sooner rather than later. I have done it with one song, just sang in front of people, like maybe like a handful of times. And it's been such a high as well, like feeling so nervous, wanting to back out, but singing and actually being like, that wasn't bad. That was fucking awesome, right? And so maybe now that you were saying like maybe taking a bigger risk, it's on that line.
Yeah. You also moved this year.
Yeah.
You were already in Seattle, but you moved home. So that's a very 5-year thing.
I moved from Hawaii to here at the beginning of 2025, which was a humongous move. Also because in Hawaii, I was like 2 years, right? And then I moved here in January, and it was like in the middle of winter, and it was crazy, snowy, and all that stuff. But it was so funny reading my 5-year and knowing that it was gonna be one of those years filled with like catastrophes that then become this big good thing. And so we landed in a house, and I was like finally feeling grounded in this house that we rented. And then the owner asked us for the house, and it felt like such a kick in the neck. Like I was like, really? Again? Moving again? We're not moving states, but we have to move houses again.
Very 5-year thing.
But
Remember
then we bought a house.
Yeah. Remember I said change forced by the universe and not sought out? That's very 5-year. And then you got a house.
And then we actually pushed through the process of owning. Nobody's gonna kick us out. I mean, we're owning a place, and it felt like such a shift that was very painful at the beginning, like very stressful, very confusing, pushing us to learn things that we didn't want to, creating discord between me and my husband, and learning to communicate in these high stressful situations, like detaching from savings that, like, no, these savings are my safety net. Are they? Like, what we were talking
If you're
about,
not
like
using them,
detach from this thing, like detach, let it flow. So putting the savings into this thing, and then now being confronted with the white canvas. We bought a 20-acre property, and it's like, oh, remember you talking about like maybe one day I have a property and having cabins and maybe building like a meditation shala and maybe holding my own ceremonies in the space. Yeah, well, how did you think it was going to feel actually purchasing and putting the money and making the big step? Obviously, this is stressful, and obviously you want to back out, and it feels very stretchy. But then now I have it. Now thanks to the 5-year and the owner ruining our summer, we now have a new space. And now I'm like, well, there's the canvas, there's the land, there's the beautiful area that, and like you were saying, like channeling, I see the open space and I'm like, yeah, I can see this like yurts or houses or
I think you using that space for your work retreats or whatever is also the story of the second half of this 9-year cycle. Because you're moving into this house right in the middle right
Mhm.
in the middle. So it's that house is part of your professional story in the second half as well. 6 year, 7 year, 8 year, 9 year. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I already started having like some inquiries about like, oh, you do private retreats. And I'm like, yeah, in the past house, I had a guest bedroom with a bathroom and kind of like that set up. And now I feel like I don't have it yet in this house,
But
but
you
I'm
will.
already
Yeah.
having these inquiries of like, how can we make it work?
Mhm.
And I'm like, I'm not ready yet.
You can
Maybe,
have the retreat somewhere else and then slowly build that part of your house.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But I guess that's a risk, right? It's like, well, even though I'm not ready, I'm taking the risk to do it. Maybe a little not so perfect.
Yeah.
And maybe singing a little bit not so perfect, you know. And yeah, when I hold space for ceremony, it's like a one woman show too. You know, it's like
It
even
is.
if I just have to stay quiet, but I'm the
It
one
is. Yeah.
like guarding the space or like being available for
Anytime
anything.
you're teaching a course, it's a one woman show. That's what it is. It's just you are more comfortable with a certain format of it and more new to other formats, but in reality it's the same skill. Because even when you're giving an online course, you have an audience and you feel their reactions, and you feel like when I get on the stream, I feel the same adrenaline as when I go on stage. It's the same thing. I know what adrenaline feels like. Like that's how like 6 hours go by and I don't even notice. Like we're already like I feel like I just sat down like 20 minutes. That's adrenaline.
Yeah,
That's adrenaline. But
yeah,
it doesn't go away when you're online either.
yeah. That's why I rather do the classes live
Mhm.
than pre-record them.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel the same.
Yeah, because you don't have the audience, and therefore there's no adrenaline. Yeah.
If I'm recording by myself, I make mistakes. I don't
Yeah.
like it. I repeat it. But then if I'm on stage, I don't make any mistakes. I don't have to. I don't even have to edit the recording.
Yeah.
Other
See,
than to cut my intro jokes that were unnecessary for the class, but in the moment I just couldn't help it but to do them.
you have every not just skill and talent, but also degree of confidence to do a one woman show. All of it.
And I have the hair for it. Tell me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it's like all of it. You have
Yeah.
to do it. Just do it.
Yeah. I want to. I really want
And
to.
that Edinburgh Festival is a great place to start. I don't have anything to bring there, but if I did, I would, because it's a great festival. It's a great one to visit, even if you don't have anything to present. It's a
What's
great
the name? I want to
Edinburgh.
like
I think it's Fringe Festival. Yeah, Fringe Festival. Edinburgh Fringe Festival.
Okay.
It's every August. It's like the last week of August, kind of like the same week they have Burning Man, but in Scotland. It's the last week of August every year. Yeah.
I'm gonna Google it. Maybe I can go at first, just like as a
as an audience. Maybe just go this year. Go see. I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna be hard to get an Airbnb at this date. You should,
Yeah.
you should probably like do it next year. But yeah, it's very fun time.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for the energetic expansor. I feel like when I see things that I want and somebody else is doing in them or having them already, it's like this evidence, like to expand my capacity to see it and to get inspired and to maybe have a mirror.
Yeah, and just as a life philosophy, like to do things you're scared of that you want to do, even if there's no business benefit, even if there's no money attached. I think that's how you stay alive. To just expand your perception of self and perception of what you're capable of by trying things that are new and that are scary.
Yeah. And if we don't bring those dreams into life, we don't have that beautiful stressor of growth and evolution, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's insane. Like back to what you were saying at the beginning of like sometimes we want to manifest something and then like something that we didn't want is happening first. I feel like if we zoom out a lot, we also see that truth, because now I think, and I'm like, when I was so torn about this breakup, I did want, like, not consciously, because I didn't know about manifestation back then, but like I did want a very full life. I did want success and happiness, and I did want to know what I was good at, and I did want success, and I did want all this stuff, no? And if I would continue in that relationship, I was going to get married and have kids and do this thing that I thought I wanted back then. But then when everything like ripped away from me, it created so much pain, but it was a catalyst to like a completely different life path, right? And now I'm like, oh, well, I'm having the full life and the challenges and the whatever I actually wanted. It's just like I wasn't gonna be able to create it from that space, and it needed to be ripped from me, like ripped away or whatever.
And I believe that because it was your soul's yearning to live this kind of life, had you stayed and even had kids, eventually the calling would have come back in, and then you would have gotten divorced, and then you would have pursued this again. Because I also think that the universe gives you chances to retake that branch of life, even if you rejected it the first or the second time. So you would have ended later, but I know you would have still done it.
Like the GPS, no? Redireccionando.
Exactly.
Redirecting.
Yeah.
And it's like, doesn't matter how far you are already, you keep going the wrong way, but it keeps giving
keeps
you ways to
recalculating the
get
route.
back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing. I love talking to you. This has been very enriching to my day.
Likewise. And just as a fact, like, by the way, I don't know if people cycled in and out, but we did not lose the audience, and we went an hour over.
Nice.
Like, people are still watching. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Because what I was about to say is that every time we get on this, we're supposed to get on like a 20-minute Zoom call, and it turns into 2-hour conversation because we just like I don't know, we just keep. It's like a tennis match. It's just a and then 2 hours went by.
Two people that love the stage, though.
Exactly. Maybe. And just can talk forever. That too.
Yeah.
But always a pleasure. And to everybody still watching, thank you for staying until the end. Let me just go look at the comments. I didn't even check the entire time. It takes time. Unfortunately, I was the same way. I tricked my body into working out. Now I'm able to do that reframe. I want to be healthy, strong, more than I don't want to practice exercise, mindfulness, nutrition. Love these concepts. I was looking forward to join. Woke up feeling so sick. Happy to come at the end of the event anyway. Thank you, everybody who's still watching. I usually do like a little thing at the end, but we're just gonna say goodbye together. If you were here for a live reading and just realized that we went over, I'm sorry that I couldn't get to you, but I'm here every week for 6 hours. I can get to you next week. It's always very likely that you'll get on because there's never more than 20-30 people watching. So you'll get on next time, and I will be here every week, every same time, same place. It's been amazing to share the space with you once again, and it's been amazing to invite Esther to talk about everything and more. And Esther, just give us your last words.
Yeah, well, amazing to be here. I'm definitely gonna be here next time as like joining the audience, and really, really amazing. Like, I can talk about this for hours, and I know that the people listening were resonating with some parts, and maybe we were mirrors for some of you. And so depending on when you are, just remember that you have the capacity to see things as a possibility, as a serendipity, as a mysterious message that is leading you to where you're supposed to go. And so let's continue like learning and everything, but kind of knowing that we have a lot to say about where our life is headed. So if you speak Spanish, come follow me, and maybe you like my podcast or my books or anything, but you can just find me with my name.
Yes, and of course I'll add the links when we post the clip of the part of the stream on YouTube and everything else. But yeah, just Google Esther. She's all over everywhere. It'll be easy to find her. And thanks again for joining us. And Esther, let's stay in touch. I hope the rest of the movie is good. I don't know if you're finished, but yeah, good luck.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't know how to leave. How do I go? I don't know if
Well,
you're gonna have your own.
I think so. You used Riverside before, right?
A long time ago.
Okay, so like when you like, I'll push you off the stream. What was that? I'll push
I don't
you
know
off.
how.
You accessed a different camera, but anyway, when I push you off the stream and the stream closes, it will ask you to leave the browser open for a little bit while it uploads your side of the video into the cloud. So I'm going to close the stream, but then it'll ask you to stay. So just leave the browser open for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then you can close. But anyway, thank you everybody for watching. I will be here next week. I will do all the readings that I missed. It's been a pleasure and an honor as always, and hope you have an amazing rest of the week. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye, Steph.
Bye.